color. That's so cool, slick, better be too quick for me. That's so flamboyant, but a little too typical. Won't ya? Say the same, don't ya? I'm one of a kind, don't get me wrong. Show your own color. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I just take all the spotlight. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Making mama feel so right. No need to look high and low, baby. Maybe it's a little too obvious. It is my solution. Let's hear you say. Color, leave a mark, show yourself. Hold your chin up, get ready. Got no time to lose because I'm here to show you fluorescent paint, paint. I just stand up, what can I say? Fluorescent paint, paint. Just go parade. My one and only color. Da-da-da, he show you, come on. Da-da-da, he show you, come on.
고대인들께서 이 세계로 오시려면 나르가스의 눈이 필요하다. 어리석은 자여, 나의 신하가 될 자여, 새로운 주인을 맞을 준비가 되었는가?
어두워진 하늘 날아오르는 하나의 소원 밝은 빛으로 물들릴 미래에 그 안에서 미소 짓는 너
라이를 지킬 소환사를 소개하겠다.
그리고 나
이제부터 나의 시간이다.
희미해지고 어두움의 이른 날로 선명해지는 반복된 시간 속에 홀로 어둠에 익숙한 듯 흘러가며 살아가고 있어. 어느 날 누군가 점잖던 내게 말을 걸어
마음 놓고 싸우라고.
아픈 친구가 있어? 두려워해야 할 거야.
어느새 이미 준비를 모두 마친 나는 한 번 더 날아오를 준비가 됐어. 어두워진 밤 하늘을 날아 올라가는 단 하나의 소원 밝은 빛으로 물들린 미래에 그 안에서 미소 짓는 너
Hello and willkommen, welcome to Berlin, Germany. It's great to have you guys here for the Summoners War World Arena Championship 2022 Europe Cup. We're finally here, lads. We're all together. It's great to have you guys here. You can see Melissa on stage right now, which is happening right here in the building. My name's Adam Savage. Great to be back here as your host, joined by the almighty Baus and Killer. Fellas, we're here in person. We're real. Yes, it's actually a thing. Obviously, it's been a kind of a summer where we hoped that this would happen. The community, players coming together, the casters as well. And finally, we're all here. Baus, what an amazing experience this is to have everyone in the building at the same time celebrating this great game.
It is truly incredible. It has been so many years since the last in-person SWC Europe Cup. And, well, back then I was there in Paris, and this year we're in Berlin, and it is awesome. This venue is so cool, and I finally have gotten to meet yourself and Killer as well.
Yep,
we've had a blast.
We're real people with real feelings, and we're excited for today. Hey guys, this is the English broadcast. Hands in, hands in. Good to see you guys here. Hey everyone, how's it going? You can see the rest of the teams there as well. The German team, of course, actually in the main stage arena where it's happening downstairs. The French and Italian team here as well. So you can choose the language you want to watch today's broadcast in, whatever one you want to. But you are here for the English broadcast with us. We're bringing you all the action. So much to talk about here. Obviously, the players themselves, of course, what we're expecting today, how they got here as well. And you guys have a front row seat for the entire thing, which is great. But first things first, an overview of today, the Europe Cup itself. So, it's a single elimination. So every game today is the best of 5. Our quarterfinals and our semis, then our finals. 8 contenders in total, with the winner and the runner-up both advancing to World Finals in Seoul, Korea later on this year, which is amazing. I mean, $10,000 top prize as well, Killer. That is an almighty amount of money.
Yes, $10,000 US. That's actually a lot more in Australia.
You can see here it's a lot of money.
Yes.
Wherever you are in the world, it's a lot of money. You can see as well here, this is exactly how things are going to break down for the World Finals in Seoul, Korea on November 12th. You can see here 2 players will qualify from today from Europe. You can see they're in the blue on the screen, qualify 1 and 2. There's also 2 players from Americas, and there's 4 from Asia Pacific, one of which TAR's already confirmed for those finals, which are going to be amazing. But this is so fantastic. Obviously, Baus, you've been in this position before. You've been at a Europe Cup. You've been here with the community supporting you as you compete. How are our players feeling right now?
Do you know what? They will be feeling nervous. There is no doubt. There's a lot on the line here today. But I'm sure they'll be feeling excited as well. And with the audience there cheering for them, that could give them a bit of an extra edge and give them some extra confidence.
Yeah, they're winning their sales. Yeah, you can see here on screen as well, no split versus win rate as well. Data we've got coming your way, you guys watching at home. Killer, what jumps on the page for you about things we saw in the prelims?
It's very obvious that Oliver's on both of the sides of the brackets there. Most picked, best win rate. It's just an amazing unit. You want to be first to grab that or first to pre-ban that.
Yeah, I mean, Oliver obviously featured a lot. We saw Dominic, Arsha, a lot of featured in those prelims. But today, Baus, as well, this is finals. There's a crowd watching as well. Do you think we're going to see any of our players bring anything brand new, not expecting to the table as well, to kind of surprise us and bring a bit of entertainment to this as well?
I mean, I might know a little something, and I'm fully expecting at least 1 or 2 of the players to bring out something new, and I'm very hyped. I'm sure that you guys watching are too, to see what that might be.
Yeah, you guys are in for a great ride. Always let us know as well who you think's going all the way to the finals. So we'll keep the chat going, keep that live. Pre-bans versus bans here as well. Killer, what jumps on the page again for you with these particular sets of stats?
Though we see Dominic there again, another wind unit that doesn't care about elemental at all. That is one favorite unit that can just wipe out a fire unit anytime.
Interesting. It's all down to the elements today. It's all going to come down to what our players bring to the table. This is kind of entire experience of being here in front of a live audience and competing. This is the creme de la creme of Summoners War right now here at the Europe Cup. So we're loving the fact that we can be here, have the front row seat, as said, to experience all of it. These are the brackets. This is the bracket, should I say, with the players and the matches coming your way. Big matches, big players, so much to get excited about. Baus, what particular matchup, our first 4 matches, you can see them quarterfinals there, best of 5, which one really jumps up for you that you're most excited about today?
I mean, all 4 matches are going to be really competitive, but that match 3, I think, is going to be particularly close. OBABO, an old hand, a fan favorite, versus RAXXAZ, one of the newcomers with an incredibly strong set of runes and artifacts. And I think that's going to be a really interesting match to see who comes out on top.
Indeed it is. Actually, is a big one. I mean, Killer as well. Same question, I guess. I mean, with the likes of PINKROID in there, last year's Europe Cup winner. I mean, there's big players in this competition.
Oh, yeah, exactly, Adam. PINKROID, world finalist last year versus Guts the Berserk. Guts knows how Pinky plays, so I'm very curious to see how Guts has prepared himself against PINKROID today.
He's going to have to bring a lot to the table. 100%. It's going to have to be something real big, which takes a lot of guts. Which is perfect, really. You can see in match 1 and 2 as well. We'll talk about TIMBO and JANZELOT very shortly, but SEIISHIZO versus ISMOO as well. You know, obviously, ISMOO coming second last year runner-up in Europe Cup, going through to Worlds as well. I mean, another big match. It's a lot, maybe some pressure on SEIISHIZO wanting to deliver at this particular Europe Cup, having not made it through to finals before otherwise.
Yeah, SEIISHIZO is definitely going to be feeling the heat. He's a player that's been in the past 5 or so Europe Cups, which is an incredible record, but still not made it through to the World Finals. He'll be hoping to correct that today, but he has a very formidable opponent in his way. ISMOO, also one of the most experienced players here today, who did make it through to the World Finals last year.
We said as well, Killer, ISMOO is one of those players that can pull a trick out of his sleeve at some point. He can surprise us and bring something kind of exciting we're not necessarily expecting as well. So I think SEIISHIZO is going to have, his guard up and prepared for anything, basically.
Exactly. We saw that once in the prelims. It was a surprise to everyone.
It certainly was, yeah. And the big surprise will be coming well from TIMBO and JANZELOT that first. You can see the players here as well, getting ready to rock and roll. Give us a wave, lads. It's great to see that they're all here, kind of waiting in the lounge, ready to compete for your viewing pleasure at home too. Hey, good to see you guys here. I'm really, I think that's the great thing as well, is we talk about the pressure as well with players and, kind of whether they've competed in this competition before, they're brand new to it. Some will kind of embrace the situation, I think, Baus. Others will maybe not so much. It might be very, a bit more tricky because it's a live audience. How did you deal with the kind of the crowd and things when you were there? Did you kind of embrace it, or was it a little bit tentative having everyone around you watching?
Do you know what? For me, I'm someone that really, with the crowd and the sounds behind me, it really gets me going. So it was definitely a positive for me.
It got you gassed, man. You were gassed. You were so gassed. We're also gassed by your predictions at home as well. These are the predictions that you guys have been kind of voting for. Who you think is going all the way here? Killer, OBABO and SEIISHIZO, the highest rated percentage-wise players, I think, going to go through to the Europe Cup. And they could actually meet in the final, given the bracket later on down the line as well.
Exactly. Just them two players are holding 50% of the predictions right there with their percentages.
Good maths. Good maths on the spot there. Respect to that man. Good maths. Obviously, anything is possible in this competition. We saw it happen last time as well, which is really, really exciting. But as we said, always let us know who you think is going the distance. We love you guys being as involved as possible. But first player to meet, it's time to introduce the almighty TIMBO. Let's have a look. Here he comes.
Hey, my name is TIMBO. I'm 31 years old. I'm from Germany. I prepared for SWC by analyzing my enemies, looking at their ladder matches, at their replays, tried to think about strategies, how I can counter their way of playing and drafting. That's really important. I really enjoy playing Alexandra. I really think she's underrated, and a lot of players that might have Alexandra can see that she's actually working if you use her in the correct situations. It's my first SWC, but let's watch out for me.
Just now, you didn't make it red.
Alrighty, here we go. The man of the hour. It's TIMBO coming into the arena that you can see there. Everything's getting super hyped. Amazing to see this newcomer is getting his first opportunity with a live audience here. I mean, this is amazing, isn't it, Val? So we have TIMBO, who's walked in. He swept through the prelims as well, beating VIILIPYTTY, and he looks so full of confidence as well.
He is incredibly confident. I think he mentioned in his player introduction video, he is no newcomer to playing in front of a crowd with his sports competitive background. I'm sure that's going to put him in a really strong position today. With his really interesting drafts as well, his alternative draft that he makes work with the Molly.
He certainly does there as well. What's the difference between JANZELOT and a duck? Unfortunately, we'll never know. Great banter as well, their Killer. Great banter from the German.
Yes, exactly. They are friends, so he can't say that to his friend.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Having them go head to head, and you're going to have yourself two friends who are going to be competing against each other, which is kind of an exciting thing, Baus. I think also a little bit daunting. You're competing against someone that you care about on a personal level as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be really interesting. They absolutely did not want to face each other in the first round, but I think it's going to be a really interesting match, and whoever does make it through will be cheering on the other one.
Let's take a look at JANZELOT's video now and see what it's all about.
Hi, I'm Jan, also known as JANZELOT. I'm 20 years old and I'm from Germany, Düsseldorf. I've always been really competitive. Like, it started really way back when I was a child. I always tried to be the best and always wanted to be the best. And for Summoners War, it was the same. I don't think I have a rival, but I think TIMBO is like the closest thing to it because we are both close friends at this point. We're like always competing with each other, like trying to stay 1 point above each other in the normal ladder, which is like kind of trolling each other. So it's probably my rival during this tournament. If you think you have been RAXXAZ before, then prepare for my matches.
Here he comes, JANZELOT with the mane of a unicorn. There he is. The crowd are loving it. They're going wild for him. I mean, Baus, this is a player as well that we love to see compete here. Went through the losers bracket by losing out to ISMOO in that the first prelim, but he's made it here to face off against TIMBO. We're in for such a great match with these two.
I mean, we were talking about confidence with TIMBO, but that is another level, high-fiving every single member of the audience in reach. He is going to be bringing a very aggressive draft today, I think, with that Chitang Dasheng. A new unit that he summoned fairly recently, and TIMBO is going to have to work out how to deal with that one.
Yeah, I mean, as well, you can see here an EU prelim contender last year, not been in this position before here. So against TIMBO, both of them relative newcomers to this. This is a killer. This is I guess it's an exciting opportunity because at least one of them, as mates, will go through and you can celebrate your friend's progress regardless.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they're both excited to be here. Actually, JANZELOT is one of the youngest players we have today playing. He's only 20 years old.
20 years old?
Yeah, I believe so.
Wow.
So it's amazing.
It is amazing, but I mean, it's you know, is it the pressure we've talked about? Is it not? You know, are they going to be a bit kind of like, you know what? If it is what it is, I'm just enjoying being here with everybody here to embrace this with me as well. We'll have to wait and see what happens here and who takes this first game. But it's all getting very exciting. As I said before, let us know on the chats who you think is going to be your winner. Is it going to be TIMBO or JANZELOT in our first quarterfinal, match 1 of the Europe Cup, boys? Here it is. We're finally here, and we're going to jump into the mix in just a moment's time and kick on with our pick and bans, but it's all coming your way. One of our players today of the 8 in the competition will go all the way through to the Europe finals and over to the Worlds as well. It's going to be amazing. But this is the pick and bans, very first game of the day. TIMBO versus JANZELOT, handing it over to Baus and Killer to bring us all the action. Over to you, boys.
Summoners, the first match of the day is here. We got JANZELOT versus TIMBO. Best out of 5 pre-bans are in. We got the Chitang Dasheng and the Haegang getting pre-bans.
That is a really, really interesting pre-ban with the Haegang. I wonder what JANZELOT is going to be bringing that he doesn't want TIMBO to pick the Haegang against. Chitang Dasheng, not too surprised at all about that one. That is one of JANZELOT's most threatening units that TIMBO doesn't have.
TIMBO with the first pick, locks in Oliver. JANZELOT responding very quickly with a Marsha and a Molly.
We're not seeing a unit that is countered by Haegang just yet. I was thinking he might be picking up a Chung Pong, maybe even one of his signature units, the Mook Woe. Not coming yet. Actually stealing Molly out of TIMBO's box. TIMBO is going to have to bring something a little bit different now.
Yes, TIMBO taking the time available to think how he'll draft up his second and third unit. Time is almost up. Brings out that Moore, aka Water Riot, and the Carnal have been locked in.
You know what? If that Ragdoll had not been picked, you'd think these players had switched roles or switched names, because TIMBO is the one bringing an incredibly aggressive draft with the 2 speed leads with the Moore and the Oliver, whilst JANZELOT has the defense of the healers, Praha and Molly.
Yeah, JANZELOT responding very quickly with the Praha and the Ragdoll for the third and fourth unit. TIMBO, 2 more units to draft up in his final deck.
I'm really liking the Ragdoll pick actually, because it is strong against AoE units like the Carnal and the Moore. So whether or not TIMBO wants to ban that Ragdoll is probably going to be quite likely the Ragdoll might be banned out in this match.
Very interesting last 2 picks from TIMBO. We got Cigar and Herney locked in for his final 2 units. JANZELOT, 1 more unit to pick.
I do like both of these picks because Hearn has that Oblivion that counters the Ragdoll and the Molly, and the Cigar is able to reset the Praha. But the Masher, he's going to need to find a way to deal with the Masher, because I think only really Moore has going to deal with some serious damage to the Masher at the moment. Maybe he will want to ban the Masher.
JANZELOT picking up Juno for the last unit and has been locked in, banning monsters.
I do like the Juno pick. I think Hearn might be a good ban And as we see, Ragdoll is the other one that gets
As
banned out.
predicted, Boss Hearn and the Ragdoll get the ban. Leader skills are in. We got Oliver with the speed lead. Locked in.
Nice little preview of the medals available later today there.
Here we go. First turn for Moore. Will he use skill 2? Goes with the skill 2.
That is so unlucky for TIMBO. I don't know how high accuracy Moore has, but he's missed the strip on both Praha and Masha. Luckily, Sagar has another chance.
There we go. Oliver controlling that Praha, resending her attack bar. Carnal. There we go. Sword of Rain. Ooh, stuns that Molly.
It's not looking good for TIMBO at the moment because Masha is still on the field. The will did not get stripped off Masha, and now TIMBO doesn't have much strips to remove that permanent immunity that Masha has with her passive anymore.
Yeah, that was a huge resistance from Oliver with that Masha's fast link. Here we go. Carnal skill 1. Will he get provoked? Oh, and the Juno's already provoked and stunned.
The Juno is about to take a turn after this Moore, and she's going to remove those harmful effects on her and heal up the team a little. And of course, the Molly is still on the field. I think JANZELOT is looking in a really good position at this.
Huge proc for Masha. Their defense breaking Oliver and taking him out of the field. Cigar, here we go. Goes onto the defense break, onto the Molly, gets an additional turn.
Indeed, he's going to need to take out that Molly as soon as possible, but it's going to be really tricky because TIMBO's units have already blown all of their cooldown skills, whereas JANZELOT's units don't really care about cooldowns apart from the Praha. They can just auto-attack and slowly but surely wear TIMBO's draft down.
There we go. Carnal decreasing the Juno's attack bar. Masha putting in some damage into that Cigar. Oh, revenge from the Juno. Not getting much attack bar there. The attack break.
The Juno is finally down. He really wanted to get rid of that Juno. The Carnal has probably some really nice artifacts, actually. Despite JANZELOT having such a tanky team, the match is definitely not over yet. And actually, TIMBO is looking really good at the moment, about to dismount this Masha.
Masha dismounted. Masha about to take a turn. Where will he direct his damage? Goes into Cigar, doing some serious damage right there. Moore goes for the stun on the Praha. Wow.
This is incredible stuff. TIMBO really showing the power of his runes and his artifacts right now. Oh my goodness, the Molly has now gone, and TIMBO is possibly going to wrap this match up, Killer.
Oh wow, this is huge. What a comeback. No heals on TIMBO's side. Taking out that Masha, taking out that first set. TIMBO 1-0 over JANZELOT.
How the tables turned incredibly quickly there. TIMBO taking the first match after what we thought was going to be a JANZELOT victory there, but TIMBO managing to steadfast and weather out the storm and come through Baus with a first victory there and looking mighty strong going into this next game.
I was really, really impressed by TIMBO in that match. He is known for a slower playstyle with the Molly and Alexandra and those sort of units, but he pivoted to a more meta draft with the aggression, and actually it worked out incredibly well for him. I think the other competitors will be looking on and really fearing TIMBO, knowing that he's able to play that aggressive playstyle as well as the defensive playstyle, and not able to predict what to bring against TIMBO because he can do anything.
Yeah, we saw as well that TIMBO brought out the Oliver to play in that first game too, taken out quite early on, but still you can see he has got a selection of units there as well, which I think he can always find a way, given the situation there, Killer, as well, to make it count when he needs to.
Yeah, it's amazing how you can just switch up your draft and play differently. But that Oliver lasted longer than he should have with that resist from that Masha earlier on. So yeah, it was very nice.
Yeah, interesting. Well, JANZELOT has it all to play for now. He needs to get back into this competition because going 2-0 down in the best of 5 is a tough hill to climb. Let's head back into pick and bans for our second game here with TIMBO currently 1-0 up against JANZELOT in our first match of the quarterfinals in the Europe Cup. Back to you, fellas.
Here we go, Summoners. This is not even over yet. Set number 2, best out of 5. Pre-bans are in. We got the Oliver and the Molly getting pre-bans.
Interesting stuff. So now JANZELOT has the Chitang Dashang available to him. Is the draft going to flip on his head? Is TIMBO going to be the defensive player this time and JANZELOT is going to be the aggressor? Only time will tell, Killer.
JANZELOT picking up that Masha that did him real well in that last match and locks it in for the first unit.
That legendary 500 resistance Masha. She put up a good fight. She took out the Oliver in the previous match. It wasn't quite enough at the end. Is it going to be enough this time?
We're about to find out. Here we go. TIMBO taking the time available to think about how he will draft up. Few seconds left. TIMBO, what will you do?
Well, I'm thinking if he's going to go for a defensive draft, he can't pick up the molly. He needs to pick up an alternative healer, and that is what he has done.
Exactly as you predicted, boss. He picks up the Kano and the healer. Riley locked in. JANZELOT goes with the Chi-Tank Deshang and the Praha locked in for second and third unit.
I'm liking the Riley. The Riley is often seen with a Nana. I wonder if TIMBO has a Nana available to him. I've not seen him pick that one up before. So he's going to need to come up with potentially a strip option to move before this Kano so that Kano can make a more effective use of his AoE.
And a strip option is what he does. He picks up Juno for the third unit, Abilio for his fourth unit, an extra healer. JANZELOT goes with the Cigar for the fourth unit.
I'm not sure about that Sagar pickup. He does reset the Abelio, but at the same time, he's quite weak to both Kano and Juno. I'm thinking a different water unit might be a better choice, as he has now picked up the water unit as well.
Yes, Miles has been locked in for the final unit for JANZELOT. TIMBO drafting the Leo as his final pick. What will the bans be?
Well, I think the Leo is a good ban because if Leo stays on the field, then Miles is going to be doing 0 damage. I think TIMBO probably will want to let through that Miles and maybe ban out either the Chi-Tank Deshang or the Praha because Praha brings the strip that sets up the Chi-Tank Deshang.
Oh, I'm very excited to see the ban. We got the Praha and the Leo getting banned. Leader skills are about to be locked in for both players. We got Here we go, guys. Set number 2, JANZELOT versus TIMBO. We'll see a comeback for TIMBO. There we go. Spring grab shot.
Huge resistance from Riley. Things are looking good for TIMBO right now.
Here we go. Marsha with the fast link. Carnal, no will. Where will he direct his damage? Goes into Juno, lands the defense break.
Carnal has been reset, however, the attack bar didn't get reset, but but his skills did get reset. Riley, however, is going to be able to put up some immunity, and Abelio, of course, was not the choice of resets. Abelio's passive is still up right now, Killer.
There we go. Miles, additional turn. That is a huge additional turn. Goes into the Carnal, stuns the Carnal. Juno about to take a turn.
He's going to need to watch out for this Chi-Tank Deshang because Chi-Tank Deshang still has a cooldown time, the skills up available, and it'll be interesting to see when he chooses to use them.
There we go. Cigar into the Juno, provoking that Juno. Juno gets a speed buff from the debuffs.
I wonder if he'll actually want to use the Riley skill for you to heal up the Juno a bit, because then Juno will lose one of her debuffs. Hopefully he's healed, cleanses the slow, and he does.
There we go, Juno taking a turn. Rolly direct his damage. Oh, huge stun on that Chi-Tank Deshang. Cigar goes onto Kano, failing to provoke him. Masha, skill 1, goes into the Kano as well again. Ooh.
That was a really clutch stun from Juno because now Chi-Tank Deshang is not able to use his skill 2 and immunity is being put up by Riley. And actually, Kano is going to have his skill 3 up any moment now.
There we go, Chi-Tank Deshang gets provoked. He can't use Giant's Net and turn cycle his skills. Cigar, here we go, into Abilio. Ooh, provokes him.
The Chi-Tank Deshang is down. That is huge. And right now, Riley and Abelio are still on the field. They still have their passives available. And there's just so much sustain from TIMBO right now.
Here we go, Abilio giving some sustain to his team on TIMBO's side. Riley, oh, additional turn from Riley. Will he go for the cleanse? Goes for the cleanse. Cleanses Carnal from the stun. We know Miles can do some fixed damage. Goes onto the Carnal. This is a very, very tanky Carnal, taking some hits from Miles and Marsha and still surviving.
TIMBO really showcasing the power and quality of his runes and artifacts right now. Of course, the 44% HP lead from Carnal does give him a huge help in that respect. Abelio is still on the field, of course, to deal with that Masher. Usually Abelio would win in that 1v1 situation. Of course, JANZELOT has no sustain, so I'm not sure how JANZELOT can come back from this.
Yes, whoa, Juno doing some serious damage into Marsha. Marsha not looking very healthy, but will she take out a unit before she goes down? Cigar goes into Carnal. Carnal surviving by an inch. Juno taking out that Marsha on JANZELOT's side. Miles, ooh, there we go. Billy is about to take a turn. Will he go for a stun? Oh, no stun.
This Carnal is so incredibly tanky. Probably a slot 2 HP Carnal. He survived for so very long, allowing his team to continue healing up with the Riley, with the Abelio, with the Juno doing the nice damage from artifacts as well. Really impressive stuff from TIMBO.
There we go. Cigar with a great assault and oh, misses the defense breaking the pushback. Miles with a spin grab shot on Abelio. Juno almost taking out that Cigar. He's hanging by an inch. Riley goes for the heal. TIMBO looking very, very healthy right now.
Indeed, that Wind and Bison, the Street Fighter version of the Cigar, is now down. Miles, kind of a solitary figure, just chilling. JANZELOT probably thinking what he's going to do to switch up his draft. He tried with the aggressive route, he's tried with the defensive route. Both have not worked against TIMBO.
Outstanding stuff there, 2-0 to TIMBO there. Watching that as a spectator as well, it felt like great management of the game that we saw initial resistance, we saw that constant cleansing coming from TIMBO, you know, taking out the Chitang Dishang as well. He seemed to have an advantage, upper hand there, Killer, from the get-go and just managed it beautifully. Oh
my god, that Carnal took so many hits. I've never seen a Carnal take so many hits like that. He did really good. I think Carnal saved his team, even though Carnal died at the end. He still like helped his 3 other units that were on the field and drag on the match long enough for him to do some damage onto that Miles and the Marsha and the Cigar.
That's right, that's right. And prior to this, JANZELOT said that Marsha is one of the strongest characters, the meta in the game at the moment. It's not really working out from thus far here, Baus, but what can JANZELOT do here to remain in the competition? It's 2-0 to TIMBO now. He has to win the next 3 on the bounce. What does he do? What's the tactic right now?
I mean, he's definitely not down and out just yet. He has a chance to make a huge comeback. It's going to be a tricky one. He's going to have to throw some even more interesting picks. We know he has things like the Mi Ying. He still has the Ragdoll available in his next draft. There's definitely options available to him, but he has to decide, does he want to go aggressive or not?
Exactly. Aggressive or not, he has to remain in the competition. JANZELOT, it's the last chance here now. It's 2-0 to TIMBO in this first match of this best of 5. He has to win this one to remain in the competition. Let's jump back into the next pick and ban phase and see how this concludes. Over to you, boys.
Summoners, set number 3, which is a match point for TIMBO, best out of 5. Chitang Dishang and Oliver get the pre-ban, same as the first set. TIMBO with that first pick, what will he pick up?
I'm so curious if TIMBO is going to go with the Molly draft. He does go with the Molly draft. Actually, the Oliver was not pre-banned previously. It was the Hey Gang, so it's looking slightly different this time around.
Oh, that is correct. The Hey Gang was pre-banned earlier. TIMBO picking up Molly for the first unit, locked in. JANZELOT taking the Carnal and the Riley for the first 2 units.
Wow, that is a familiar looking draft there, Killer. The JANZELOT going with the draft that TIMBO used in the previous match. So it looks like this is going to be a slightly slower match than we've seen in the previous 2 rounds because both players are bringing out the healers. It's going to be a long one.
There we go, TIMBO picking up Abelio and Juno for 2nd and 3rd unit. JANZELOT not even taking a second to draft up that Cigar and Ragdoll for 3rd and 4th unit. TIMBO picking up Hearn for that 4th unit.
Hearn, a nice counter to Ragdoll, but I'm not sure if she actually brings enough against the other units on the field, because this time round JANZELOT has a little bit more sustain. I wonder if TIMBO will actually want to bring something like a Wusa, because there's not much strip. I mean, there is the Cigar, but there's not much strip on JANZELOT's side. Some immunity units would work out quite well for TIMBO, essentially.
Here we go, TIMBO picking up Kinky for that final unit. We know Kinky can't crit. Maybe he's thinking about leaving that Ragdoll in the field. JANZELOT, last unit, what will he pick up?
I do like the Kinky pickup. Kinky is really strong against, as you say, the Ragdoll, the Scar as well. He's a little bit weak to crowd control, which the Carnal brings, so you might want to think about banning out that Carnal potentially.
As you predicted earlier, boss, JANZELOT picks up that Mi Yang. Oh, for the final unit, locks it in. Bans are about to come in.
Oh, lovely. Mi Ying, the Dark Panda Warrior. I think that is a really obvious ban because he does so much damage. He's so tanky with that damage reduction passive. And the heal as well is going to be really hard to take out for TIMBO.
Here we go. Pre-bans are in. We got the Juno and the Mi Yang, the Dark Panda. Oh, no action of Mi Yang today.
No action of Mi Ying, unfortunately, but we do have the Hearn, we do have the Kinky, we have a couple of units that are a bit interesting that we get to showcase today.
Here we go, guys. Match point for TIMBO. First turn with the Molly goes for the strip on the Cigar, fails to strip him. Cigar landing the provoke on the Molly and the Abelio.
I think he did manage to reset the Abelio, which is really big for JANZELOT. Now he can really try and focus down one of these 4 units, but which one will he focus down? Because if he goes for the Kinky, Kinky's gonna revenge you and land a defense break, and maybe stun you as well if he's on despair.
And there we go, Kinky taking a turn into Cigar, doing a little bit of damage. Ooh, Hearn taking some damage from that Ragdoll. Ooh, Cigar onto Hearn, defense break, reverse, rain of fire from Carnal coming on.
Yes, indeed. Carnal is going to give so much control for JANZELOT in this game because he brings the attack bar reduction, he brings the slow, he brings the stun, and that's what he's been able to provide. However, Hearn is able to take out that Ragdoll with her Oblivion on her skill 3.
Yeah, 3-turn defense break, 3-turn Oblivion from the Hearn onto the Ragdoll. Kinky goes into that Ragdoll. Additional turn, dealing more damage onto the Ragdoll. Cigar. Here we go.
This is really huge. With Ragdoll having Oblivion, he doesn't have that passive that also reduces the damage that he takes himself. So this is a good opportunity if the defense break stays on that unit for Kinky to potentially take out the Ragdoll. There's also Abelio's skill 2 available. But you have to be careful. If you leave Ragdoll in tolerant range, that will be really scary as well.
Here we go. Billy doing some damage onto Ragdoll. Torrent is available from Ragdoll.
Oh my goodness.
Oh! Additional turn. Oh, wow.
What did I just witness, Killer?
Yes,
that was actually insane.
That violent proc was crazy.
That Abelio is so tanky, and then the violent proc came in, and now JANZELOT is in a very, very commanding
There we go, Hearn landing that Oblivion again on Ragdoll. Oh, Kinky revenging that Cigar with the defense break. Molly's provoked. Oh, Sword of Rain is available for Carnal. Goes for Sword of Rain. Oh, lands the stun on the Molly and the Kinky. We got the Riley healing the team.
It was a very, very brave choice for TIMBO to try and take down that Ragdoll. He thought that he'd be able to do it because there was Oblivion, so there was no damage reduction passive. But JANZELOT's Ragdoll is so tanky, and I think a big part of that is because he has that 44% lead from Cigar that helped the Ragdoll survive, stay in torrent range, not miss a crit on the Abelio proc. Perfect RNG for JANZELOT, and he's looking really, really fearsome indeed.
That Cigar provoke is controlling the team on TIMBO's side quite well at the moment. The Hearn missing a turn due to the provoke. Kinky skill 1 into Carnal. Carnal is defense broken. Ragdoll additional turn. Hearn not looking so good right now. Hearn surviving by an inch. Wow, one dot there.
Wow, wow, it's almost just the Molly. Molly is going to be able to cleanse up Hearn, I think, a little bit. So Hearn is not quite gone just yet. But the Kinky, it was interesting. Usually you don't have destroy runes in RTA, but I think this is a situation where if he had a destroy set on the Kinky, TIMBO would be looking a little bit better than he is now, because destroy will start to chip away at HP of Ragdoll and Carnal, whichever unit he decides he wants to take out.
JANZELOT sitting there with full HP bar. Sword of Rain again coming from Carnal. No stuns, but he does manage to land the slows. Cigar taking out that Kinky. That is huge. Molly gets the provoke. Ragdoll goes into Molly. Molly not looking very healthy right now. Riley taking out that Molly. Very ironic. A healer taking out a healer.
Indeed, and now JANZELOT is finally on the path to a famous comeback potentially.
GG's.
Absolutely. 2-1 to TIMBO right now, and apologies for the results being a bit skew up in the screen right now. They're being updated very soon, but 2-1 to TIMBO right now. JANZELOT gets himself back into the competition. Can we just talk about the Ragdoll action for a second there from JANZELOT? Baus, what an unbelievable RNG which went in his favor and just destroyed. And TIMBO rolled his eyes thinking, it doesn't get much more explosive than that. That was insane.
That was an iconic moment of the Europe Cup, and so early on as well. That proc was such a game changer. If he didn't proc, we'd be so impressed with how tanky the Abelio is. I mean, maybe a triple HP Abelio? Maybe that's why the Abelio didn't do very much damage. Usually you will put a little bit more damage, maybe a defense crit damage build. He decided to go with a really, really tanky Abelio. That's why the Ragdoll didn't get taken out. He gambled to try and take him out. Didn't work.
Indeed. And we saw there as well a lot of strat there coming in from the previous game from TIMBO's strat, kind of healing up regularly as well, which I think gave JANZELOT a bit more control as well, that his units remains kind of at full force at the course of that as well, Killer.
Exactly right. I did see him draft up the Carnal and the Riley early on, which was TIMBO's playstyle of the match before. Yeah. So it's all about that. Who can take that first unit and who can change the game around and put someone in a weaker position to take advantage of.
Exactly right. We head back into the game. Obviously, it's still 2-1 in TIMBO's favor right now, as you can see on screen, left and right hand side. And if TIMBO can take this one, that's it. It's match point for him, but JANZELOT squares things up and goes into a final game in a best of 5. Let's do this thing, fellas. Let's go. Pick and bet time.
Summoners, what a day it has been. TIMBO 2-1 over JANZELOT. It is best out of 5 match point for TIMBO. pre-bans are in. We've got the Abilia and the Oliver. JANZELOT with the first draft, picking up that Praha.
That is a really, really Praha draft right there, Killer. But of course, she brings that AoE strip and sustain. Sustain, pivoting to the sustain versus sustain for JANZELOT worked out really well in the previous match. And of course, she sets up that strip for the Chitang Dasheng, which JANZELOT does have available this time around.
And the speed, the buff that she recently got. She's a good unit at the moment. TIMBO picking up that Kano and Riley for first and second unit.
Interesting stuff. He's deciding to favor the Riley rather than the Molly. The Molly did not work out too well for him in the previous draft, so he's switching things up back to the draft that he picked up in Game 2.
There we go. JANZELOT with the Juno and Chitang Dasheng, like he predicted, boss, for his third unit locked in with 2 strippers backing him up.
Indeed, this time round, TIMBO is not going to be able to ban the stripper because there are 2 strippers, 2 oracles on the field, and things are looking very, very interesting for TIMBO. How is he going to counter that Chitang Dasheng? Is he just going to ban it?
There we go. TIMBO with a Molly and the Kinky for third and fourth unit, and JANZELOT responded very quickly with a Merlong and a Wusa.
I would like to have seen a Masha picked up by TIMBO, actually. I think Masha does really well against Chitang Dasheng and Juno. But of course, there is the threat of JANZELOT pivoting to a water-heavy draft as he is doing right now, especially with TIMBO not having any real strippers on the field apart from Molly.
There we go. TIMBO picking up Cadiz right at the end. This is 5th unit locked in bans. What are we going to see, boss?
No, that's actually a Julianne, the light vampire, not the dark vampire Cadiz. Julianne, really cool unit, but I think the Carnal might be the ban, or the Julianne, or the Kinky. On JANZELOT's side, it's got to be the Wusa because TIMBO is lacking strippers.
Apologies there. Yes, Julianne, who has picked up for that final unit. Any second now for the bans. The Riley and the Chitang Dasheng both get banned out. Leader skills are about to be locked in. TIMBO goes with the HP. JANZELOT goes with the HP. Who will take that first turn?
Indeed, there's no Riley on TIMBO's side of the field, so Chitang Dasheng could have popped up. He's chosen to ban the Chitang Dasheng instead of the Wusa.
There we go, Juno first skill into that Molly. Oh, Praha with the strip. And then go Merlong with the Dragon's Dance. Getting any stuns? No stuns. Kinky Revenges. Julianne.
Interesting that Molong chose to use the skill 2 rather than the skill 3. I wonder if a Reckless Assault from Molong followed up by skill 2 Mountain's Power from Wusa would have taken out the King potentially.
There we go, Carnal dealing some damage into that Molong, keeping his Reckless Assault in check. Praha, skill 1 into Molly, gets an additional turn. Her skill 2 for Daydream is available for Praha, so she can go for another strip later, but it's unnecessary at the moment.
Indeed, and now basically TIMBO has decided he wants to rely on the Molly skill 1 strip because all 3 of his units, the Kinky, the Julianne and the Carnal, would benefit from that immunity from Wusa not being around. But at the same time, he has so much sustain from Molly, he could just wait for the Wusa, for the units to go out of immunity potentially.
There we go, predicted future from Praha, sleeping everyone and healing himself up. Hey, he's sleeping.
I do think it's a good target selection from JANZELOT here because he's going for the Molly first. Molly and the Julie, because if he goes for one of the other units, they you know, the Molly stays on the field for longer, whereas if you take out the Molly first, then the sustain is gone, and then you can just work down each of the other ones one by one.
That's actually a huge stun coming from Juno onto that Molly. Julianne doing some serious damage onto Merlong. Merlong is being stunned by that Julianne multiple times right now. Oh, Wusa almost taking out that Molly. Oh, Praha taking out that Molly. This is amazing. Amazing to watch.
Indeed, and finally, JANZELOT's units don't have immunity anymore, but that is so unfortunate for TIMBO to miss the stun from Julianne onto the Wusa.
We see some fixed damage come from Wusa's skill 2 into that Carnal. Huge, this Juno, stunning every unit she touches. Carnal gets the stun, Kinky gets an additional turn. Where will he direct his damage? Goes for the AoE, keeping that Merlong on low health. Carnal, Sword of Rain. Here we go, Praha goes for the predicted future, sleeps 2 out of the 3 units.
This Praha is bringing so much to the table for JANZELOT because of the Wusa's skill 3, the immunity that he provides. Actually, Praha doesn't sleep herself, so she's able to provide that speed buff to the whole team and not do the disadvantage that it usually gives herself. And JANZELOT could be on the edge of getting closer to a famous comeback here today.
There we go. Merlong with the reckless assault, taking out that Kinky. Goes for the Julian. Julian surviving by inch. Goes for the leech with the skill 1. Wusa taking him out. What a comeback. It is 2-0 match point for both players. Wow.
2-2. Can you believe it,
Yeah.
boys? We didn't think it was going to happen, but it did happen. I think we saw there as well, Timbo missing up the Praha, just sending everyone to sleep constantly. And then we had the mist, the Wusa, the mist stun. Everything went in JANZELOT's favor there. And Timbo, again, rolls his eyes thinking, what can you do in those situations?
What can you do, eh? I wonder if things could have been a little bit different. He banned out that Wusa, because then he had the Carnal, he had the Julian that do provide some stuns and some crowd control and some control. He decided he wanted to gamble to, you know, take out that Qitang Desheng, because Qitang Desheng is a really scary unit in himself. It didn't quite work out for him in that round. But at the same time, Timbo is not to be discounted. This is really gearing up to be a really exciting showdown right now. Things looking on the edge. Is Timbo actually going to go back to his aggressive draft that worked out really well for him in game 1?
That's the thing. I mean, these are the moments we live for, guys. These are the moments right now where everything's on the line. To remain in the competition, you have to win this next game, both players. Timbo and JANZELOT, one of them will progress through to the semi-finals, one will be knocked out of the Europe Cup finals here and miss out on that chance to go to Korea later this year for Worlds. It all comes down to this. Hype in the chat. Who's going to take it? Let us know. Back over to Baus and to Killer. Fellas, let's do this thing.
Here we go. Adam, exactly like you said, match point for both players. This is crucial for both players. Pre-bans are in. We've got the Qitang Desheng and the Oliver that had very little action today get banned out.
The most threatening sort of a control turn 1 units have been taken out. So I think this might be gearing up to be a turn 2 versus turn 2 match again. And we know which player won the previous turn 2 versus turn 2 match. And that is the player whose name begins with J.
Here we go. Timbo picking up Marsha for the first unit, locks her in. JANZELOT responds very quickly with the Praha and the Molly for the first and second unit.
Praha is an excellent pickup right now because she provides that healing really loaded kit, but she's also water element, so really nice counter to the Masher.
Exactly. Here we go. Timbo picking up Riley for his second unit. And the Juno, takes her out, changes his mind last second, brings out Julian and locks it in for that third unit.
Oh, Julian did not work out super well for Timbo in the previous match. And I wonder if JANZELOT is going to be picking up a unit that disables the Julian like a Tessarion.
There we go. JANZELOT picking up the Cigar and Merlong for third and fourth unit. Timbo finally bringing out his Alexandria and Abilia locked in for final unit. JANZELOT goes with the Wusa for the final unit. Bans are in. Wusa and Marsha both get the ban. Resistance for JANZELOT. No leader skill for a Timbo, which is a big match point for both players right here. Very exciting to see. Cheer up, crowd.
This is going to be a really, really close match, Killer.
There we go. Praha taking that first turn and the Daydream for the strip. Cigar, skill. Go! Lands 3 provokes on that Billy Alexandra and that damage on Julian.
Oh my goodness. Failing the strip on the Riley. Riley's going to cleanse. Is she going to cleanse the stun?
Yeah, Grassland Tribe Totem. Skill 4 cleanse. Putting up some heals and attack bar.
The other thing to note is that I think Alexandra does have her skills available. She had the provoke from Sagar in the previous turn, but she is going to be able to do her skill Moonlight Flash if she chooses to do so. But there's also Molly on the field, which does counter Alexandra somewhat. So it's going to be a gamble if and when Timbo decides to transform into human form with Alexandra.
There we go, Praha, another... Cigar about to take a turn, goes into Riley. Resistance, no provoke, skill 1 provokes it. Reckless Assault is available, chooses to go with skill 1, trying to land the defense break onto that Riley. Moonlight Flash is available from Alexandra. Will he use it? He's waiting. Skill 1 into Praha, wow.
Decides now is not the time to gamble. Maybe later on in the match where things are looking a little bit more dicey. But is it a mistake? It was his window of opportunity to transform. Does have the Julian that does really, really nice damage as well, though. You want to be able to take that down that Molong or that Praha as soon as possible. Which target does he decide to go for?
There we go. Julian goes into Praha, stuns her, and deals some serious damage there. Onto Praha. Cigar landing the provoke again on the same 3 units. Molong landing a defense break on the Abilio. Molly with the skill 1 on the Abilio, doing some damage because of that defense break.
That was some really impressive damage from Julian. We know with Julian's passive that you can build him on full damage, and he took out such a large chunk of Praha health. But it wasn't enough because JANZELOT still has the Molly to keep healing up the Praha over and over, and this Molong is gonna—
Oh! That's huge! Molong's reckless assault failing to take out that Abilio. Molly finishing that Abilio up from JANZELOT's side. Wow, did you see that?
It was very, very crazy indeed. And I now am wondering if TIMBO is ruining his decision not to gamble with the Alexandra transform earlier in the match, because Alexandra would not only have done some nice damage, she would have provided the attack break and the glancing to disable JANZELOT's units a little bit more. And now JANZELOT is looking in a really commanding position. His Molong and Praha have done so much work for JANZELOT.
There we go, that Alexandria stunning that Cigar. Julian following up with a stun of his own onto Praha. Riley with another heal. Grass Tribe Totem heal. Skill 4 from Riley.
Indeed, and the Molly is just giving so much sustain to JANZELOT's team, and the dot from Praha's predicted future. Wow!
Oh, we just saw that Moonlight Flash coming from Alexandria. Attack break all over JANZELOT's side. Oh, this is an exciting match. It's anyone's game at the moment. Cigar goes into the Alexandria, lands the defense break, lands the provoke. Riley cleanses that huge defense break.
That was incredible, Killer. We saw the impact of the Moonlight Flash just now from TIMBO. This was a skill he chose not to use earlier, and imagine if he'd used that skill earlier. At the same time, Alexandra is still on the field. Alexandra is definitely capable of a 1v4. The chances are slim, but do not discount TIMBO yet.
There we go, Praha with the predicted future, healing JANZELOT's team up back to full health. Molong, additional turn. He's trying to put some damage into the Alexandra. Cigar manages to strip and provoke the Alexandra. Molly doing some damage now as the game has gone into quite a bit of time.
Indeed, and the Alexandra with attack being increased with additional damage from Praha is not able to survive for long.
GG's, what a comeback!
What a comeback. 3 on the balance for JANZELOT. I mean, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Able to ride the storm, and despite Riley trying to cleanse and heal up as much as possible, it just wasn't enough there, Baus. And we sadly lose TIMBO from the competition, but what a great first match in the Euro Cup 2022.
That was a truly iconic matchup indeed. TIMBO was in such a commanding lead at 2-0. JANZELOT was almost down and out. We said we can't discount him. It's not over yet. And indeed, we should not have, because that was one of the greatest comebacks of all time. TIMBO must be feeling so gutted to have been eliminated from such a dominant position. But I was really impressed with JANZELOT adapting his drafts, going for a more control type situation, and also switching up his pre-bans. He pre-banned the Heigang in the match 1. That didn't really work out. It allowed TIMBO to go with the Oliver. Then he changed to pre-banning Oliver, and that actually made a huge difference to how the match unfolded.
It certainly did, yeah. And you know, GG's to TIMBO. It's great having him, the newcomer. Sadly doesn't progress through to the next round, but JANZELOT does. Only 20 years old, so young, and getting a chance at the semi-finals here. We've got an interview with our...
Congratulations, moving to the semifinals.
Thank you, but it still hurts. I would love to see TIMBO here.
Oh, but how did it feel defeating your friend?
We had to. That's the thing.
At least one of you moved.
Yeah, one of us made it through, and that's the most important part right now.
It looked really bad in the beginning. What did you change in the strategy?
I tried to adapt more to Tim's brutish style, so I chose more defensive style.
Okay, so can you already say something for the next match? Who would you like to compete against?
That's a hard question, because SEIISHIZO has the best box, and I already lost to ISMOO. But I can say one thing, I won't repeat the same mistake twice.
Ooh, okay, thank you so much.
Look, love that.
Nice.
Love that. I won't repeat the same mistake twice. Already he's learning from his last game. He's learning to see exactly what he did wrong. A bit too defensive, he thinks, at first. No, a bit too aggressive at first, but I think more defensive down the line there, Killer.
Yeah. He said that, and then he looked into the crowds looking for ISMOO, I think.
To stare him down. So I'm coming for you, man.
Yeah,
I'm coming for you. Good question, though, to kind of see who he's looking forward to playing in the next round as well. Because, I mean, that's the thing with this competition. You have to look forward to the next game. But the next game there. But 2 more. Again, well, I guess 1 more in a way. If you win the semi-final, you go through to Worlds confirmed, one of those 2 places. You can see the bracket right now, folks, you guys watching at home. We had a 3-2. We had a full best of 5 in our first game of the day. Sadly, we lose TIMBO. GG's to TIMBO. Great to have you here, buddy, the newcomer. JANZELOT progresses through to the semi-finals later on. You can see there, ready and waiting to face either SEIISHIZO and ISMOO. But as well there, Baus, I guess a lot of players, even in match 3 and 4, then the different side of the bracket there, watching on, looking and seeing how other players of the same caliber are taking on the challenge of the Europe Cup this year.
I mean, all of these players will be really interested to see what happens in the prior matches because they might face them in the semi-final, they might face them in the final. They've got to take note of what they're bringing.
They certainly do here. Right, as always, we love to give you guys a bit of insight into the players that you're about to see compete on the screen. SEIISHIZO, we've talked about him. Let's find out a bit more about the man, the myth.
Hi, I'm SEIISHIZO. I'm 30 years old. I live in the Netherlands, in a town in the center of the Netherlands. So for my playstyle, I got this question more, and a lot of people would say like I'm a turn 1 player, but besides that, I can also play in turn 2. I can also play reactive, but I can also play bruiser. So I'm a little bit of everything, I would say. The changes to the Oracles came actually, I think, about a week before the prelims, which was a pretty big change to the skill 1 not gaining 45% attack bar on full crits, but only 30, which is a big impact. It's just seeing what works, how does it work, does the same thing still work, or do I have to switch a little bit around? And that combined a little bit of everything. The answers to that made it that I played the way I did. Look at it as 1 damage.
Here he comes, the almighty SEIISHIZO! Oh, he's living it. He's living the dream there, fellas. He's enjoying every second of this, Killer, and rightly so.
Yes, exactly right. It's not his first time. He's pretty comfortable, he looks pretty chill, and he looks pretty ready.
I love the showboating playing to the crowd here, Baus, as well. I mean, you can see career there, been in positions before where there's been an opportunity to go through to the Europe Cup, but it hasn't quite happened thus far. But the prelims were great for him as well. Undefeated, won every single match, liver and guts as well. Looking very strong going into this one.
He'll be looking very strong. He's showing some confidence there, but he has had a history of making it to every Europe Cup in the past couple of years, but not actually making it through to the World Finals. He'll be looking to correct that, but there's a lot of pressure on his shoulders. At the same time, he probably has the most fearsome monster box by far of any player here today, so he's in a really good position to make it through.
Killer, do you think he can beat ISMOO? Is there the opportunity? Do you think it's going to happen? We've got to go to the VT very soon. Do you think yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, massive. Okay, massive. It could happen. Let's meet his competitor, though. We know him very, very well. The almighty ISMOO. Here he is.
Hi, I'm ISMOO. I'm 30 years old. I'm from Germany, Tönis Forst, and this is the 4th time I'm participating in SWC. If I play a game, I always be competitive because I don't play it just as fun. I want to be one of the best always in every game. I'm mostly playing second turn and try to survive with monsters like Pontos, Abelio, or sustain units, and mostly I build them on 100 res. If one of them resists, I pretty much can turn around the game. Watch out, I still have some secret weapons left.
We know him all too well. Here he is. It's ISMOO! What's that, baby? Welcome to Europe Cup 2022, ISMOO. Look at those accolades as well, Killer. He's been there, he's seen it all, he's got the t-shirt.
Yeah, Adam, I'm actually feeling ISMOO's vibes a lot lately. I got to meet him in the last couple of days, and he seems like a great guy. And you know what? When I talk to him, he seems very well prepared. He's very calm on his conversations, and he's not giving anything away. So I'm excited to see what he's got for us today.
Yeah, me too. He seems very composed here. Obviously, we saw in the prelims as well. Won his first matchup, didn't get through in the semis against PINKROID, who we know he's qualified with last year, played against last year in the final. But I love a word to the opponent there. Have a nice match. What a lovely guy here, Faust.
He is a top man indeed. I can totally echo Killer's sentiments in that he is just such a nice person to hang out with, and also he has that experience of being in the World Finals last year. He knows how to do it, and he'll be feeling like he can do it again.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, the other day we were at the player hotel, we had a bite to eat. These guys were sat opposite each other on the table. They were giving nothing away. They knew they're playing each other. They know exactly what's in store, but they were keeping very cool, calm, and collected. But this is the moment the battle really commences. There's best of 5 here. ISMOO versus SEIISHIZO. Let's head into match 2 of the Europe Cup quarterfinals here as we take a pick and ban and see exactly what will happen next.
Summoners, the second match of the day is in action right now. ISMOO versus SEIISHIZO. It is a best of 5. We got the pre-bans, the Wunsa and the Oliver get pre-bans.
I am really surprised by that Oliver pre-ban, given he could have pre-banned the Gianna or the Lima. ISMOO must be having some tricks prepared up his sleeve, maybe some off-wheel units for a Gianna pick.
SEIISHIZO not taking a second to draft up that Shizuka as the first unit and has locked it in. ISMOO taking his time to draft up his 2 units, goes with the Praha.
Well, with Oliver not being available as the most common first pick, Shizuka is probably the next best unit to first pick, and it'll be really interesting to see who he decides to combine with the Shizuka.
ISMOO picking up 2 oracles away from SEIISHIZO. The Oracle King drafting up the Praha, and the Juno on ISMOO's side have been locked in.
I do wonder how many oracles we will see in this match, Killer, because those 2 units do counter the Shizuka quite nicely with their skill 2s, especially the Juno, of course, where Shizuka's debuffs don't really work on the Juno super well.
Well, there we go, another oracle picked up by SEIISHIZO. Lima locked in for second unit, Molly for the third. ISMOO with the Dominic. First time seeing Dominic today, has come out to play and has been locked in for ISMOO's third unit.
That is looking like a very fearsome combo, having both Lima and Shizuka available to him. SEIISHIZO, he's going to have almost permanent invincibility, but luckily ISMOO does have those 2 strippers. Does he want to bring yet another stripper though?
Here we go, picking up that Wusa for his 4th unit on ISMOO's side. SEIISHIZO bringing out that Changpang and the Charlotte and locks it in. Charlotte and Changpang locked in for SEIISHIZO's draft, which is completed. ISMOO, 1 more unit to pick up.
Wow, very interesting indeed. You don't usually see a Molly with a Charlotte, but I do actually quite like it because ISMOO is looking very water heavy, and he has the Changpang or the Lion Master strip, followed by either the Changpang or the Charlotte skill 3. ISMOO definitely wants to bring a fire unit to counter that, as he does.
And a fire unit indeed. He has picked up Marsha for that final unit on ISMOO's side and has locked it in. Few more seconds for the bans to come in. I'm curious to see what we're going to get a ban.
Indeed, I wonder which of the fire units will be banned out, the Masha or the Juno.
Masha gets banned, Changpang gets banned. Here we go, ISMOO versus SEIISHIZO. Leader skills are about to come in. Are we both going to get an accuracy from Lima and a HP from Dom on ISMOO's side? This is the first set, best of 5, ISMOO versus SEIISHIZO. Here we go. Lima with the first turn, goes for the strip, lands the 2 slow on the Wusa and the Dominic. Charlotte follows up very fast, reduces that attack bar.
That's a really interesting choice of lead from SEIISHIZO, actually picking up the accuracy lead rather than the HP lead, which was available from Shizuka, which suggests that SEIISHIZO's units are really efficient rather than high accuracy. Is that going to be mean that once ISMOO starts to, take his turns, it's going to be a little bit easier to take down SEIISHIZO's units, I wonder.
Wow, all things in nature coming out from Shizuka. First time seeing that today, and it's huge. Juno goes for the strip.
Wow.
Wow, what happened there? Juno is asleep from the...
It was from the Charlotte, I think. That was really, really interesting. I can't tell if Charlotte actually revenged or not. Maybe she did, but of course the sleep from the Charlotte actually helps Juno because it gives Juno a little bit of healing for her team.
Wow, pass, life spell put onto Charlotte. SEIISHIZO looking very healthy with all those buffs on his team. Goes with the skill 1 onto Praha. Molly onto Dominic. Gets an additional turn. Could that be a good thing? Goes onto Dominic again. Praha. Predicted future or daydream for the strip. Goes for the strip, daydream. Oh, Lima with the revenge. Additional turn from Praha. Goes for the predicted future. Landing the sleep on 2 of the units.
Oh, yes. One is Praha, one is Molly. That was really lucky when Praha had the glancing that she was able to strip the Shizuka, Lima, and the Molly. And when she didn't have the glancing, she was really unfortunate to fail the sleep on 2 of the units. So what does glancing even do at the moment? Luckily for ISMOO, for Dominic, the glancing doesn't really matter. He still does the same amount of damage because, of course, his damage is fixed based on his attack.
Nothing matters for Dominic, not even glancing or elemental. Oh, Dominic putting some serious damage into that Shizuka. Shizuka not looking very healthy. Molly sustaining the team with the heal. Shizuka surviving by an inch. Oh wow, this is huge actually. Goes for the skill 1 onto Dominic, fails the super speed buff. Lands the stuns from the Charlotte. Dominic only taking 1 turn so far. Juno onto the Shizuka, takes her out.
Wow, that was thrilling. The Molly sustaining to the Shizuka by the edge of her teeth. Is that an expression? But it doesn't matter because Juno was able to take out that Shizuka based on her artifact. Additional damage, of course, not caring about element.
That was actually a huge proc from Wusa, putting some pure damage from his skill 2 into Charlotte. But that Charlotte is on revenge. Revenge on the Wusa, failed to sleep him. Charlotte goes on to Dominic. Dominic about to take a turn. Goes into Charlotte. Takes out Charlotte. That is huge. Huge.
There it is. We love to see it. ISMOO is looking very dominant right now. Only Lima really bringing damage. Molly, of course, with the heavy sustain. But is it going to be enough for units against 2?
There we go. Also putting up some buffs up on his team, looking pretty healthy. Praha doing some damage onto that Molly. I think he's having to work on Molly first because Lima is on revenge. Dominic, you're up. Are you going on to Molly? Doing some serious damage on Molly. No additional turn. Molly gets some sustain and heal from her passive.
Wow. There we go. This Dominic is so tanky. He has an HP lead available to him to help him survive. And even though SEIISHIZO has been focusing down at Dominic, he is still on the field. He has Wusa, Juno, and Praha helping Dominic stay alive. And ISMOO is really showing the quality of his runes and artifacts right now. We know that SEIISHIZO has incredibly strong ones of those 2, but ISMOO absolutely has the same.
There we go. Dominic taking out that Molly and surviving so many hits through this match. SEIISHIZO sitting there thinking about his next match because ISMOO is sitting there with 4 units and SEIISHIZO with 1 unit. This match looks pretty well decided at this moment.
Indeed. SEIISHIZO, I am sure, will be wondering, what am I going to change in this match for the next match? It was an interesting matchup. It was really, really hard to tell going into the match. I did think that if ISMOO had a slight advantage, I wonder if SEIISHIZO should have actually banned out the Juno rather than the Masher, because in this match, he had 2 sources of immunity from the Shizuka and Lima, but ISMOO had 2 strips. If you banned out the fire unit that also stripped the Juno, things might actually have been a little bit different.
Indeed they are. ISMOO goes into a 1-0 lead here. He said before this competition, do your best, but you won't get past me easily. And he's absolutely spot on after that first game there. The Dominic there, killer as well, was just so dominant in that last game. Such a strong unit.
Yeah, Adam, that Dominic took a lot of hits at the beginning, like turn cycles, the Lima, the Shizuka, all that damage from the Charlotte, and the Dominic just survived and survived and survived. And when he had his chance, he put that damage into the enemy and did some kills.
Yeah, you can see as well there, SEIISHIZO's body language, very composed at first, kind of like taking his time, looking, but suddenly towards the end realizing, okay, the tides have turned here. This is looking a little bit worrying. Now you talked about it, kind of going away, and what does SEIISHIZO do in the next game? Baus, what do you think he does now in this next set? How does he get back into the competition to a degree? Because obviously he's still very much in this. We saw the first game was 3-2, loads to play for, but he wants to make a mark here, right?
Absolutely. He wants to make a mark, and he has so many tools available to him to help make a mark. It will be really interesting to see if ISMOO decides to pre-ban one of the oracles this time around. He can't pre-ban the Oliver anymore. Is SEIISHIZO going to pre-ban one of ISMOO's LDs, or is he going to pre-ban the Oliver?
Yeah, pre-ban's obviously such a vital part of the game, and we're about to jump into the next one. This is match 2, set 2. ISMOO, SEIISHIZO, what will happen next? Can't wait to see how the next chapter unfolds. Over to you, fellas.
Summoner's second set is underway as predicted by Boss. The Gianna, the Oracle gets the pre-ban, the Oliver gets the pre-ban. They are locked in. ISMOO picking up the Shizuka this time around for the first unit and locks it in. SEIISHIZO drafting up the Dominic and the Masha.
This draft is looking very much mirrored from match 1. SEIISHIZO actually deciding to pre-ban the Oliver rather than the Light Dark unit, and ISMOO taking out the Shizuka, which is probably the strongest unit that if Oliver is not available.
There we go, ISMOO picking up that Miles for the second unit. We know Miles is a very strong meta unit that does some fixed damage according to speed, and he's been locked in.
I do like that Miles pickup. Really interesting, SEIISHIZO taking a different approach to ISMOO by picking up the Dominic and the Masha, 2 really strong meta units, rather than the Stripper, saving those until later on in his draft.
I'm loving that Tessarion pickup from ISMOO locked in for the third unit. SEIISHIZO responding with a Molly and the Praha locked in this time around on his side.
SEIISHIZO really favoring the Molly once again. He could have picked up the Riley, but the Riley gets countered quite well by Miles, so he wants to bring a healer that is not providing buffs. At the same time, he also has that Praha, which is a nice counter to all of the units on ISMOO's side of the field.
There we go, ISMOO picking up the Sierra and the Merlong for his final 2 units. They have locked in. This is the first time we've seen Sierra in today's matches.
I mean, the Oracle King has busted out an Oracle that is not one of his signature colors. And ISMOO, the player facing the Oracle King, actually bringing his own Oracle once again. ISMOO has now picked up all 3 elemental Oracles in his matches so far.
Wow, we got the Water Battle Angel picked up by SEIISHIZO as the final unit, and it's locked in.
Well, that is a surprise. The Amber, the Water Battle Angel, she does fixed damage based on the number of debuffs on enemy. With that skill 2 having 3 or 4 hits, that can take out quite a nice chunk of health, and actually synergizing with the Praha's predicted future really nicely. I wonder if that means ISMOO will either take out the Amber or the Praha, or just one of the oppressive single target damage dealers.
The pre-bans arena, which is both HP leads. We got the Shizuka and the Dominic pre-ban, speed lead and resistance lead. ISMOO with the speed lead, SEIISHIZO with the resistance lead. This is set number 2. ISMOO 1-0 over SEIISHIZO. Here we go. Miles with the first shot. Spin, grab, shot. Goes on to Amber. Resistance. Wow.
Oh, that is unfortunate. That resistance from Amber is huge because now we get to see the combo Praha into Amber. Is that combo going to be able to take out a unit before it even moves from ISMOO's side?
There we go. We got that Tessa on revenge, but Tessa is asleep after that predicted future coming off Praha. Praha another turn onto the Sierra, dealing very okay damage onto that Sierra.
Yeah, SEIISHIZO is looking in a really good position indeed because he has Praha, he has Molly, he has a lot of sustain on his side, whereas ISMOO's draft is supposed to be a draft where he tries to take out a unit turn 1, but he's not able to do so because the Sierra was actually not quick enough to follow up in order to help him do that. I wonder which unit is going to be ISMOO's focus now.
Did you see that damage from Tessarion into Molly, landing that defense break Oblivion and bringing her HP bar down to half? Who will he cleanse? Will he cleanse the bomb or will he cleanse his Oblivion? Goes for the Oblivion cleanse, cleanses it off Molly. Praha with skill 1 into Sierra. Sierra, the bomb is available again. Will he try to land it on Praha and take it out? Here we go. ISMOO, what will you do? Goes onto the Praha, lands the bomb. Oh, he's getting detonated. No, chooses not to detonate.
I think that's a smart decision to not detonate the bomb just yet, simply because one of the bombs is going to explode next turn anyway, and Molly has already used her cleanse. But look at how much damage and what an impactful skill 2 that was from Amber just now.
Yeah, Amber in action seems very, very interesting. Masha taking out that Sierra. Wow, additional turn. Goes into Tessarion. Tessarion gets the defense break. Oh my god! No, Praha gets additional turn and detonates the bomb and is out of this match. Molly takes out that Tessarion. Miles, a very strong unit, goes onto the Amber, dealing a little bit of damage. Spin, grab, shot. Will he go to Amber again? Goes onto the Masha, failing to stun her, but strips her. No longer the Reckless taking out Amber.
Oh, this match is so close. We have Masha, which is traditionally going to be weak to water units, but we know from the ladder, I personally know that Masha can crit on water whenever she likes. Is she going to do enough of those crits for Masha to take out one of these two water
Honestly,
units?
that was a huge proc for Miles dismantling that Masha. Masha's dismantled, not looking too healthy. Like you said, a critical onto water from Masha, dealing damage onto that Merlong. Miles returning the favor and taking out that Masha out of this match. Merlong goes for the Dragon's Dance, failing to stun the Molly. Spin, a grab, shot from Miles onto Molly. Molly takes a turn and heals.
Saving that spin grab shot for when Molly puts up the shield so that he can strip the shield. The fact that this Molong is on Vampire is actually really good for ISMOO because he can leech a little bit of health. Otherwise, that Molong would have been taken out by the Molly right now. And I think ISMOO is looking like he's going to go into a 2-0 lead right now, potentially. What an exciting time to be alive.
Wow, he doesn't do spin grab shot, takes that second set. 2-0 over SEIISHIZO.
Love that, love that. Do you know what? That is superb work. I love the fact that even before the final monster is taken out, ISMOO's like, let's go. He knows straight up he's done it. And also, I love this as well, because we saw SEIISHIZO very confident coming into this competition as well. Walks down the stairs going like, yeah, look at the name. And that ISMOO straight away is going, that's 2, mate. That's 2. That's twice. All right? I got my 2 already. I mean, fantastic work again there. We saw, units that we haven't seen previously. You mentioned about vampires, leeching off. It seemed that ISMOO really has kind of maybe catered for every different scenario mentally, kind of knows how to work around SEIISHIZO's potential strategies each time here. Killer, this is a last chance of it. We saw that in the first game, we saw that it was, JANZELOT managed to do it, get 3 on the bounce here, but ISMOO, he's been there, he's done it all at the Worlds, he got to the Europe Cup final. I mean, is this a much tougher hill to climb for SEIISHIZO now?
It is, but it is doable, like we saw in the last match.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is a tough hill, but like it's still anyone's game.
I know.
It's a best out of 5, so we're about to see how it's going to turn out.
That's what we love. Prelims are getting into this competition, and the best of the best are here. So anything really is possible right now. And again, as always, let us know in the chat who you think is going all the way. Is it ISMOO or SEIISHIZO? But it's 2-0 to ISMOO now. Can SEIISHIZO make the comeback? It is time to pick and ban once again here. This being so pivotal for our players, particularly SEIISHIZO, because it could be last chance saloon. It's back to Baus and to Killer to bring us all the action. Let's dive on in.
Here we go. ISMOO versus SEIISHIZO. Match point for ISMOO. Pre-bans are in. We got the Oliver and the Wunsa pre-bans.
That is no surprise at all. They decided to default to the pre-bans from match 1, but are they going to change up their picks this time round? Because SEIISHIZO's draft did not work out too well for him in the previous round.
There we go. SEIISHIZO picking up that Praha Oracle King first locked in. ISMOO with the Shizuka and the Dominic for first and second unit.
This is really interesting. It is looking like match 1, but the player names are switched because SEIISHIZO is the one with the Praha Juno and ISMOO is the one with the Shizuka. ISMOO is switching up though because he's bringing water units to counter those fire units and not wind units.
Yeah, that was very quick drafting from both players just a second ago. SEIISHIZO picking up that Masha and Juno for second and third unit. ISMOO picking up that Miles that's done well for him in the past match, locked in for third unit, and his fourth unit is going to be a Pontos.
Wow, that is a surprising pick, especially because SEIISHIZO has the light and the dark oracle available to him. I wonder if he got a little bit nervous being on the edge of victory because SEIISHIZO can just bring out 2 more strippers, his oracles, or other units as we see on the screen, and then Pontos won't do a whole amount.
And there we go, Diana and the Gianna are locked in for SEIISHIZO's side. The 4th and 5th unit. ISMOO flashing the pure vanilla cookie that he recently, I assume, got. I did not witness it, but yes, I did see it. He got it a day ago. Tsarion has been drafted. Ooh, what is he going to pick his final unit?
Oh, so many choices, so difficult to decide. If he's picking up the Bello, that might mean he is banning out the Diana, but also the Praha has such a strong skill set that has to be under consideration as well for a ban.
There we go. Abilia gets locked in for ISMOO's sides. The bans are in. The Diana, the Pontos get the ban. What leader skills are we going to see? Are we going to see a resistance lead from SEIISHIZO? No, he goes with the attack lead and the HP lead for ISMOO. Match point for ISMOO. It is the best out of 5. It is still anyone's game at this moment. Here we go. First turn with Miles. Miles, he wasn't using skill 1 before. Will he use skill 2 this time? Spin grab shot. Oh, big stun on Gianna. Wow. Again, more damage onto Gianna. Gianna missing a turn from that stun.
Well, I thought the Pontos was a weird pick, but it was not that weird because SEIISHIZO decided to ban out the Pontos. I'm actually quite surprised why he banned it out. I'm sure he has his reasons. I can't see it right now because he had 3 AoE strippers, but maybe he thought, I don't have enough accuracy on his units, because we do remember he picked the accuracy lead on Lima previously, so maybe that is why.
Wow, Dominic deleting that Gianna out of this match. Juno deals some damage onto Dominic. Dominic is still looking okay. Abilio's passive, was that triggered or is it a turn? No, full attack bar, takes a turn, goes for the heal, provokes the Juno. It's not an advantage actually because Juno gets a speed buff right now. Shizuka, all things in nature, is available. Will she choose to use it or will she go past life spell onto Dominic?
Wow, what a match, what a match. And ISMOO is in a bit of a lead right now because SEIISHIZO's Gianna got removed from the field so incredibly quickly. Last time round, Miles was not able to stun on his turn 1. This time round, he has been able to take out that Gianna. But Masha is still on the field. Do not discount SEIISHIZO just yet, especially when he has to sustain from Praha.
Wow, that fast link from Masha landing a defense break. And the Praha, not knowing anything about elemental advantage, taking out that Dominic by being a water unit, and Dominic was win. There we go, he's working on that Miles now from SEIISHIZO's side. Miles, additional turn, spin grab shot onto, oh, Masha, strips, fails to stun, fast link available, goes onto Miles, fails the defense break. Vilio dismounting the Masha.
Well, it does help a lot. The artifacts don't care about element, but at the same time, this Masha being SEIISHIZO's main source of damage, and yet that she has to take down 3 water units. We know Masha can crit on water whenever she likes, but at the same time, can she crit this many times to take out 3 water units? Really, really hard to say, especially when Shizuka is on the field as well, one of the scariest units available.
That is a huge move from Shizuka, all things in nature. Ability taking out that Masha. Praha is stunned and asleep. Juno is going to get a big heal right now. There we go. Full heal for SEIISHIZO's side. Goes for the strip. Oh, lands it on Oliver. Oliver with the 4 dots. Oh, past life spell from Shizuka is available. Will he bring back a unit or will it give it to Miles? Gives it to Oliver. I mean,
give it to Abelio, interestingly. He wants Abelio to get his cooldowns back again, and he indeed does. What a smart move. He could have chosen to give it to Dominic to put some more damage on the Praha, but this is a really good move as well. And he's just going to work down this Praha. Once the Praha is gone, there's going to be nothing. I don't think this Juno can take out any of these water units.
That is actually a huge additional turn from that Praha. Miles not looking very healthy right now. That engine passive was dealing some serious damage earlier. Here we go. Juno into the Shizuka.
It is definitely not over yet, Killer. That Miles had so many dots on him. I wonder if it was actually a good decision from ISMOO earlier to use the Shizuka skill free, because the Oracles were able to convert those into dots.
Crit. Ooh, failed crit on the Praha. That is very crucial. That Dominic weakening in that Praha. Oh, additional turn.
This Praha almost has her Daydream available again. ISMOO is going to need to take out this Praha as soon as possible before she gets another turn. But of course, she does kind of turn cycle really easily. Or she could just proc. Can he stun her with Abelio?
Oh, big stun from Abelio into Praha. Praha missing a turn.
Oh my god.
That is huge. Oh, Shizuka, all things in nature is available. Will he use it?
Please don't use it. No.
No. Oh, Praha gets the stun. Juno gets the debuffs and the speed buff. Abilio goes into, who's he going to go? Is he going to gamble into Juno? Goes into Juno,
choice.
Take out Juno. Oh,
excellent choice.
Wow, that was amazing to watch.
Of course, there was the dot that Shizuka was providing on the Praha. ISMOO did gamble a bit that he would land a dot on the Praha. Of course, Juno can heal a lot with all those debuffs, but it didn't matter. These 2 units, Shizuka and Abelio, are still alive. It worked out in the end, and I don't think this Juno is going to be able to take out an Abelio.
There we go. Billy doing some serious damage on that Juno. Juno revenges. Juno takes a turn, gets some attack bar. Shizuka skill 1 onto Juno, takes it out. ISMOO takes it out with a clean sweep. 3-0, moving on to the semi-finals.
Wow, you love to see it. The crowd are going wild there, fellas. Wow, ISMOO 3-0. Who would have called that against SEIISHIZO? A valiant effort from his competitor, but ISMOO progresses through to the next round there in the semi-finals against JANZELOT. JANZELOT wanted it and he got it. ISMOO is there. What an unbelievable performance there. We talk about, managing out a game ultimately, but the decision making there from ISMOO just felt so on the money there, Baus. It was just, it was the experience paying dividends.
Absolutely. He is such a fearsome competitor, and it was such a dominant victory. I'm so impressed, and the crowd here in Berlin, we saw them cheering and screaming, and it was just absolute scenes, absolute scenes
there, and Killer as well. We've got to say some of the RNG was definitely working in favour there for ISMOO, but also the management of knowing exactly when to put use certain skills on certain times. It's just wonderful to watch happen.
Oh my God, that Abilia right now when he went on to that Juno and Praha was still alive and then she died to the dot.
I know.
It was amazing. It was,
beautiful.
It was a gamble, but it was good.
It was a gamble. Let's hear from the man of the hour himself. Let's hear from
ISMOO, congratulations. How does it feel?
Wow, I'm really excited. I don't know what to say. I didn't expect that.
So nice. So, are you scared of JANZELOT?
Yeah, I'm used to play him.
Sorry, are you scared of JANZELOT?
Just a bit. Since I played with him, I'm used to it to play against him.
Okay, so what's the strategy for the next match?
We'll see.
We will see. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Dann schauen wir mal, was die Caster noch mal zu sagen haben. Seid ihr so aufgeregt wie die Crowd?
Righty ho, I love that. ISMOO there as well. He's not giving anything away. He's not letting anyone into what he's thinking because, as I said before, I think he's one of these players that does have has the ability to really kind of forward think, almost like I guess like a chess player would. And he kind of always forward thinking about what each opponent could bring to you and how you counter that, Killer, as well, which I think is just really important. It's a great asset, I guess, great skill attribute to have.
Yeah, exactly. And we saw it in action just now, and that was a great match to watch. It was like very strong from ISMOO.
Really strong indeed. You can see how strong it was because it was a 3-0 clean sweep against SEIISHIZO, and we have our first official semi-final locked in, a best of 5 coming our way later on, which is JANZELOT versus ISMOO later down the line. That is going to be a beauty. One of those players will 100% be going through to Korea later on this year and battling out for $10,000 later on this afternoon, whoever wins the Europe Cup, which is amazing to see here. But we do have 2 more games to come. I mean, did you see Baus in those first 2 matches what you expected to see? Was there anything kind of you were surprised by in terms of the way that our players approached those, or was it what you expected at the Europe Cup at this level?
I've seen a lot of surprises. There were a lot of interesting picks. For example, with Amber for SEIISHIZO, it didn't work out super well for him. At the end as well, when he decided to ban out the Pontos when he had 3 strippers on the field, I think that made a huge difference. Those little things did make a difference, especially also TIMBO going with that aggressive draft at Oliver that won him the game. ISMOO, though, his picking and banning has been absolutely just almost flawless, and we can see by his 3-0 dominant victory over one of the hot favorites, just how well it worked out.
It worked out so well, so well. It's been an absolutely brilliant day thus far, but there's still so much to go, Killer, and so many great matches coming our way.
Yeah, oh my God, I'm actually excited for the other 2 matches. Yes, because we got the action we just saw now. It's gonna be double.
I know.
Show your color. That's so cool, slick. Better be too quick for me. That's so flamboyant. But a little too typical, won't ya? Say the same, don't ya? I'm one of a kind, don't get me wrong. Show your own color. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I just take all the spotlight. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Making mama feel so right. No need to look high and low, baby. Maybe it's a little too obvious. It is my solution. Let's hear you say. Color, leave a mark, show yourself. Hold your chin up, get ready. Got no time to lose because I'm here to show you fluorescent pain. I just stand up, what can I say? Fluorescent pain. Just go parade. My one and only color. Da-da-da, he show you, come on. Da-da-da, he show you.
어서 이 세계로 오시려면 나르가스의 눈이 필요하다. 어리석은 자여, 나의 신하가 될 자여, 새로운 주인을 맞을 준비가 되었는가?
어두워진 하늘 날아오르는 하나의 소원 밝은 빛으로 물들릴 미래에 그 안에서 미소 짓는 너
라인을 지킬 소환사를 소개하겠다.
그리고 나
이제부터 나의 시간이다.
희미해지고 어두움의 이른 날로 선명해지네 반복된 시간 속에 어둠에 익숙한 듯 흘러가며 살아가고 있어 어느 날 누군가 잠자던 내게 말을 걸어
마음 놓고 싸우라고.
아픈 친구가 있어? 두려워해야 할 거야.
어느새 이미 준비를 모두 마친 나는 한 번 더 날아오를 준비가 됐어 어두워진 밤 하늘을 날아 올라가는 단 하나의 소원 밝은 빛으로 물들린 미래에 그 안에서 미소 짓는 너
Hello there and welcome back to Summoners War World Arena Championship 2022 Europe Cup. It's looking good right now. We've had ourselves an unbelievable start to the competition, fellas. Baus, what an amazing first 2 matches with 2 more quarterfinals to come.
Indeed, Adam, that was an incredible first 2 matches, and I guess going by the predictions, quite a huge upset with that absolute thrashing of SEIISHIZO by ISMOO.
Absolutely. I love you, Baus, so much. I mean, Killer, we've got ourselves some great matchups coming our way there. We can see the live audience here in Berlin, Germany. What a great day for everyone to be here to celebrate these players, the game, the community. And we can see Melissa there looking amazing up there on the stage too. It's just been a brilliant day from start to finish thus far.
Yeah, I took a picture with Rika before, which is Melissa.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was great. And we've got so much good matches coming up right now. Oh my God,
Yes,
OBABO and
yes.
RAXXAZ.
Speaking of which, we have our next competitor and our next quarterfinal. This is OBABO. Let's do this thing.
OBABO.
Oh, any second. Any second he's coming. Here we go. OBABO, the man with a plan. You love him so much. Here he is.
I think he's coming on the
It's
stage
gonna
now.
come eventually.
Yeah, fashionably late to the party.
My name is OBABO. I'm 22 years old from Gothenburg, Sweden. For my favorite monster, it would either be TIMBO or Bella. My play style, I would say that it's pretty flexible still, but generally I like to go and take first turn and try to win after just a few rounds. My favorite monsters both work pretty well into my play style, especially TIMBO since I'm missing Oliver, which is the premier speed lead. Yeah, I basically compensate the lack of Oliver with TIMBO, but even before Oliver was a thing, I was still using TIMBO, so I wouldn't say that I hide any specific units, but I've been more wary about showing all my runes now. This year, I'll win for sure.
Here comes the Swedish veteran. It is OBABO! Look at this guy. Killer, what a competitor. He's been and done it before, but it's great to have him here. It wouldn't be a finals without OBABO.
Yeah, exactly right. This is no joke, OBABO. OBABO is no joke at all. Serious competitor. I've spent some time with him in the last couple of days, and he's been summoning. But he's been trying to get Oliver because he's compensating Oliver with the tableau at the moment. So, like he said in his video. So I'm curious to see if he actually got it and not tell anyone.
Yeah, well, we'll see. We'll have to wait and see what he's got up his sleeve. He said that actually in an earlier interview. He said he always is prepared with many tricks up his sleeve, which I love that about him as well. You can see there as well, a word to the opponent. Hope your train home doesn't get too delayed, Baus. He's confident. He's oozing confidence.
Damn, some trash talk, some fighting talk from OBABO. Wow, he wants to take it all the way. He's not made it through to the World Finals before, but he is in an excellent position, especially if he's someone that Oliver between now and the last time we saw him.
Yeah, exactly right. OBABO is a fierce competitor. We love to see him here compete, but he's got himself a very strong opponent as well. This is the almighty RAXXAZ. Let's see what he's got in his locker.
My in-game name is RAXXAZ. I'm from Germany, and my city is located in northern Saxony, a little city called Georgsmarienhütte, because I always prefer playing like a very aggressive play style and not like a passive one with like, let's say, like a lot of supporters and like Wusa Riley, for example. I just always kind of want to go straight forward and win the match straight up and not like sit there for like 5-6 minutes for a single match. Really, what changes like the new monsters coming in, like Dominic, for example, when he got his buff and when Masha got buffed. Like it really is just the units that swap, but like the playstyle itself, it stays the same pretty much. Damn right, pure skill.
Here he is, the one and only RAXXAZ! Let's go! Looking good! I mean, here is a guy as well. It's great to have him here at the finals, and he's making his debut as a Europe contender here as well, Killer. It's going to be an amazing matchup, this. I think this is going to be absolutely fantastic to watch unfold.
Yeah, exactly right. And this guy, he's a big-time streamer, and everyone knows how he plays. So I'm curious to see if OBABO knows how he's going to play, or will he change up his streaming playstyle for today's matches?
Yeah, he was saying as well prior to this, I'm an aggressive player, not a fan of long bruiser matches. How does that put him up against OBABO here, Baus? Is that, do you think it's going to be a tough cookie to crack today?
Well, do you know what? I'm expecting some really fast matches because both of these players are very aggressive players. OBABO also said he's really aggressive. Who's going to be able to take that first turn? We know that OBABO has some really fast Swift sets, but he does not have the Oliver to back up and give those Swift sets as an extra edge, whereas RAXXAZ does have the Oliver.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, that semi-final back in prelims as well. VIILIPYTTY, a 3-0 sweep is a huge result as well. So definitely feeling confident coming into this one, Killer.
Exactly right. Winning so feastly like that.
Yeah.
Just gives you a big boost.
Humongous. It's time for pick and bans. It's RAXXAZ versus OBABO, our match 3 in our quarterfinals here. It's the very first set in this best of 5. Let's find out how this one kicks off. Over to Baus and to Killer.
Summoners, another huge match is in action right now. OBABO versus RAXXAZ. Pre-ban phase is in. Boss, what are we expecting?
Well, I do wonder if OBABO is going to pre-ban the Oliver because he does not own that unit. And if he does pre-ban it, it signals he's not summoned that unit yet.
There we go. Predicted by Boss. OBABO bans the Oliver and the Sekhmet gets pre-banned by RAXXAZ. Here we go. First draft on RAXXAZ's side. What will he pick up?
I'm liking the Sekhmet pre-ban because OBABO has really fast Swift sets, and that means that Sekhmet is incredibly fast. RAXXAZ does not want that Sekhmet to disrupt his draft.
There we go. RAXXAZ taking the time available to draft up his first unit. Goes with the more, aka Water Ryu, locked in for the first unit.
We know that RAXXAZ really likes Tableau, and OBABO really likes Tableau as well. Oh, well, he's flashing a new summon! Oh, hello. That is a Doman. I know that RAXXAZ also has the Doman, so it's just a little friendly flash. They both own the same light dark Nat 5 unit in Doman.
There we go. OBABO picking up the Shizuka and the Changpang for the first and the second unit, and they are locked in. RAXXAZ, how will you respond?
Well, RAXXAZ does not have either the Oliver or the Changpang to pick up because both of those units have been denied by OBABO. Those two units traditionally synergize with Maw really well. So RAXXAZ, I wonder if he has some other AoE units to follow up after his Maw.
There we go. RAXXAZ picking up the Dominic and the Praha for second and third unit, and they are locked in. OBABO goes with it. Chiwu and the Savannah. Wow.
Okay, OBABO wants to take that first time. Chiwu, a unit we do not usually see, and Chiwu, a unit also that's countered by the Maw. If OBABO lets through the Maw, what's going to happen?
Wow, Juno and Volantis. Is this a new Volantis that we haven't seen before? Because I don't think we saw it in the prelims.
No, that is a surprise. That is a huge surprise for OBABO. I don't think he knew about the Volantis because RAXXAZ summoned that. I mean, I wasn't in guild when he summoned it, so I know about it, but OBABO was not in my guild. So, yes, how is OBABO going to counter this Volantis?
Drafting up Volantis in that first match. Here we go. OBABO responding with the Tableau for his final unit. It has been locked in. What will these pre-bans be? I mean, bans.
Well, I mean, the Volantis is looking quite scary indeed, but also the Dominic is RAXXAZ's main source of damage. On OBABO's side, there's a lot of units that make up his combination.
There we go. Oh, both players opting in with the speed lead. I'm very curious to see who takes this first turn. It is going to be a very, very aggressive match. Hopefully fast one. Chiwu with the first turn. He goes for the strip. Manages to strip 3 out of 4 units. More cuts in with his passive.
This is really crucial.
Yes.
Oh, missed those strips. Did not stun a single unit. OBABO in a really good position.
Whoa, huge proc by Changpang. You can see RAXXAZ is having a lot of fun right there, smiling and laughing at this match.
That's what we like to see, even though RAXXAZ has had a godlike, or rather OBABO has had godlike RNG so far. RAXXAZ keeps on smiling. What a good competitor RAXXAZ.
There we go. Opting in not to use all things of nature from Shizuka. Skill 1 onto more. Oh, Tableau still with the wheel on him on his first turn. Volantis unable to stun the Tableau with the wheel on. Whoa, that damage from Chiwu onto Dominic.
That is a very high damage Chiwu did. I also want to point out that Volantis has done very little in this match so far. There were 2 AoEs from Changpang and from Chiwu, and the Volantis did not revenge, I think maybe 2 or 3 times in a row, not doing his job as intended. And things are looking really really bad for RAXXAZ now.
There we go. All things of nature put in RAXXAZ in a disadvantage with all those debuffs. Chiwu, we know he's got some serious damage. Where will he direct his damage? Will he go into more? Praha of Valentis goes onto the Maw. Maw not looking too healthy right now. Praha, additional turn. Predicted future. Goes for the heal. Manages to heal him. Valentis with the Rage of Mother Nature. Getting that provoking.
Indeed, this match is not quite over yet because Praha's Daydream has so impactful. Fortunately, there was beneficial effect block, I believe, on the Valentis, so he did not take advantage of the speed buff. But at the same time, I think Changpeng's skills are almost back up again, especially with Shizuka's skill 2, the past life spell was able to reduce his cooldowns. He probably has the skill 3 up.
There we go, serious matter from Changpeng taking out a unit from RAXXAZ's side. Valentis and Praha versus 4 units on OBABO's side. OBABO putting up past life spell onto Changpeng. We know this Chiwu can do some damage, does some serious damage onto that water unit Praha. Oh, Changpeng with the defense break and the glancing.
Wow, the glancing is so impactful from his skill 2 Moondrawer by Clouds, making it really difficult for the Valentis or the Praha to land any debuffs. And as soon as this Praha is gone, there's going to be no sustain on RAXXAZ's side.
Wow.
He'll be thinking about what he wanted to do to switch up for match 2. But to be honest, I think he got incredibly unlucky in this match anyway. He doesn't have to change too much.
Mate, this Chiwu is doing some serious work. I think he took out every single unit in this match. OBABO with the 1-0 head start.
Yeah, I mean, we wanted surprises in this match, and right from the offset in the pre-ban and the bans, we got exactly that. It was all out wild entertainment. It's what we wanted, Baus, and I'm hoping for loads more in the next couple of games.
Exactly. Both of those players flashing new summons. Doman from OBABO, Valentis from RAXXAZ. Valentis being the unit that you can actually use successfully in RTA. At the same time, it didn't quite work out well for him because it's only a 50% chance to revenge and increase your attack bar. And unfortunately, OBABO did not proc that revenge, unfortunately for RAXXAZ rather. He also had that skill 2 into skill 3, the huge violent from Changpeng, and RAXXAZ will be feeling like the RNG might go his way a little bit more in the next match.
Yeah, I mean, RNG is exactly that, RNG. I mean, sometimes can really affect you, Killer. I mean, RAXXAZ, you guys said as well, doesn't necessarily need to change much. It just didn't work in his favor that last game, but there's still plenty to play for here. Does he go out with the same strategy into this next game? I mean, obviously both players having so much fun clearly out there as well.
Yeah, they are having so much fun. They're laughing, they're cheering. But I think sticking to the same playstyle, is the right way to go ahead.
All right.
The next match.
Will it be the same playstyle? We'll find out right now. It's time for more pick and bans. We'll see what the pre-bans are as well, which is a huge indication of where this one is going. But for now, it's RAXXAZ versus OBABO. It's game 2 of their first match, and currently we have OBABO with a 1-0 lead. Let's see if that continues or if RAXXAZ can get back into the competition. Right, let's join the boys again. It's Baus and it's Killer.
Summoners, set number 2, Valentis, pre-banned. More pre-banned very, very quickly right there. OBABO versus RAXXAZ. OBABO with the first pick.
Do you know what? RAXXAZ has access to Oliver now in this match. So OBABO is going to have to think about how he wants to deal with that Oliver. Is he going to bring out the Masher early? Is he afraid of RAXXAZ going with a full water draft? OBABO has the experience from previous SWCs, and he's going to be feeling quite confident that he can potentially take this match to 3 sets.
OBABO picking up that Masha for the first unit. Locks it in, very strong unit.
Well, now that Maw has been pre-banned by RAXXAZ himself, if RAXXAZ wants to bring out some Masher counters, he's going to have to think a little bit different. Maybe a Shizuka, maybe a Maus if he has access to those units. Maybe a Praha, of course. He did have the Praha in the previous draft.
There we go. RAXXAZ picking up that Changpeng and the Shizuka. Switch the roles around. OBABO picked them up in the last round. This time around, RAXXAZ goes with the Changpeng and the Shizuka for first and second unit.
Well, if OBABO has access to a Juno, and Juno will be excellent pick into both of Yu's units being Fire Element. But we know that OBABO has his own playstyle and he likes to go aggressive, and Juno is maybe not aggressive enough for OBABO.
There we go. OBABO picking up that Praha and the Han for second and third unit. RAXXAZ stealing that Tableau and the Oliver for his own draft locks them in for the 3rd and 4th unit.
Well, this is really exciting to see, Killer. He brings out that Hun quite early on, actually, but he doesn't have any speed leads. He doesn't have much chance to contest speed, whereas RAXXAZ has a really aggressive draft with those 2 speed leads with Oliver. Is Barbo going to try and compete for speed, or is he going to pivot?
There we go. He picks up that Juno and the Molly for the 4th and 5th unit. OBABO has completed his draft. RAXXAZ still 1 more unit to pick up. What will it be to counter OBABO's draft?
Well, OBABO is looking very fire heavy. I'm thinking he might pick up something like a Barbara, something like a Miles, maybe even a Mo Long, or if he could pick up in the Belio as well. Belio is also decent, but I don't think Belio synergizes with the rest of his draft too well.
There we go. Miles comes out to play, gets locked in for the final unit on RAXXAZ. Pre-ban, I mean the bans.
Well, RAXXAZ is definitely going to take turn 1 no matter what. OBABO will want to minimize his damage. The Tableau or Shizuka or Miles would be good bans for OBABO. On RAXXAZ's side, he could try and ban out either the Juno, the Masha, or the Molly. I think the Han and the Praha are a little bit easier for RAXXAZ to take out with Changpong and Oliver.
There we go. The bans will be in any moment right now. Now, Masha and Miles get the ban. What leader skills are we going to see from these 2 players?
It's going to be obviously the 33% speed lead from RAXXAZ. OBABO has a choice of a couple of leads though.
He goes with the resistance leads with the Praha, locks it in. Here we go. The second set, OBABO 1, RAXXAZ 0. It is a best out of 5. RAXXAZ taking that first turn with the Changpong. Goes for the strip, misses it on the Han, but manages it on the Praha.
That is a big miss on the Han, but RAXXAZ has his Shizuka moving before Oliver. That is a really nice tech to have, actually, making your Shizuka move in that order to have the backup strip when Changpong fails to strip. And now RAXXAZ is going to get a lot of turns. But OBABO has Molly, OBABO has Juno, OBABO also has Praha for the heal. So RAXXAZ is going to need to pray that he doesn't keep missing all of these attack bar resets like he is doing at the moment.
OBABO also has that resistance leads that seems to be working for him because Oliver hasn't pushed back any of those 2 units that he's touched so far. Shizuka, all things in nature. Oh, look at all those buffs on RAXXAZ's side, all 2-turn buffs. Praha with the stun. Molly with the stun as well. The defense break. Shizuka past life onto Changpong.
Indeed, he's going to want to maybe reset the strip of Juno because Juno could turn those buffs into dots from RAXXAZ unless the Changpong already did that earlier. At the same time, OBABO's units are slowly losing health. The Molly sustain isn't quite enough. You should try and put max accuracy on Oliver if you can, to be honest, because in the ladder especially, you are often in these situations where you have to deal with the Molly and to deal with high resistance units.
Tableau with the doubles, taking another turn. Turn cycling, taking out Han! Wow, Oliver, Mega Impulse gun into Praha, managing to push back her attack by resetting her skill, putting some damage into Molly, trying to get that control over there. Juno taking a turn onto Tableau. Nursan, serious matter from Changpong. Wow, this looks pretty well decided or in favor of RAXXAZ at the moment.
It is definitely in favor, but there is still a Juno and a Molly on the field. It is possible if Juno manages to take out that Oliver that it could turn back. But if this Tableau keeps proccing over and over again and over and over and over, then it doesn't matter. OBABO got some good RNG in game 1, but RAXXAZ is definitely getting some really nice Tableau RNG right now.
Both players right there, RAXXAZ and OBABO on the camp feed, are laughing and having a good time. Here we go. Shizuka, skill 1 onto that Juno. Tableau, and again, another turn, pushing back the attack bars. Back to 0. Oliver, impulse gun onto Molly, failing to take out Molly, but Changpong has got his skills available to take out Molly. Takes out Molly with that skill 1 Shizuka. I'm not going to use all things of nature because it just buffs Juno.
Yeah, exactly. Smart skill selection from RAXXAZ, not using all things of nature just now. Just slowly skill 1, chipping down at the Juno's health. Tableau, that absolute godlike monster for RAXXAZ in this match, is still on the field. But if you keep reducing Juno's attack bar, it doesn't matter that you debuff her. And Changpong and Oliver do have attack bar reduction.
There we go. RAXXAZ with the comeback. 1-0 OBABO and RAXXAZ.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant work there from RAXXAZ getting back into the competition. You know, prior to this, we asked every player to give themselves a short introduction. RAXXAZ was the most dangerous Tableau user in town, and he was spot on the money. I mean, incredible stuff there, I guess. Killer, we saw Oliver so often pre-banned in this competition finally get a chance to to soar, and he did exactly that.
He did do that, but the resistance leads that OBABO selected to opt in did not help that Oliver because he kept missing the pushbacks. At the beginning of the game, things turned around a little bit later on, but that was very crucial in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, TIMBO as well working wonders for RAXXAZ there. But I guess both players as well expected to be putting up a fight there. You know, they kind of, you can see having a good time, but also very determined here. One apiece. I guess we kind of expected that could be the case now, but 3 games left. I mean, Baus, who would you think where is it swinging right now? Where is the kind of favour swinging? You can't call it. Okay,
Adam.
I thought I'd ask just in case. Just in case.
I mean, in that match, it was really interesting because OBABO, he's known for his aggressive playstyle, he decided to pick up the molly. But he also had the molly with the Han. I'm not sure about that synergy there because Han had the aggression. But the thing is, RAXXAZ picked up all the speed leads, RAXXAZ picked up that tableau that OBABO really likes.
Yeah, indeed he did. Right, it's 1 apiece right now. We've got 3 games potentially left. It depends what happens here. But Oliver pre-banned there as all you can see. But I'll hand over to you boys. We are OBABO versus RAXXAZ, match 3 of our quarterfinals here at the Europe Cup. Let's jump on in and let's go.
Thank you, Adam. This is our 3rd set of the day. Match number 3, OBABO versus RAXXAZ. Oliver and Sekhmet get the pre-ban. RAXXAZ with the first pick. What will he pick up as a first unit?
It's looking quite similar to match 1, and OBABO will probably be considering in that previous match that he let RAXXAZ have his tableau. Tableau is a player that both unit players really like, and I wonder if either of them is going to try and pick that unit up a little bit quicker. And if OBABO will be thinking, I don't want to go with that Molly style draft again because RAXXAZ just, you know, even though Oliver kept on missing pushbacks, it didn't matter because he had so many extra opportunities for pushbacks with the Changpeng moving after the Oliver.
There we go, RAXXAZ picking up that Changpeng first unit, locks it in. OBABO very quickly to respond with the Moore and the Masha locked in. RAXXAZ responding and taking that tableau away from him and locking in Praha for the 3rd unit.
Indeed, both players competing for those highly sought after Moore and Tableau, the 24% arena speed leads. This time round, there's 1 apiece in terms of speed leads, so therefore both players are going for an aggressive draft. RAXXAZ is a little bit more sustained, his is looking a little bit more AoE. At the same time, I'm really liking that Savannah pick from OBABO. So much damage and aggression, the AoE defense break. Is RAXXAZ going to let that Savannah through?
It is very nice to see a Savannah on the match field. We got Shizuka and Savannah getting picked up by OBABO for his 3rd and 4th unit. RAXXAZ waiting to the final second to show his 2 final units, which is a Miles and a Volantis, have been locked in.
Oh, I like that Volantis. The Volantis soft counters the Moore. And indeed, maybe this time around, the Volantis will actually revenge for RAXXAZ. I wonder if OBABO actually want to ban out the Volantis or ban out maybe the speed lead. On the OBABO side, he actually bought 2 Beast Riders. RAXXAZ had the option of picking a Leo, but because RAXXAZ had his own tableau, he couldn't pick the Leo. So he had to keep on going with aggression, and yet he has.
He drafts up that Chiwu for his final unit. We know it does some serious damage from that first match. Has been locked in. What bans are we going to see?
I'm thinking a Savannah ban simply because RAXXAZ, if he bans out the Savannah, Masha is the only real main source of damage, but he has the Miles and the Praha to deal with the Masha.
There we go. Savannah gets the ban. Miles gets the ban. Will they opt in both for speed leads, or will OBABO pivot with the HP lead? We're about to find out any moment now. RAXXAZ versus OBABO. This is the 3rd set, and it is 1-all apiece.
I am pretty sure that OBABO will go for the speed lead. I'm also pretty sure that RAXXAZ will go for the speed lead, but RAXXAZ knows that OBABO is going to take turn 1 with the Chiwu or the Moore. He's going to be praying for some Volantis revenges.
Here we go. 3rd set is underway. OBABO versus RAXXAZ. Look at them having a chat to each other while they're playing.
That's nice.
That's friendship right there. Here we go. Ooh, Chiwu with the first turn. Will he manage to strip every single unit? He manages to push back and strip every single unit. That is huge. Moore follows up with rolling spike. Oh, Masha. Masha, fast link. Where will you deal your damage?
Well, as you noticed, Volantis failing to do her job once again. She didn't revenge after Chiwu moved, and therefore OBABO is looking really, really good right now.
That was a huge proc from Masha, deciding not to take out that tableau, dealing more damage onto Changpeng. Shizuka, all things in nature, putting those debuffs onto RAXXAZ's side, getting an additional turn. We know this is a damage Chiwu. Oh, 10k on the tableau with the defense break. Here we go. Praha.
Oh my goodness, is she going to choose to strip or is she going to choose to wait?
Yeah, he goes with the strip with the daydream.
Daydream is still available, and of course, Volantis still has the strip. Looks like Volantis is going to move. Oh, just before Changpeng. So Changpeng has his skills, AoE attack bar reset available to move after the Volantis.
There we go, Volantis with Rage of Mother Nature. Changpeng follows up with Serious Matter. Additional turn for Changpeng, landing those defense break onto OBABO's side. Volantis, wow, dealing so much damage and dots onto the enemy team. Here we go, Ryu, will he get another stun on Praha? Nope. Changpeng, skill 1. Whose attack bar will he push back? Pushes back and kills Ryu.
Oh my goodness, that was a huge proc from Changpeng. Changpeng often seen on Despair on ladder, but the violent Changpengs for both OBABO and RAXXAZ worked out superbly well because Changpeng was able to follow up his attack bar reset with a defense break that allowed to the Volantis to do so much more damage, and now RAXXAZ is looking in a really commanding position because as soon as the Masher is gone, then OBABO doesn't really have a mechanic to come back.
There we go, Praha finally using skill 3 Daydream to heal up his players, his team. There we go, Chiwu goes with the skill 1 onto Volantis, fails to sleep him. Volantis fails to revenge. Here we go, some dots. Oh, the stun on the Chiwu. Marsha trying her best to take out a unit. Serious Matter from Changpeng. Changpeng taking out both units. RAXXAZ taking the third set.
Wow. I mean, Changpeng and Volantis there were the difference makers. That was what it was all about there, Baus. We saw there RAXXAZ, who was one set down, has gone 2-1 in the lead now, putting himself in a brilliant position ahead of trying to qualify for the semi-final next round. But those units for me felt like such a great combination there, which OBABO just simply couldn't withstand.
Absolutely. The Volantis, he didn't proc after the Chiwu move, but it didn't matter because he still had his skills available. OBABO decided to take out the Tableau first rather than the Volantis. And you know what? I think in that match, the Chiwu, it was a good pick in the sense it allowed OBABO to take first turn. But because there wasn't really an AoE unit follow-up after the Chiwu, only the single target Masher. Masher took out the Tableau, but did not have much more of an impact. And RAXXAZ was able to come back with the Praha's heals, with that really, really important proc from Changpeng. But I wonder, even if Changpeng hadn't procced, I think RAXXAZ was still in a slightly favorable position, simply because OBABO had the Masher rather than the second AoE unit.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think the interesting thing is going to be now as well here, Killer, that we're going to see OBABO obviously talking about tricks up his sleeves. This potentially is the last game he could be in this competition, unless he wins this one, ties it up to have a game 5. Are we going to see some tricks, and how impressive are they going to be?
You're exactly right, Adam. This is the exact moment for him to bring up any tricks up his sleeve. Yeah. Let's find out.
Let's find out, and the pick and bans are going to be exactly where those tricks are uncovered, if they happen for us as well. Let's jump in and see how Game 4 pans out here. RAXXAZ in the lead here with a match point.
Here we go, match point for RAXXAZ. It is a best out of 5, 2-1. OBABO and RAXXAZ. The pre-bans are coming in. We got the Volantis and the Maw getting the pre-ban.
Looking very familiar once again, these pre-bans. It does mean RAXXAZ still has access to the Oliver. OBABO will be thinking, I probably don't want to go with Molly. Maybe I want to pick up that Tableau in the first turn? Or is he actually going to go full committal to a second turn draft and try and survive RAXXAZ? Maybe an Antares will see some play in this match.
OBABO stealing that Changpeng away from RAXXAZ. Picks up Changpeng for the first unit.
Oh, very interesting indeed. That's a really early Changpeng, but at the same time, OBABO doesn't have access to the Maw or the Volantis because he doesn't own a Volantis. He's going to need some other strippers to move before Changpeng or afterwards. RAXXAZ, is he going to take the Oliver right now? Is he going to take the Tableau right now? Try and steal and make some way into OBABO's box.
I'm curious to see if what you said, boss, will be done. Oliver, Shizuka. RAXXAZ picks up Oliver, Shizuka for first and second unit. Tableau is still up there.
Tableau is available. I think OBABO is going to take this Tableau right now if he wants to commit to the first end. I don't think Changpeng synergizes very well with Molly at all.
Exactly right. Picks up the Praha and the Tableau for the third unit and has locked it in on OBABO's side. OBABO with the Tableau for the third unit.
Oh, RAXXAZ. I don't know what he has available up his sleeve, but Dominic might be a good counter to OBABO's team. He's probably going to want some, like maybe a Sekhmet to reset either the Changpeng or the Praha, whichever unit he wants. He's going to need to try and take advantage of the fact he has the Oliver lead to take the first turn.
There we go, just as predicted. Boss, Miles, and the Sekhmet have been picked up for third and fourth unit on RAXXAZ's team.
I think OBABO is going to pick up that Chiwu once again, potentially, making sure he has 2 speed leads, because RAXXAZ doesn't have a huge amount of choice for a second speed lead. If OBABO does take out the Chiwu, the stuff like Ciara or Tomo is still available, but if OBABO takes another speed lead, takes a unit that helps him take the first turn like Escher, then things will be looking quite good for OBABO.
There we go, OBABO with the Jemaya and the Gani. Picked up by OBABO. I was thinking Jemaya for another speed lead, and guess what? OBABO picked it up. Great mind, think alike.
Good prediction there, Killer. And I do think Jemaya synergizes really nicely with Tableau. I'm not sure if RAXXAZ is going to let him get away with that combo. You know what? He could pivot to something like a Douglas and ban out the Praha, and then Douglas would become a must ban, and then he can definitely take the first turn with his segment.
Here we go, RAXXAZ picking up that Marshall for the final unit. Get locked in the bans. What are we going to see?
Well, he's not a Douglas. Masher is a solid unit to pick as well. Again, it might mean he's going to ban out that Praha. But then he's going to need to make sure he disrupts his combo, because even if he resets with Oliver and Shizuka, a segment rather, Jemaya has the cooldown reset.
There we go, the bans are in. We've got the Masha ban and the Tableau ban. What leader skills are both players going to go with? They both go with the speed lead, Oliver and Jemaya. Jemaya with the 24 speed lead on OBABO's side, and Oliver with the 33 speed lead for RAXXAZ side. It is match point for RAXXAZ. RAXXAZ taking that first turn with Miles. Spin grab shot, where will he direct it?
This is a really interesting matchup indeed, because oh, that was a huge stun, Killer, wasn't it?
Yeah, huge stun on Jemaya. Jemaya potentially missing a turn if he doesn't Violent Proc.
Indeed, because I was going to say, if he has a choice of 2 units to reset, he can reset 2, but then Jemaya can cleanse the cooldown reset. But actually, he decides to go for the Jemaya, make sure to disable the Jemaya, and of course, Shizuka can pull up the immunity, and there's not... Oh!
The segment resetted the Praha earlier on. That was very, very crucial.
Indeed, and the Changpeng missing so many strips is super, super unlucky for OBABO, because if the Changpeng had successfully landed things with his skill tree, of course it's only a 75% chance. That's a big part of the reason why he missed. But I think this is a really, really close match. It's all about those resists, because the Ganymede failed to reset the attack bars. This Jemaya is looking a little bit squishy. If the Jemaya gets taken out, then RAXXAZ is going to start to edge forwards.
Yeah, that Oliver's doing some serious work with the attack bars, controlling the Jemaya, the Praha, so they don't take a turn or Violent Proc or heal or reset in that case. But past life spell from Shizuka onto Oliver on RAXXAZ's side. Gani goes for the attack bar resets, lands it on everyone.
Let's not forget that OBABO is the guy with the Praha, with the sustain and the speed buff. RAXXAZ is going to want to keep focusing down that Jemaya and Praha, but he's going to have to decide which one he takes out first, because he can't spread his damage. He needs to choose one of them, take it out, and then move on to the next one.
Okay, that Jemaya has not taken a turn yet. It's been controlled throughout this whole match. Segment into Jemaya. Jemaya is out of this match. Oh, Oliver into Praha. Gani, will he reset Praha's heal?
That's really interesting that he decided to reset the Jemaya rather than the segment to take her out, because he could have killed the Praha with Oliver, but it's really hard to tell with the attack bars. Maybe he wasn't that confident that Oliver would move before the Ganymede, because he also had full attack bar.
Yeah, that's serious matter. And Daydream from Praha, Changpeng combo coming off of OBABO was very crucial, but this Miles keeps proccing. Miles procs again. Spin grab shot into Praha. Praha not looking too healthy. Gani has his skill 3 available again. Goes for the Shizuka reset. Increases the cool time. Shizuka skills are on cooldown. Changpeng with the defense break on the Oliver and the Miles.
You know what? Things are looking really good for OBABO right now, because his Gani has Ventilate available to let the Changpeng keep resetting attack bars. But not if RAXXAZ also procs.
Not if this Miles keeps going the way he's going right now. Miles spring grab shot taking out that Praha. Gani, Changpeng, 2 wind units versus 4 units on RAXXAZ's side. Oh, Changpeng, skill 1, gets an additional turn. He will have serious matter available. Will he get that turn? Goes for the skill 1 on 2. Miles, no additional turn. Gani, reset available.
Oh, RAXXAZ is looking really good right now. That Miles is so tanky. Remember, Miles has fixed damage off his speed, so you can build him super tanky. And he's decided actually to focus on the Gani first rather than Changpeng. I think Changpeng probably would have been a better unit to focus first, but it doesn't matter if you win the match anyway.
There we go. Serious matter of Changpeng coming from OBABO's side. lands on RAXXAZ side, doesn't push back everyone's attack bar. Sekhmet gets a turn right now, goes for the reset on Gani. Gani gets resetted with his skill 3 resets. Changpeng's serious matter before he gets potentially taken out by Oliver. Oliver takes out Gani, gets an additional turn. Mega Impulse gun onto Changpeng, resistance.
Wow.
Serious matter still available.
Do you know what? It's not over yet. If OBABO gets some real luck with these procs, skill 2 into skill 3. Oh my goodness! What is this? What am I seeing?
Oh, damn! So close. Wow, he apologized to him. RAXXAZ is like, it's okay. There we go. Impulse gun from Oliver. Doesn't push back. Additional turn. RAXXAZ taking it out. 3-1. Moving on to the semifinals.
Wow, I mean, talk about a great game there. I mean, GG, yeah, fantastic work there from RAXXAZ. The crowd there clearly cheering RAXXAZ for the victory, but also OBABO for the unbelievably valiant effort there, Killer, remaining in the competition. Some great stuff for the end
and
for
the
us.
Sportsmanship, because when the Changpeng got a violent proc, OBABO looks at RAXXAZ like, oh, sorry, and RAXXAZ is like, it's okay, mate, no problem.
It's like playing tennis and hitting the net and it bobbling over and going, I'm sorry, I win the point, but I apologize.
They're friends.
It's really good. I mean, that's the great thing. We talk about the kind of like the community thing. The last couple of years, not being here, able to kind of compete against each other in person. Now everyone here, not just competing, but getting a chance to be around other fans of Summoners War and mates as well. It's like the community is thriving at the moment, isn't it, Baus?
Absolutely, exactly. There's so many people here today, and there's so many people at home that wanted to come to Berlin and weren't able to get tickets. But just reflecting on that match, what a match it was. It was so back and forth because the Oliver and the Changpeng, that proc at the end was incredible. But OBABO is such a good sport. These two, RAXXAZ as well, smiling the whole time. And it was just a real pleasure to watch these people. Actually, interestingly, the two people that were voted as the favorites to make their way in have been eliminated.
Well, exactly right. Let's hear as well from our winner RAXXAZ now and see.
Thank you. How does it feel?
It feels really amazing. I'm overwhelmed, I would say. Just winning 3-1.
You didn't expect that win?
I think it was very close. Either of us could have won. So it was a pretty 50-50 matchup, I would say.
That's true. Why are the German people so strong this year?
Again, please?
Why are the Germans so strong this year?
Because we're in Germany? I don't know.
Yeah, good luck for the next match and thank you so much.
Thank you.
Deutschen, was sagen die Caster?
It's true.
That was awesome. That was great. It was like, I don't know, because we're in Germany? It's like, yeah, it's a good point. We are in Germany right now. We're in Berlin, which is fantastic. Yeah, RAXXAZ, I mean, a player we talked about loads here, being a real hot prospect for the future as well here, Killer. Someone who we think is going to be, for years to come, potentially, in and amongst those considered for the Europe Cup.
Exactly right. Yeah, RAXXAZ has made a huge wave in the last 1 year, and he's backing it up with these matches.
He certainly is. One big streamer takes out the other streamer. OBABO, absolutely amazing. Similarly to TIMBO and SEIISHIZO, who've lost in this competition today. You can see it on the screen right now. This is how things stand. We've had our first few matches of the day thus far, with OBABO conceding 3-1 to RAXXAZ. RAXXAZ going through to the semi-final. The second match coming away later today, that best of 5, facing either PINKROID or GUTSTHEBERSERK, which is going to be a banger as well, which is coming our way very, very soon. With Guts, the Frenchman, eager to try and defeat last year's champion, PINKROID there, Killer. I mean, this is going to be a real matchup, and RAXXAZ eagerly anticipating who's going to go through to face him later on.
Yeah, exactly right. But just because we're in Berlin, there's a lot of French people in the crowds today that I've seen. So Guts has the support, and
yeah, oui. Vive la France!
Yes.
Vive la France! Speaking of which, let's meet our players. First up, let's check out PINKROID.
Hello, I'm PINKROID. I'm 20 years old. I live in the Netherlands. I think my playstyle right now is just trying to get the first turn and just end it in a couple turns from there. If they go slow, it's pretty easy for me to finish in a couple turns. But if they go for a turn 1, I usually just pivot into slower stuff because I'm not confident in my speed, but I am in my own quality. Compared to last year, I mean, the meta has changed a lot, so I'm just drafting the meta stuff right now. I'm also picking a couple unique picks like Seraph, because he just one-shots everything, like everything just disappears. Pure skill.
And here he is, 2021's champ, the almighty PINKROID enters the house. I mean, look at the accolades there as well, Hit Killer, absolutely incredible stuff. But interesting they're saying speed might not be his greatest asset, but I think runes, I think he said, were. So it's huge coming out from him, and that meta's changing, and he's developed as well.
Yes, exactly. PINKROID. He's so strong. Look at that career, and he's only 20. He's one of our youngest players. Him and JANZELOT. I think he might be a little bit younger than JANZELOT, making him the youngest player in the EU Cup today. Yeah,
he's been at every step of the way since 2018 in every EU Cup, Europe Cup to some degree here. But he's got a big, competitor in Guts, of course. But I think with PINKROID as well, we can see that, this is a player who didn't drop, I think, a single game. He could drop on his ISMOO in the prelims. That was it. He was very strong, Baus.
He's so strong. He's so humble about his speed as well, actually, because I think he's one of the fastest players around as well, and he thinks he's slow.
Well, there you go.
What's that about?
You go. What is that about? What is that about PINKROID? But obviously, he has a competitor, which is the almighty Guts the Berserk. Let's find out a bit more about Guts as well.
Hi, I'm GUTSTHEBERSERK. I live in France, and it will be my second time at SWC this year. So my playstyle is mainly oriented on bruises, but I tend to adapt to each opponent I face because I lack a lot of good meta units at the moment. So I really have to disrupt the enemy team with a random pick like Sekhmet or Etna to break combos. And yeah, I try to adapt every time I can. In SWC prelims, I got wrecked by Laima and Jaina. I think those are the two best LD units at the moment, and yeah, I struggle a lot with those. I might have a plan to overcome this. Maybe I win SWC this year.
And here he is, Guts the Berserk! Said earlier on in the competition to us, he said, I won't be defeated that easily, you better not make mistakes. And interesting big words, particularly against PINKROID. He'll be a big competitor killer, but he's looking good. What do you mean? It's pure skill. That's what he says.
Yeah, because Pinky says pure skill. He's saying it back to him, I guess. What do you mean? Pure skill.
Why not?
It's pure skill, man. I mean, what do we love about Guts as well here, Baus? We can see here, a newcomer to this competition to a degree here. But, he got himself through the prelims and did relatively well, particularly in that second, that losers bracket, and defeating SINIP 3-0 as well.
Yeah, that was very nice. And of course, he's the only French player left in the Europe Cup. France having so many supporters and like a really big Summoners War contingent in France. A lot of people backing him here in Germany.
Yeah, they really are. The crowd were going wild from earlier on, actually. And we said Viva la France. It's amazing to see with the Europe Cup come so many fans from all over Europe for this competition as well, which is incredible stuff. But PINKROID versus Guts is your next matchup. The last quarterfinal the day before the semis later on. Let us know in the chat who you think is going to qualify. Is it Pink or is it Guts? You let us know. Pick and ban time. It's over to Baus and get to bring us all the action of match number 4, set 1.
Here we go. The final quarterfinal match for the day. Best out of 5, PINKROID versus Guts the Berserk. Pre-bans. We got the Masha and the Oliver getting pre-bans.
Not too surprised about those two pre-bans. Oliver always gets pre-banned in this meta. Masha, I would have expected Shizuka to be more priority pre-ban, but PINKROID doesn't want to deal with Masha, interestingly.
There we go. PINKROID, famous, more, aka Water Right, locked in for the first unit. Guts the Berserk goes with the Tomoe and the Praha for first pick and second pick.
Do you know what? That's probably because Guts the Berserk does not own a Shizuka, and really interesting to see the Tomoe. She has a speed lead, so she is going to help Guts to compete with PINKROID's allegedly slow units for turn 1.
There we go, PINKROID with the Changpunk and the Tabler picked up for second and third unit.
Oh, there we go, PINKROID really going in. He wants to pick up 2 speed leads. That Tableau, the unit that we saw OBABO and RAXXAZ fighting over. PINKROID has a really similar aggressive playstyle, and Guts is going to have to figure out how to disrupt all of this aggression from PINKROID. It's going to be a tricky one.
There we go, Guts the Berserk picking up that Sekhmet and the Miles for the 4th unit. Sekhmet and Miles locked in for Guts the Berserk.
I do like those two pickups, especially the segment. The segment can reset the Changpeng or the Tableau. Miles, if he's lucky, he can also stun one of those units. But I think at the same time, PINKROID knows how to adapt and pivot because he knows that Guts is probably going to take the first turn with segment or Miles. PINKROID deciding that he wants to bring a little bit more sustain.
There we go, PINKROID with the Shizuka and the Josephine for the final unit locked in. Guts the Berserk. Bringing that a lot, Riley. He has not locked it in yet. He's still deciding, is Riley going to be his final unit?
Well, there we go. Both players are pivoting. I do like the Riley pickup. She is bringing a secondary source of heal alongside the Praha and also gives buffs to the Miles to speed up and do more damage. Josephine I really like as well. At the same time, Josephine does give buff to give Miles more damage, but I think she does more in terms of countering all of those fire units as well as the sleep from Praha.
Very curious to see the bans from these two players. Lots of units drafted there. What unit is the ban to make the change for the advantage, I guess?
I think Changpeng will be a good ban to disrupt the combo of the Miles, the Moore and Changpeng. For Guts this side, it's a really hard one to say, actually.
Guts burns out Tableau. Pinky bans out Sekhmet. Here we go, guys. Actually, this is set 1, best out of 5. PINKROID versus Guts the Berserk. Who will move on to semi-finals? But first, it is a best out of 5. Miles take that first turn from Guts the Berserk side. Fails to strip the Changpeng. Changpeng follows up after more serious matter available. Pushes back. Everyone's attacked by Despair Changpeng, stunning that Praha.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow. Despair Changpeng. PINKROID still has a Despair Changpeng. OBABO and RAXXAZ had violent ones, but Despair Changpeng can do very nicely indeed. And PINKROID is looking very good indeed. Guts decided to let through that Moore and Changpeng combo, and he's potentially paying for it.
That Josephine with the skill 1 stun on Riley is huge. Shizuka, past life spell onto Moore. Oh, Josephine about to take a turn. Putting some serious damage onto the Praha with the defense break. Moore with the rolling spike again, dealing some more damage. Praha not looking too healthy. Tomoe stunned. Praha's out of the match.
I do wonder if something like a Diana would have been a better pickup than the Riley, because Diana has more potential to disrupt after the Moore moves and potentially with a few procs take out one of PINKROID's units. However, Riley does provide that sustain and gives Moore a little bit more damage. It's not over yet with what Riley is able to bring to the table.
There we go. Guts is taking a few hits and putting up a good fight. Riley goes with the heal. Oh, Tomoe. We know Tomoe can turn cycle very, very quickly. This match can be turned around by Tomoe. Tomoe goes with the skill 2 onto Changpeng.
I'm really curious if this Tomoe is on Despair or Violent. And we just found out.
She's on Despair, stunning that right arm, Moore and Changpeng.
That's really clutch 2 stuns on Moore and Changpeng. And the Karma being spread across all 3 of the 4 units on PINKROID's side of the field, which means that PINKROID will probably want to think a little bit before using any cooldown skills. This match is definitely not over yet, especially with the consistent damage that Miles is able to bring and the sustain that Riley gives to Guts the Berserk.
There we go, Riley with the skill 2 for the immunity at the moment. Josephine skill 2 can strip. Is he going to go for the Miles? Goes for the Miles, strips, provokes, no additional turn. More with the skill 1 into Tomoe. Shizuka, skill 1 failing to strip.
Interesting stuff. PINKROID actually choosing to spread his damage, going on both the Moore and the Tomoe. But of course, he does have AoE units, so maybe that's why once Changpeng and Moore have their skills back up, then they can do their thing and potentially wipe out 2 of Guts' units. But that time is not here now, and he has a tough decision whether he wants to use a cooldown skill or not.
Oh, and he chose to use skill 2 for the defense break instead of serious matter. More with the rolling spike, dealing some serious damage and stunning that Miles at the same time. Shizuka, all things in nature, has put all those debuffs and buffs. Look how much buffs on PINKROID's side.
This is incredible.
Serious matter.
This is the power of Shizuka, and actually Josephine giving Shizuka some extra buffs, Riley giving her some extra buffs, and now PINKROID is going to wrap this one up.
This is going to be one of the longest matches PINKROID has played. PINKROID taking out that first set, best out of 5, 1-0.
This is going to be one of the longest he's ever played.
Yes.
Like 90 seconds, but it was amazing. Yeah, talk about speed. I mean, I think we saw the buffs at the end on PINKROID's units. Just managed the game wonderfully well. I mean, I think the Praha being stunned, unable to, well, being taken out of the game early, Riley unable to heal because stunned, was a big factor there as well, Baus.
Yep, exactly. PINKROID decided he wanted to focus down at Praha first because of her really strong skill set. The Miles was the next target, but I think in the end, even though Guts got those 2 clutch stuns from the Tome onto the Changpeng and more, it wasn't enough because there was just not that damage. In fact, the Miles was doing surprisingly low damage. I usually expect the Miles to do more, but I wonder if PINKROID just has really tanky units. We know the quality of his runes, and maybe some water reduction as well on the Shizuka.
Yeah, interesting. I think this next match as well, obviously, Guts, I think, can walk away from that one. I'm sure he's obviously trying to learn from, what I'm playing against one of the best here. What do I do to put something out there unit-wise that could definitely compete here, Killer? In this next matchup, what does Guts do differently? Does he need to do anything differently?
I think he played really well, and I don't think he needs to do anything differently. He just maybe draft 1 or 2 units differently. Same thing.
Doesn't need to do anything differently, just change everything. But Guts versus PINKROID, it's 1-0 to PINKROID, and already we can see the pre-bans are coming in, but it's all to play for still. However, PINKROID goes 2-0 up here, and he's very much in the lead going into game 3. So can Guts bring it back? Let's find out. Over to the fellas.
Here we go, guys. Set number 2, final quarterfinals of the day. Pre-bans are in. We got the Oliver and the Maul, both speed leads getting the pre-ban. Guts the Berserk with the first pick goes with the Praha and locks in the Praha.
This is a really interesting one indeed, Pilak, because PINKROID does not have the Maul or the Oliver or the Changpeng, his 3 favorite units to use together. He's going to need to mix things up, and he does.
There we go. PINKROID picks up that Dominic and the Miles for the first and second unit. Guts the Berserk, we know he likes Tessarion, brings out that Tessarion for his second unit.
I mean, PINKROID was asking for it with the Dominic and the Mars picks. Siren counters those 2 units so hard. I do like the PINKROID picks though, really nice damage. I'm looking forward to seeing how much that Dominic does. He can combine it nicely with something like a Tableau, which he also likes to use.
And there we go, Guts the Berserk picking up Sarion and Marsha for second and third unit. PINKROID drafting up that Shizuka for the 3rd unit. Yet to decide on his 4th unit. Picks up, he brings out that Tianlang, flashes it, takes it back out, brings out the Tableau. Is he going to lock it in? I think he'll lock in that Tableau.
Yeah, and I really like the picks from both sides of the field. Guts going really heavily on fire at the moment, so quite weak to another water unit like the Molong that PINKROID has just chosen.
I'm not sure if you guys saw that because I blinked and that Shizuka got transformed into Molong last second, switching that Shizuka for Molong on PINKROID side, drafting that Molong and Tableau. Guts the Berserk goes with the Ladril and the Wind Monkey for the final unit, locks it in. PINKROID brings out the Wusa. Wusa's locked in. The bans are coming right now.
Oh, I like the pivot from Guts because Eladriel counters the Molong so well, and it looks like he has to ban that one out.
There we go. Second set for these 2 players. PINKROID versus Guts the Berserk. Miles with the first turn. Spin grab shot. Strips Praha, fails to stun her. Dominic follows up but goes onto... Oh, wow, that damage onto the monkey, including the passive damage reduction passive that the monkey has. What is that reckless assault almost taking out that Praha?
I mean, PINKROID is just showcasing the power of his runes and his units as artifacts. Wow. So much damage. It looks like he's actually going to take out 2 of Guts' units before they even move, with that Tableau giving his team a whole nother round.
Oh, even Guts himself is surprised looking at that camp feed. That Dominic, the damage onto the monkey. Was it unruined? Or is this Dominic on Rage, Violent, 300 speed?
I mean, this comic probably has sets of everything. Rage, violent, rage, fatal. Anyway, this match is just, well, this was a normal PINKROID speed match, I guess, when we're talking about the length of PINKROID's matches. I also want to point out the Wusa was really good ban bait because he didn't really need the Wusa, and he actually kept the Praha in, which was the one stripper that countered the Wusa.
I was going to take a sip of water, but there was no time to do that because the match is already over. So that's, I mean, that was, you could even see from Guts there, as well as like fans in the audience, that initial opening first few moves, everyone going, right, okay, that's pretty impressive, Killer. I mean, that was, I mean, talk about speed. I mean, that was lightning from PINKROID there, putting himself in this incredible position, and Guts just didn't have, well, there was no time time to play to respond.
Yeah, exactly right. Is that Wind Monkey has a passive that does damage reduction, but the Miles did so much damage it passed over half his attack bar. But PINKROID's direction of his control went into Praha, he went into Marsha, and then he went into the Wind Monkey King. In that first turn was just brilliantly executed.
Yeah, it really was. I mean, it definitely sets a tone as well for the rest of the competitors in this competition, knowing that PINKROID obviously last year did so unbelievably well, has done previously, and now to see performances like this. I mean, Guts, can he turn this around? And if so, Baus, what do you do when you can't even get a chance to, you know, go back against, you know, return fire, if you will, against your opponent?
I mean, praying is one thing I would do, but also just maybe bringing out some bigger surprises. And pre-banning PINKROID's combo even more. Although that's really hard to do because PINKROID's combo consists of like 20 units.
There you go. That's the advice from Baus. If in doubt, just pray some. Then hopefully something will happen. But it's Guts versus PINKROID in the third game here. The pick and bans are happening, but PINKROID very much in the driving seat here. He could make this a clean sweep. Let's find out if that happens.
Match point for PINKROID. It is a best out of 5, 2-0. PINKROID picking up Tableau for the first pick. Locked in.
Well, that is a surprise killer. Oh my goodness. Oh, do you see what I see?
Yes, yes. Xerath.
Wow. Wow. Oh. What an alpha pick
Guts.
from PINKROID right here. He said that it was one of his favorite units, and we're gonna potentially get to see the power and damage of Xerath here today.
Yes, Guts the Berserk picking up Vanessa and Praha for first and second unit. PINKROID responding with the Xerath and the Changpang for second and third unit. Locked in.
Looks like Guts actually wants to compete for turn 1 this time. In the previous match, he did not compete for turn 1. He absolutely got destroyed. Well, yeah, his units got wiped out before they even moved. 2 of his units were gone in the blink of an eye. So now he doesn't want to let that happen. He's going to disrupt PINKROID's picks with an Ethna with Vanessa speed lead.
There we go. Guts the Berserk with the Ethna and the Shizuka for the final. Oh, third and fourth unit. PINKROID responding with the Jemaya. Takes it back out. Brings out the Maw. And he had Tiana, but he flexed it. I'm not sure if he's going to bring her back out, but it locks in the Maw. What is he doing? He's going with the Diana now.
He can't decide. There's so many options.
Yeah.
There's too many units ruined up.
There we go. Diana and Juno have been locked in for PINKROID's final 2 units. Guts the Berserk, 1 more unit to pick up.
I actually really like the pivot because Guts could have picked up another speed lead or something that counters PINKROID's draft really hard, like a strong fire unit like a Masher. Now he can't do that because PINKROID has pivoted and Diana counters the rest of Guts' draft really nicely.
If you have a look at the feed, they're laughing with each other. Guts and Pinky with that Antares pick to counter that Diana. Guts the Berserk picks up that Antares for the final unit.
I really, really like the Antares pick. PINKROID really known for the Antares in previous seasons. He doesn't use him so much anymore because he's kind of out of meta. But actually does counter, as you say, Diana really well. But also the Tableau with all those additional turns. I think that might be a mass ban for PINKROID.
We're about to find out. The bans are coming in 3, 2, 1. What are we going to see? Antares gets the ban. Xerath gets the ban. Wow. Speed lead both players. Guts goes with the Vanessa speed lead, which is 33, and the Tableau for PINKROID with the 24 speed lead. Who will take that first turn? Assuming Ethna goes first. Ethna does take the first turn. Where will he direct his damage and the stun potential?
I think the Tableau might be a good target to not give this team an extra set round of turns. But actually, Tableau doesn't synergize super well with the pivoting that PINKROID has decided to do.
Yeah. There we go, Ethna dealing some serious damage onto that Tableau, pushing him past halfway and stunning him at the same time. Praha goes for the strip. Diana cuts in with her passive. Will he transform? Will he put the shield up? I think shield, goes for the skill 1 stun.
Yep, he wants to save the transform for next turn, especially when Shizuka puts up that immunity. He's going to want to strip it if Juno fails to strip.
There we go, Juno goes for the strip, lands it on 2 of the 4 units. Vanessa with a skill 2 defense break, lands it on the Tableau. Ethna, skill 2, turn cycles, gets that attack bar. Diana cuts in. Oh, I'm curious to see how much damage this Diana does. Where will he direct it? Goes into Ethna, 4.7 per card. Warriors return from Vanessa's passive, bringing that Ethna back.
No surprise that Diana did so much damage into the Ethna, because usually Ethna is built on a full damage build, so she is quite easy to take out. However, Vanessa does have a revive, but the revive is gone. Vanessa's going to have her cooldowns up a little bit soon. And also, let's not forget, Shizuka has a really nice synergy with Ethna. She can bring her back.
And then she has come back from Shizuka's past life spell skill. Goes into Changpang, stuns Changpang. Changpang misses a turn. Vanessa with skill 1 into Changpang. Juno returning in favor and dealing some damage onto Vanessa.
Yep, indeed. I think things are looking really, really tricky for PINKROID right now, but we know the power of PINKROID's runes and artifacts. He can definitely make a comeback from this position.
There we go, Changpang serious meta, stunning that Praha. Vanessa, skill 1, killing the Changpang, dealing some damage onto Juno. Juno gets that defense break. Diana, how much damage will you deal? Goes onto the Praha, around 3k per hit. Diana transforms. Will she get an additional turn? No additional turn. Praha skill 1, Juno skill 1 into Praha takes her out. Shizuka.
Yep, Shizuka is going to need to get some serious procs if GUTSTHEBERSERK is going to make a comeback. That fact that Changpang had a skill 3 available just now really helped PINKROID turn the tide. Of course, Diana and Juno are excellent solo monsters as well. I think the match is definitely swinging in PINKROID's favor now.
Yeah, honestly, that was a huge resist from Diana with that defense break from Vanessa's skill 2. There we go, Juno putting some damage onto Diana. Gets the transformation from Diana right now. Where will he direct the damage? Goes onto the Vanessa, misses some Chris, but it doesn't matter because he takes her out of this field. Juno skill 1 into the Shizuka, she gets the stun.
Yeah, Juno is such a good counter to Shizuka that PINKROID decided he wanted to take out the Vanessa with the transform anyway, because Juno would be able to take out the Shizuka eventually, as she has.
How quickly the tables turned there. We thought that Guts was getting back into the competition there, but PINKROID on a dime can turn things around. And 3-0, PINKROID qualifies and goes through to the semi-finals of this competition. I mean, that was an absolutely unbelievable display there, Killer, and just showing why he has had such amazing success in the past. I did the maths as well. Been playing for 2,345 days. That equates to 6 years. Started when he was 14, PINKROID, and look where he is now at the age of 20, winning Europe Cups, going to Worlds. I mean, this guy is just—he's incredible.
Exactly, and there was a moment there where PINKROID was not looking too well with Guts taking the advantage, and he just turned it around. It's just amazing.
Really is amazing, really is amazing. Baus as well, before we go to kind of a quick interview with PINKROID as well, I mean, can he be beaten today?
Well, he can, and if there's anyone who can, it probably is RAXXAZ, because they are really close friends, and RAXXAZ knows PINKROID's account better than anyone and will know how to counter PINKROID.
Well, that will be your semi-final coming later on, but before that semi-final, of course, we need to hear from the man of the hour himself. Here is Melissa catching up with the almighty PINKROID on the main stage.
Jetzt sind wir hier im Interview. Congratulations. Did you expect that outcome?
I mean, I thought I had a better chance than Guts, but I was still very scared to play him because anyone can win in the tournament, and I'm shaking very much.
But you looked so chill. Both of you looked so friendly and chill. How is it competing against friends?
Yeah, it's a pain to fight friends because one has to go out, but yeah, it's inevitable in this game because everyone is friends, I guess. Yeah.
So your next turn will be in the semifinals. What can we expect?
I think RAXXAZ is gonna win, to be honest, because he just.
Yeah, we will see. Thank you so much. Und zurück zu unseren Castern.
What a legend.
Yeah.
Love that. I want to give him a cuddle. I want to cuddle him. Really sweet as well. You know, I think that's what's a true champion there as well, being very humble as well. You know, Killer, I mean, you look at someone who's able to say, do you know what? Rax is probably going to be in the next round, and Guts, regardless I thought I might win this, he was going to put up a challenge. And I think that's it's a really good thing to say about the other competitors. And they're all friends as well.
Yeah, exactly. RAXXAZ and PINKROID are very close friends. But I'm curious to see if he will actually still drop a set, because he hasn't dropped a set yet.
He's not dropped one just yet. Exciting to see what happens. So this is the way that the bracket currently stands, though, after the quarterfinals, which are now complete here at the Europe Cup, with the semifinals coming your way. You can see here that PINKROID goes through in a 3-0 into match 2 to face RAXXAZ later on, and JANZELOT versus ISMOO. Could we see here, Baus, there is a potential here for last year's Europe Cup final again with ISMOO versus PINKROID? It could be possible.
It could be possible, and in fact, they're probably both favourites for their semi-finals, but you know what's also possible? An all-German final, and the Germans here will probably be very excited about that.
I can imagine the crowd are absolutely buzzing right now for that, which I think will be really exciting to see. But that's the great thing about this competition as well, is the new blood coming through, the likes of, we talked about RAXXAZ, and obviously ISMOO's been here before. JANZELOT as well, defeating TIMBO was huge earlier on. Now it kind of leads to, well, it's going to be a very exciting semi-final afternoon here, Killer.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, JANZELOT's comeback was amazing. 2-0, coming back all the way to 3-2, three sets.
Yeah, he really showed a lot of character there as well. And speaking of characters, of course, there are some new ones in the game in Cookie Run Kingdom. We announced it in the prelims earlier this season. However, everyone is enjoying the sweet collaboration of Summoner's War and Cookie Run Kingdom. Collab content and various events are live in the game, so make sure to participate in all of it. There's various gifts for you. You can see right now, Cookie Run Kingdom. Let's go! Loved announcing that and suddenly it being in the game. Now here we are at the Europe Cup, which is such a cool thing to happen as well. Loads more coming our way here, which is really exciting. Semi-finals, it could be a Europe Cup rematch from last year. But don't forget as well, guys, you watching at home, whoever qualifies from today in those top 2 positions, that's winner and runners-up, they go through to Worlds in Korea later on this year. And this is a little gift for you as well, a coupon code on screen. Make sure to use that coupon code in the chat that you'll find out exactly how you can utilize it. But use that during the break. We're back in a few with loads more action, courtesy of some semi-finals. Don't go anywhere.
Show your color. Not so cool, slick, better be too quick for me. Not so flamboyant, but a little too typical. Won't ya? Say the same, don't ya? I'm one of a kind, don't get me wrong. Show your own color. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I just take all the spotlight. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Making mama feel so right. No need to look high and low, baby. Maybe it's a little too obvious. It is my solution. Let's hear you say. Color, leave a mark, show yourself. Hold your chin up, get ready. Got no time to lose because I'm here to show you fluorescent paint, paint. I just stand up, what can I say? Fluorescent paint, paint. Just go parade. My one and only color. He show you, come on. He show you, come on.
고대인들께서 이 세계로 오시려면 나르가 세 눈이 필요하다. 어리석은 자여, 나의 신하가 될 자여, 새로운 주인을 맞을 준비가 되었는가?
어두워진 하늘, 나를 흐르는 하나의 소원, 밝은 빛으로 물들릴 미래에 그 안에서 미소 짓는 너.
라이를 지킬 소환사를 소개하겠다.
그리고 나
이제부터 나의 시간이다.
희미해지고 어두운 내일은 날로 선명해지네. 반복된 시간
않고 싸우라고.
아픈 친구가 있어? 두려워해야 할 거야.
어느새 이미 준비를 모두 마친 나는 한 번 더 날아오를 준비가 됐어. 어두워진 밤 하늘을 날아 올라가는 단 하나의 소원. 밝은 빛으로 물들린 미래에 그 안에서 미소 짓는 너. 어두운
Hello there and welcome back to the Summoners War World Arena Championship 2022 Europe Cup. We waving. Hi! That was really nice. Well done, Mouse. Guys, welcome back in to the show. It has been a great start thus far. All of our quarterfinals are done. 8 players have been whittled down to 4 now with 2 semi-finals left to play. It's myself, Adam Savage, Baus and Killer. What's up, boys? What's up? What's up? We have got you loads more action coming your way, courtesy of Summoners War. And of course, 4 players, only 2 spots in that final where they're playing for an almighty $10,000 top prize. You can see here on the screen another coupon code for you guys. This is a coupon code that if you haven't done this already, make sure to log this into your online, or you can see in the chat exactly how to do so. Click the URL, tells you all the things how you can do that. But this is a little gift from us to you to say thank you for being part of this amazing experience in the Europe Cup this season. We've loved having you guys here, and here's the gift from us to you guys as well. Another gift that keeps on giving as well is, of course, Cookie Run Kingdom. Now, as we all know, this is a huge part of the overall game, really. It's going to be announced earlier on this season, the collaboration. To recap, though, everyone is enjoying this so much. The sweet collaboration of Summoners War and Cookie Run Kingdom. The collab content and various events are live in the game, so make sure to participate in all of it. Be together with the cookies. Various gifts for you, you can see there as well, so make sure to embrace that. We've got so much to get excited about here. We're going to see our semi-finals in a second here, but Baus, what have you seen thus far that has been the most kind of like enticing highlight for you? What have you thought is the best thing so far in this competition you've been really excited about?
That is a really hard one to call. We did have that huge comeback from JANZELOT in match 1. We had the upsets from both RAXXAZ and ISMOO in matches 2 and 3. We had that dominant performance from PINKROID. Let's just say all of the quarterfinals.
Good answer. You can see on screen as well the way in which our players got here. 8 whittled down to now 4. That top price is mentioned, $10,000. I mean, which is an unbelievable amount of money when you think about it as well there, Killer. You know, 10,000 big ones is massive, and that's, you know, not to mention just being part of this, but to win that as well, what a great thing to have, to be Europe Cup champion and that much richer.
That's actually a lot of packs and possibly a lot of cookies as well.
Yeah, a lot of cookies. This is your bracket, how things currently stand after our quarterfinals and our semi-final matchups coming your way. You've got a best of 5 first up, which is JANZELOT and ISMOO, followed by a RAXXAZ versus PINKROID best of 5. We got ourselves a show match coming up, and then we have the final later on, but the final 2 will be 100% confirmed going to Worlds later on this year in November. Those 2 blank spaces will be guaranteed going to Worlds, but who will be the top place with $10,000? Who will be the runner-up with $5,000? Let us know in the chat, as always, who you guys think is going to go all the way. But JANZELOT versus ISMOO and RAXXAZ versus PINKROID, these are your semi-finals of 2022 in the Europe Cup, which are very, very exciting indeed. We're going to meet our first player in a second here. But, you know, going into this one, Baus, are you feeling optimistic we're in for fireworks, as Killer said earlier on?
Yeah, you know what? I feel like one of the Germans is going to win the next match.
Okay, we've got our players already coming out. Here comes JANZELOT into the mix. He looks like he doesn't know where he's going. He'll find his way. He's really excited to, of course, be here. Killer as well. We talked about this earlier on, but 2021 prelim contender, now potentially being a Europe Cup finalist as well.
Yeah, exactly right. And you know, he contended last year, and this year he might take it a step further.
Yeah, we still see maybe a bit of tear in his eye for defeating his good friend TIMBO earlier on. But what a comeback it was from 2 down to win this 3-2, Baus.
Yeah, really impressive, and he must have the wind in his sails right now. But against another player that also has the wind in his sails, it's going to be a really tough competitor. ISMOO.
Yes, it certainly is. And here he comes. The man of the hour is also coming to the stage, trying to get back into the top 2 spots as he did in 2021. We have the almighty ISMOO, who is coming out any second now to the crowd, cheering him in. Here he comes, the big man. It's ISMOO, who, I mean, we saw this earlier on, that massive matchup against SEIISHIZO we saw, Killer, where a 3-0 clean sweep, we did not expect that at all with the caliber of SEIISHIZO and what he's brought to this competition before. It was a really strong performance from ISMOO earlier today.
Yeah, it was very strong. No one expected a 3-0, maybe a 3-1, a 3-2, you know, but not a 3-0, and that's exactly what we saw, and the crowd was just ballistic.
The crowd was going absolutely ballistic as always, and we're excited to get this one started very soon. But quickly, before that all happens, take a look at this. Highlights from earlier on today coming your way right now. This is JANZELOT versus TIMBO, and this was a really strong match, wasn't it, Baz?
It was really...
Amazing, amazing. We saw there earlier as well, that ragdoll from JANZELOT, the stoic performance of that ragdoll was incredible things. But you know, I think as well, we look at like ISMOO, and I think SEIISHIZO was surprised by despite the fact ISMOO has got these amazing kind of performances of the past and the accolades getting to finals, I think still surprised by just how good a performance it was from ISMOO today as well, Pals.
It was a really, really strong performance. Barely any mistakes, if any. In fact, almost no misplays. I don't really remember specific misplay, whereas SEIISHIZO made a few questionable picks. Of course, SEIISHIZO was the favorite going in, but ISMOO had the experience, he had the confidence, and just delivered. Incredible.
Yes, he did indeed. I mean, JANZELOT versus ISMOO, this is your first semi-final match of this Europe Cup 2022. It is going to be an absolute beauty. Trust us, things are about to get very spicy in here, courtesy of the pick and bans, which are happening right now. Let's jump in. It's ISMOO versus JANZELOT in this first semi-final, and let's see what happens next.
The first semi-final of the day is here, guys. And ladies and gentlemen, JANZELOT versus ISMOO, best out of 5. Pre-bans are in, Oliver and the Chi-Tang Deshane.
Interesting that JANZELOT has chosen to pre-ban the Oliver and not one of ISMOO's threatening light dark units. And ISMOO flashing that dark vanilla, pure vanilla cookie once again.
Yes, yes, yes. ISMOO picking up that Praha first unit. JANZELOT responding with a cigar and the Marsha for first and second unit.
That's a really early cigar pick, the Wind and Bison, but actually he does counter the Praha really nicely by stripping and resetting her cooldowns. So a nice pick nevertheless.
ISMOO picking up that Juno and the Shizuka. JANZELOT responding with the Ragdoll and the Moor. Okay, what are you?
Oh yes, the Moor to set up. Actually, I'm not really sure about that Moor pickup. Here's a water elemental unit which synergizes nicely against ISMOO's elements, but there's not really anything following up after the Moor apart from the cigar. But I do like the Ragdoll with all the 2 oracles are critting. If they choose to use predictive future, yeah, usually on 100 or 85 crit rate, then JANZELOT might be able to steal a turn.
There we go. ISMOO picking up Tessarion and Miles for his final 2 units, and he has locked them in. JANZELOT with the last slot brings out that Leo, locks it in.
Well, I am liking the Leo pickup. It does counter his own units, the Masher and the Moor, a little bit. It also counters ISMOO's units really nicely. I think he's signaling that he's going to ban out the Tsaran because the Tsaran does incredibly well against most of JANZELOT's draft. But ISMOO, he's probably going to ban out that Leo.
Here we go. Bans are coming in any moment now. One player is taking their time to consider their best option moving forward. Tsaran and Leo get the bans. Leader skills are about to be locked in. We've got the speed lead and the HP lead. Here we go. Semi-finals set number 1. Best out of 5. JANZELOT versus ISMOO. First turn going to ISMOO with the Miles. A spin grab shot, possibly. Strip and stunner unit.
Indeed, as expected, ISMOO had the speed lead, and of course Miles usually is on really high speed, but at the same time, JANZELOT has that ragdoll to try and cut in by giving his team attack bar.
There we go, Ryu with the rolling oh, uses skill 1, stuns that Miles with the skill 1. Juno not looking too good right now with that defense break and damage that came from Masha.
You know what, that was some interesting speed tuning from JANZELOT. The fact that Cigar the Wind and Bison moved before his Wateroo/Moor. It would have been better to have the Moor moving first, but it didn't matter because, of course, Cigar didn't have much, you know, there wasn't immunity on most of his team anyway.
There we go, Juno dealing some damage onto that Cigar. Shizuka about to take a turn. Takes a turn onto herself. Miles with the skill 1. Oh, dealing some good damage with that skill 1. Praha with all her skills available. She goes for the heal, lands the sleep on the Cigar. Gets an additional turn.
Do you know what? I'm really favoring ISMOO's position right now because he has the Praha sustain, he has the Miles to just continue doing fixed damage that counters the Ragdoll and the Masher really nicely. It's just a really nice draft overall from ISMOO, whereas Moor, I mean, he's decent against those elements, but he doesn't...
Yeah, there we go. Praha with the skill 1 and 2. There we go. Another additional turn from the Praha onto the Masha, dismounting her.
Okay, here we go. The Cigar is looking very unhealthy at the moment. ISMOO is going to want to continue focusing down the Cigar, but Ragdoll might eliminate some of his units before he manages to do that.
There we go, right with skill 1. Stun on the Praha, that is huge. Shizuka, skill 1, goes onto the Cigar, gets an additional turn. Will she do past life spell on herself or another unit, or bring someone back from the dead?
Well, I think there's a couple of options. She could have brought back that Juno for skill 1 potentially to take out the Cigar, but now actually JANZELOT is looking really, really mighty indeed, and if Masha manages some crits against those water units, it's gonna be rough for ISMOO.
There we go, Ryu with the stun, again with the skill 1 onto Miles. The provoke on the Shizuka from the Cigar coming. Masha, will you crit? Oh, takes out that Miles. Ryu skill 1 into Shizuka, doesn't matter. JANZELOT looking very healthy with 4 units.
Wow, incredible performance from JANZELOT. I wasn't sure about his draft, but it didn't matter. Ragdoll was so well wounded, did so much damage, taking out each of ISMOO's units turn by turn.
Yeah, we talked a lot about JANZELOT earlier on and Ragdoll being an absolute diamond for him, and now we saw there as well a lot of focus there from ISMOO onto the Cigar rather than other kind of units. Do you think it was a big factor there at all, Baus?
Yeah, I do think Cigar actually did really well to keep resetting those attack bars, landing some provokes, disrupting the rest of the team from ISMOO. And although I really liked ISMOO's draft in general, it wasn't enough. It was always going to be a tight game when you have Bruiser against Bruiser. It might depend on procs, resistance, and in the end, JANZELOT was able to bring it home.
Yeah, ISMOO now experiencing his first loss of this competition today, his first set, which is only a set, however, bit of a kink in his armor there that could, it could open up quickly if he doesn't maintain it somehow and contain it too.
Yeah, exactly right. I'm curious if this actually gets into his head, or will he keep cool, calm, and collected going into that next match, which is very crucial for a comeback.
I think that's where experience pays volumes here as well. You guys might not agree. You might agree. Let us know who you think is still going to go all the way here, qualifying for finals in the chat. Is it ISMOO or JANZELOT? But ISMOO's been here. He's done it before. He's got himself through the finals. So I think if there's anyone capable, it's definitely going to be him. Let's jump into the next pick and ban. That was a quick one for JANZELOT. Let's see what happens in game 2.
Here we go, Summoners game set number 2. The pre-bans are in. We got the Shizuka and the Oliver getting the pre-ban.
Indeed, Oliver getting pre-banned all the time. No surprises about that. Oliver keeps on getting pre-banned in every game. JANZELOT and ISMOO both not fearing each other's oppressive light dark units and more fearing those two elementals that are so dominant in this meta.
JANZELOT with the first pick, picking up that Praha, locking it in. ISMOO responding with a Masha for the first pick and yet to decide on his second unit.
That's a really early Praha pick, but I guess Praha has such a loaded skill set and count and synergizes quite nicely with his Ragdoll and of course with that Chitang Dashang that he's just decided to pick up.
There we go, ISMOO picking up that Dominic for the second unit, and then JANZELOT responding with the Juno and Chitang Dashang.
Oh, very nice. 2 strippers that allow his Chitang Dashang to land those debuffs. ISMOO decides, does he want to counter the Chitang Dashang via something like a Molly, or does he want to outspeed? And he goes for the outspeed route.
Yeah, ISMOO bringing up that Changpang and the Wunsa, and how will JANZELOT respond to that third and fourth unit?
Well, he has a couple of choices. He has the Ragdoll. Ragdoll is always a good pick in those situations where someone wants to compete for turn 1. But now he decides he doesn't want to go for the Ragdoll. He goes for something else.
There we go. ISMOO with the final pick. JANZELOT picking up that Kano and Verti Hill for his 4th and 5th unit. JANZELOT sitting pretty with the 5 units. ISMOO 1 more unit to draft up.
I do like the Verd Hill pick, a really strong counter against Wunsa. 45% chance, a little bit higher than Volantis' chance. Sorry, a little bit lower than Volantis' chance, 50%, but high indeed if it is on triple range.
There we go, ISMOO picking up that Abilio for some sustain at the end, locks it in. What are the pre-bans, boss?
The bans are probably going to be the Abelio because Abelio hard counters all of JANZELOT's draft. For ISMOO's side, it's a tricky one, maybe the Verd Hill.
Wunsa gets the ban, Verti Hill gets the ban. Oh, resistance leads for JANZELOT, HP lead for ISMOO. Here we go. It is 1-0, JANZELOT with the advantage.
Okay.
Going into the game, Juno takes that first turn, goes for the strip, manages to strip 3 out of 4 units, goes with the predicted future to manage to strip that Abilio. Oh, Chitang Dashang with the Giant's Net goes and resets and pushes back the attack bars.
Yep, this is all going to be about procs, resistances, and all that stuff for ISMOO because JANZELOT has the aggression, he has all those AoEs, all those strips, and also it's going to be about whether Abelio manages to disrupt JANZELOT's combo because JANZELOT doesn't have a resetter. He has the control, but he cannot reset Abelio's cooldowns.
There we go. Chitang Dashang, skill 1 into Changpang, not stunning it. Oh, additional turn from Changpang. Serious matter, pushing back everyone's attack bar, possibly some increased cooldowns.
That was a huge proc from the Changpang. Violent Changpang being so clutch today. Today's match, if I was going to say it was one thing as a theme of today, it's Violent Changpangs. Violent Changpang means that ISMOO, this Dominic, might be able to take out a unit really, really soon.
Yes, that weakness shot from Dominic taking out that Praha. That is a big game changer possibly for ISMOO. Stun with the skill 1 from the Monkey onto the Dominic. Provoke. Oh, Abilio goes onto Kano, fails to stun him. Masha with the defense break, lands the decent. Oh, takes out Chitang Dashang with that defense break.
I thought that was really good target selection from ISMOO, using his Dominant to take out the Praha rather than the Chitang Dashang. Even though the Chitang Dashang was on lower health, he knew that his Dominic had really nice artifacts and high attack, and there was enough with this, especially with the defense break, with the Brand from skill 2 to take out that Praha, and he was able to take out the Chitang Dashang subsequently with Masher anyway.
There we go, saw that sword rain coming from Kano, landing some debuffs onto ISMOO, some stuns. Here we go, the stun comes out from Abilio onto Kano. Masha almost taking out that Kano. Kano not looking too healthy. Abilio, skill 1 goes for the heal. Oh, there we go. JANZELOT has conceded this match. It is 1-0.
JANZELOT conceding there and giving ISMOO the opportunity to get back into the competition because it seemed to me there as well that ISMOO has gone into the match pretty stacked.
comparable. I mean, obviously he chose units well the first game, but in that particular set, it seemed that there was definitely a bit of impetus there. We had a lot of strong strippers as well, and his Masher was there as well. Bowser was looking very good, and he was there to make a statement, and that's exactly what he did.
Yeah, exactly. And to be honest, I thought JANZELOT drafted incredibly well as well, and ISMOO did get fortunate with the proc from the Changpeng, that violent proc into the skill 3, which did such a huge swing in the game. But he also had his Belio there that was always going to be a disruptor that hadn't kicked in at that point anyway. So things could have turned out around later, but the proc was really, really crucial. And yep, ISMOO levels things up, and he's looking very, very fearsome indeed now.
You talked about the violent Changpeng, I believe, in that last game. Killer, why is it such a great monster to have? Why is it such an impactful unit to have as well?
Well, if he gets an additional turn, which gets his skill 3 up, it pushes everyone's attack bars back to 0, giving ISMOO that chance to take another turn with all his 4 units.
There you go. There you go. There you have it, guys. It's 1-1 here going into the third set of this first semi-final matchup between ISMOO and JANZELOT. We're going to jump straight into this one and keep this party going. Whoever takes this next one is going to be going into the lead ahead of a game 4. So let's see what happens next.
Yes, exactly, Adam. It is a best out of 5, and it's 1-all, so it's still anyone's game. The pre-bans are in. We've got the Oliver and the Chitang Deshank getting the pre-bans.
Oh, Oliver, once again, pre-ban, no surprises. I wonder if we're going to see no Olivers at all in this match. Well, it doesn't matter. That gives us some more variety of drafts and more interesting interactions, fewer speed leads, maybe more light dark units.
There we go. ISMOO picking up Praha for the first unit. JANZELOT responding with the Juno and the Cigar again for the first and second unit. ISMOO picking up the Masha and the Dominic for the second and third unit.
I really like that pickup of Masha and Dominic. Having both units in your arsenal to just kind of take out one of JANZELOT's units. JANZELOT looks like he's going for the AoE route, potentially, or just some kind of mixed route. He's going to have to think about how to deal with those Masher and Dominic.
Yeah, not much change with they drafting at the moment. JANZELOT picking up the Mars and the Colonel. ISMOO picking up that Shizuka and one more slot to fill. What will it be?
I am liking those picks from JANZELOT. The Shizuka, always a solid pick, although there is the Juno on the field and the Cigar that disrupts the Shizuka. So I wonder if that's pre-signaling a ban on one of those 2 units.
ISMOO picking up Annabelle for the final unit. Very interesting. First time seeing Annabelle playing today. So that Annabelle has been locked in for the final unit on ISMOO. JANZELOT responds with a Diana for his final unit.
Wow, very interesting indeed. I'm liking all of these picks up so far. I'm wondering if Masha is going to be the ban with that Diana pick or not.
There we go. Diana gets the ban. The Shizuka gets the ban. ISMOO goes with the HP lead. JANZELOT goes with a bigger HP lead coming from that Colonel. Few seconds till the match starts. ISMOO versus JANZELOT. It is 1-all. First turn goes to JANZELOT with the Miles. Goes onto the Marshal, fails to stun her again.
Indeed, Miles only has 50% stun rate, and with accuracy resistant checks, he doesn't stun that often. So you can't rely on that, but you can rely on his strip a little bit more. That's such a fast Praha, by the way, from ISMOO, cutting in between the Miles and the other units.
There we go, Praha with a predicted future with the strip, following it up with a Violent Proc and a Daydream for the sleep on the Juno, Cigar, and the Miles. Oh! Annabelle wakes up all the units so he can land this 3-turn defense break at the moment from ISMOO.
Very interesting choice from ISMOO. He wants to delete units, and he has deleted a unit.
Yeah, that damage coming from Dominic was no joke. Masha doing a small touch-up on Cigar, taking him out of this field. Annabelle has the heal. Skill 1 also sleeps. Goes for the skill 1 sleep on Miles. Misses the sleep, but gets an additional turn. Misses the sleep again. Masha is about to take a turn. Fast link onto the Juno, doing some serious damage. Dominic doesn't care about Elemental, takes out this Juno out of this match.
Wow, wow. What a fast match. What an exciting match. I really like that pickup of the Annabelle from ISMOO, to be honest, because Annabelle did really well against elements that are on JANZELOT's side of the field. And of course, she brought that slow that managed to amplify Masha's damage, because Masha's damage increases as the difference between her own speed and the enemy's speed increases.
This match looks well decided for ISMOO. ISMOO taking out the third set, giving him an advantage at 2-1.
Oh, I mean, this is a page turner. This is exciting.
Yes,
we
yes.
see there as well ISMOO taking the second game in lightning quick speed there as well. You mentioned Annabelle. We had the likes of Masha, Dominic. I mean, the damage that ISMOO was able to deal there as well, Baus, was simply... It was just too much for JANZELOT in the last game.
It was incredible. We saw PINKROID's Dominic damage. We're seeing ISMOO's Dominic damage being surely almost as incredible as well. With the defense break and the brand, that setup just allows him to delete a unit just like that, with Masha following up as well, of course. Having access to both Masha and Dominic makes a huge difference, and I wonder if JANZELOT is going to try and steal one of those units away from ISMOO to disrupt that combination.
I mean, that's what he's going to have to do now, Killer, isn't it? JANZELOT's going to have to put all his eggs into this one basket, because this is the last chance he has here to remain in the competition. As we know, it's already 2-1 up to ISMOO, so best of 5. He gets that next game, ISMOO, and then JANZELOT's out. ISMOO is back into the finals, into the Europe Cup, where he was last year. He's back there again. JANZELOT, what's his strategy? What's he doing? How's he moving things forward?
Whatever he did in that first match earlier today, where he came back from 0 all the way to 3, he just has to repeat that same method, that same formula going into this next match. And it's possible, and it's doable.
We may have to rebrand him the Comeback King. That could be the new nickname. We'll see if it does happen again. Let us know in the chat who's going to do it. Is it ISMOO or JANZELOT? Let us know. But it's straight back into the action here, and it is game 4 of this first semi-final matchup.
Summoners all around the world. This is match point for ISMOO. Best out of 5. JANZELOT is 1. ISMOO is 2. Pre-bans are in. We've got the Marsha and the Oliver not getting any gameplay. This a match with JANZELOT picking up that first draft with the Praha.
Really interesting early Praha, especially because he pre-banned the Masha. No surprise about the pre-ban of Oliver. He didn't really have to pre-ban the Masha, but I think that's just because he wants the AoE strip for his Chitang Dasheng, which is now available in this match.
And ISMOO picking up the Juno and the Dominic. And Boss says Chitang Dasheng. JANZELOT listens to him, picks up that Chitang Dasheng and the Cigar for the 3rd unit.
Nice pick up of the Juno from ISMOO. He was expecting that Chitang Dasheng, and I wonder if JANZELOT should have picked up that Juno first pick instead of the Praha, because Juno counters Chitang Dasheng and sets him up.
There we go. It's all about the right moves. ISMOO picking up that Changpang and the Wusa as his 3rd and 4th unit. JANZELOT responding with the Mokwol and the Vertihill.
That's right, the Mokwol, one of JANZELOT's signature units. He manages to make it work sometimes. He doesn't always manage to make it work. I wonder if it will. He has a really high base speed. I wonder if it's a spare Mokwol, but absolutely it's going to set up nicely for the Chitang Dasheng. I'm thinking a Chitang Dasheng ban might be in order. The Vertihill, though, of course, a really nice counter to the wounds, though.
Yeah, we saw ISMOO picking up that Dark Pure Vanilla Cookie and then winking at JANZELOT in the camera feed, but he picked and he took it back out, put Tessarion, switched Tessarion for Miles. Miles has been locked in. The bans are about to come in.
I'm really disappointed we have not seen the Dark Pure Vanilla Cookie in action yet, because that is something that Vertihill cannot revenge against, but of course his base speed is much lower than the Wunsa.
There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Match point for ISMOO. Wunsa taking that first turn, obviously, with that high base speed. Ooh,
wow.
Mokwol cuts in, doesn't get his attack bar pushed back, goes for the immunity and the taunt.
Oh my goodness, what a match. The Mokwol, I think, was on Nemesis on quite low HP to cut after the Wunsa. I'm guessing he knew that ISMOO had the Wunsa as a possibility, so he built this really interesting tech. But is it enough? Because he must have built it on quite a squishy build in order to cut, and the Dominic is able to take him out quite easily.
Yeah, that Dominic doing some serious damage with his improvisation weakness. Shot, here we go, Chitang Dasheng goes for the sleep and the pushback.
Indeed, but the Juno is still on the field, and the Wunsa resisted the strip from the Wind and Bison, luckily for ISMOO. However, is the Juno going to be enough to take this match? Because there is a Praha that is going to be able to help JANZELOT take out that Juno at some point.
There we go. Oh, additional turn for the Chitang Dasheng. He chooses to use skill 1. Everyone missing turns because they're just waking up from that sleep. Praha skill 1 onto that Juno. Fire into the Chitang Dasheng. Cigar goes for the provoke, misses the provoke. Serious matter. Oh, what happened to Changpang missing a turn? There we go. All or nothing from Chitang Dasheng.
Indeed, and the Praha with artifacts is doing some serious damage onto the Juno. It's all going to be about this Juno, and if she manages to land some Despair Stuns, she landed one there just now, but it's much more crucial for her to stun the Chi-Tank Deshang if she can.
Very interesting from JANZELOT, not using Giant's Net from Chi-Tank Deshang because the unit. Oh, additional turn for the Changpeng. Serious Matter is a game changer, and he goes with the Serious Matter, pushes back the attack bar. Juno has the opportunity now, takes the opportunity, takes that Chi-Tank Deshang. Wunsa trying to sleep that with Praha. Praha trying to kill that Juno, revenges, gets attack bar, gets another turn.
Changpeng procs. The story of the day, once again, this time, Changpeng proccing out of the crowd control into Serious Matter. Lets ISMOO swing the direction of the game in his direction. This is why this unit is so powerful. Of course, the Juno was still there and doing her thing, landing a few stuns, being really difficult to kill, and doing a lot of additional damage as well, which is always nice.
That was so close with the Wunsa almost taking out that cigar. There we go. ISMOO moves on to the finals and into Seoul, Korea as well.
Yeah, he's done it, baby. The first finalist of the day. ISMOO beats out JANZELOT, who put up an incredible fight there. But it just felt like it was just that additional turn for the Changpeng was a huge game changer, Baus.
It was huge. It was huge. How many games today has Changpeng getting an additional turn being a game changer? I've lost count. At least four. At least four, I think.
At least four. It's been a lot, but it was JANZELOT, incredible to see that he's got this far in the competition. Sadly, but ISMOO doing this back-to-back years, getting into the final, that is huge from this player.
Yeah, exactly right. But maybe we're going to get the same as last year.
You think?
ISMOO and PINKROID, but we're about to find that soon enough. But, there's a reason why you make it to the finals last year. You're not to be taken seriously, and that's ISMOO's shown us that.
Yeah, he really has. He's been such a great character for this game. For the community as well, they love this guy.
Yeah. Absolutely. On home crowd, and he'd really delivered. Smooth drafting. I wonder if things would have been different if JANZELOT had banned out the Wunsa and not let ISMOO take the first turn. At the same time, we'll never know.
Let's see what he has to say for himself anyway.
Yeah, ISMOO, how does it feel moving to the finals?
Wow, that's super. Well, I'm thankful for the community, those behind me, and
he's thanking his community.
Nice.
You're such a strong fan base. Do you think that helps?
Yeah, it helps a lot. I'm thankful for them. Wow.
And we are thankful for you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
Und ich bin natürlich auch dankbar für meine Caster, die jetzt auch was zu sagen haben.
What a dude, man. Everyone's like, ISMOO, what a ledge. I love that guy. I mean, so nice as well. Like, he has his heart beating out of his chest. I mean, even though having done it last year, as you mentioned, being back there again, the community, I mean, he thanked them first before anybody else, Killer. I mean, that says so much about his character as well.
Yeah, exactly. He's very humble. He's very happy. He's excited. The crowd loves it.
Absolutely.
The chanting.
Absolutely buzzing, all of them. We see one of their own into the finals for later on today, where he's guaranteed a place, as we know, ISMOO, in Seoul, in Korea, come November time. You can see there he is, the first finalist of the Europe Cup 2022 here. He's going to be playing one of either RAXXAZ or PINKROID later on today in a short while's time. But as we said, so many of our players today, TIMBO, SEIISHIZO, OBABO, Guts, and JANZELOT, put up such incredible performances anyway. To be here at the Europe Cup, it's been amazing. But this next match as well, RAXXAZ, PINKROID, I mean, it's looking like on the cards that it's 50-50 whether or not we're going to get the same final as last year, Baus.
Yeah, pretty much. Maybe slightly in favor of PINKROID with his background. But as I said before, if anyone has the chance to take down PINKROID, it is RAXXAZ. So let's see if he has what it takes. But yeah, some really impressive performances from the players that have been eliminated. That Nemesis moot court, that was really cool, for example.
Yeah, it was really cool. You can see RAXXAZ is coming out right now. Here he is. Let's see where he is.
He's right there, coming through the door.
Yeah, boy! There he is. The man. It's RAXXAZ who's coming through. Yeah, well, let's see what happens there. SEIISHIZO did that earlier on, didn't work out in his favor, but RAXXAZ, it could. Getting the crowd to support him there. Love to see it. I mean, this is a guy that we talked about lots earlier on. You know, exciting to watch play. Lots in his locker here, killer as well. And now going up against one of the very best. I mean, if to prove yourself here on the main stage, you've got to beat PINKROID.
Honestly, I think RAXXAZ has the same playstyle as PINKROID. So this is going to be interesting. Who will pivot first?
Yeah, who will capitulate at this hurdle? We'll have to work out very soon, courtesy of this best of 5. But for now, very surely we're going to be meeting his opponent, the one and only PINKROID, who, as we know, is a stalwart of the Summoners War community and has been dominant for such a long time. But will there be a change of the guard? Will RAXXAZ shine? Let's see where he is. He's there somewhere. It's the one and only PINKROID. There he is.
Love that crowd atmosphere.
Yeah, man. I mean, look. The career to date as well. It's just bolstered with such great performances of the past here, Bals.
Yeah. He has been in preliminaries for many, many years, but of course, his last year's performance, making it all the way through to the World Final, that is the game changer. Of course, the player he lost to in the World Final, Diligent, has already been eliminated. So if he makes it through from the Europe Cup, he might even be the favorite for the whole thing.
Interesting to think about that. I mean, would he be thinking that far ahead? He's in the semi-finals of the Europe Cup, but he's already thinking about the World Finals. Is he that confident a player, do you think?
I don't think so. I think he's pretty calm. Because when you meet him, he's just pretty chilled. He's very confident.
Yeah.
But he's not thinking that far ahead.
Yeah, this is true. Well, we're going to see what happens next. He faced ISMOO in the prelims as well, who's already waiting in the final. Well, there we have it, guys. That is exactly how RAXXAZ and PINKROID got here. Some of the highlights from earlier on today in the quarterfinals, I'm sure you guys saw. I mean, what I love as well about the competitors is that they kind of clap each other in saying, GG's, you know, you did absolutely unbelievably well. To kind of, you know, particularly I saw their guts there. It's just like, you know what? Fair play. We witnessed something pretty special today. But it's coming your way. The very first of our second SRSA of our semi-finals today. Whoever wins this, the last two players playing for a place in the final. Whoever wins this will go through to the finals to join ISMOO. That'll happen later on today. It's all to play for. This could arguably be one of the biggest, best matches we're going to see in this tournament thus far. Two players absolutely capable and absolutely worthy of going through to finals. Let's find out what happens. RAXXAZ versus PINKROID. It's time for match 2, set 1 of our semi-finals. It's pick and ban time. Let's get it on.
Here we go. Summoners, best out of 5. RAXXAZ versus PINKROID. Oh, semi-finals. Volantis, Oliver, pre-bans.
Oh, interesting stuff. PINKROID decides to pre-ban the Volantis. He fears that unit. Now, of course, one player is always going to pre-ban Oliver, and that is going to be the player that isn't taking the first turn.
There we go. PINKROID taking that tablet first pick very, very quickly. We saw RAXXAZ use tablet earlier on. RAXXAZ picking up the Maw and the Changpang.
We know that these two players have extremely similar play styles. There's no surprise to see them digging in each of the boxes almost as soon as the match has begun. That Tableau being a first pick from PINKROID is a huge surprise. Usually on a ladder you would never see that, but this is SWC with pre-bans, you knowing what the other player plays, and we know that RAXXAZ loves to use the Tableau himself.
Exactly right, boss. Here we go. PINKROID drafting up that Dominic Marshall for 2nd and 3rd unit, paired with his 1st unit Tableau. RAXXAZ, 3rd and 4th unit. Oh, Shizuka and the Xerath.
No way, Killer. No way. Xerath. I love to see it. Let's see if this Xerath is going to do some serious damage. We know it's a really good combination with the Shizuka, actually. If Xerath gets taken down, Shizuka can just revive him and use his skills.
Yeah, but we know Xerath has Pinky's trademark, and RAXXAZ has taken it away from him. PINKROID with the final 2 picks. What will he fill in those 2 slots? Goes with the Jemaya and the Escher locked in for PINKROID. One more unit to pick up for RAXXAZ.
Yes, yes, yes. PINKROID really wants that first turn. What is RAXXAZ going to do to deny that first turn? Is he going to bring something like a Leo? Is that going to be enough damage mitigation against the pure aggression of PINKROID? He's going to have to, because I don't think RAXXAZ can do anything to steal the first turn from PINKROID, because he only has 1 speed lead and no unit to help him take the first turn like an attack bar booster.
There we go. RAXXAZ picking up that Trident for the final unit, locks it in the bans. Curious to see what it will be.
Well, how wrong I was. He is going to take out, I think, the Triton. Pick up signals a ban on the Escher, because the Escher is the only unit that can really stop the Triton.
We saw the Xerath getting banned, the Escher getting banned. Both players opting in with 24 speed lead. Who is taking this first turn? This is our first set. 2 friends playing it out. Best of 5. Trident with the first turn. Will he manage to strip and push back? Goes, manages to strip everything. Marsha cuts in. Fast link onto Trident. Misses the defense break, but has the wheel up more with the rolling spike. Gets the stun on the Tableau.
That is a nice stun on the Tableau. It was unfortunate that tried to miss the attack bar reduction on the Masher, but it doesn't matter. He landed the all-important strips, and that is a huge proc killer.
That's what we call a Luxag. These both players say that word. Shizuka, all things in and in nature. Trident with the skill 2 AoE silence goes for it. Lands that on Jemaya as well. 2-turn silence on all 4 units.
You could call it a Laxac, you could call it pure skill. They also like to use that phrase, and it's looking like RAXXAZ is in a very, very dominant position. I cannot see how PINKROID could come back from here.
There we go. Who we got? Changpang taking a turn right now. He's thinking about where he will direct his damage. Goes onto the Dominic. Shizuka, past life spell. Will he use it on himself or one of his units on the field? Goes onto the Changpang, gets an additional turn with the skill 1, possibly stripping that Masha. No, it goes onto Dominic.
Yeah, the Dominic can do some serious damage. Glancing does not affect the damage he deals on his passive, so he wants to take out that Dominic first, especially because it also leeches life.
There we go, huge additional turn, giving him opportunity to take out that Trident. No, directs the damage onto Changpeng. Marsha takes out that Trident with the skill 1. Fast Link is, yes, available from, Marsha goes onto the Changpeng.
Yeah, she's saving her second skill in order to use it on Changpeng once he doesn't have immunity on himself anymore. So PINKROID is actually the first player to take out a unit, but it doesn't matter when Changpeng procs.
Wow, Changpeng with another additional turn. Serious matter, possibly changing this whole game. Here we go, Shizuka with another additional turn. Oh, past life spell. Will he put it up on Changpeng, reducing his skill cooldown? Marsha, will you take out that Changpeng?
Well, I can't really see how PINKROID can make his way back from here. It looks like this is going to be one of the first sets that PINKROID has to drop in the entire SWC so far, and is to his good friend RAXXAZ.
It certainly is. I mean, fellas, PINKROID losing the first game, huge!
Yeah.
Huge! But at the same time, I mean, how pivotal as well, Baus, was the Triton getting the very first turn there, and how much that influenced the game. Because I feel like, because they both were battling to be the first to move, and with RAXXAZ getting that advantage, it was a really great start from him that couldn't be stopped.
It was a really, really smart pickup from RAXXAZ. Triton doing a similar thing that Woonsa does for ISMOO, allowing you to take that first turn even without the speed lead because of his high base speed. And it was, I thought he might have to pivot to second turn, but having the Triton available to him meant that no matter what PINKROID banned, RAXXAZ was most likely to take that first turn. Take that first turn, he did, and he landed his stuff, Changpeng procking as usual, and amazing, just amazing.
And we saw earlier in the competition as well, in the earlier rounds, the PINKROID. I mean, we saw how devastating he could be. We saw GUTSTHEBERSERK at suffering, courtesy of how much damage, if PINKROID gets that first turn, how much damage he can, put onto other players if given the opportunity here. Do you think that's RAXXAZ's main tactic here, is to always try and stay at the forefront, try and be first?
Yeah, well, it seems to be working, and that's what he did, and it worked. So continue, why not?
Yeah, I think the pre-bans and the ban, the picks will tell us a lot about what's going to happen in game 2 as well. We jumped straight in. It was quite fast that PINKROID lost that very first game, but RAXXAZ knows that he'll want to come back swinging in this second one. Let's see exactly which units are we taking into game number 2.
Exactly right, Adam. PINKROID dropping that first set since EU prelims to the cup. Here we go, pre-banning phase is in now. RAXXAZ versus PINKROID. It is advantage RAXXAZ with 1-0.
It's a really interesting situation in this match where RAXXAZ and PINKROID both share the Raz-Zarath, but on top of that, RAXXAZ also has the Volantis. PINKROID does have the Tianlang, but Tianlang is not super strong in this matchup because there's not so much attack bar increase units, only attack bar reduction, apart from the more. Oh, okay.
More and more get banned out. Pre-banned. They both looked at each other and laughed.
We're even less likely to see the Tianlang in this match now.
Or the more. We won't see them all.
We're very, very, very unlikely, almost impossible to see them all.
RAXXAZ with the first picking up. I'm not sure what unit he's going to go. He's actually thinking about it because both players do have a similar play style. So whatever he picks up first, we know PINKROID is surely to counter it and pick up another unit that he doesn't have. RAXXAZ goes with the Oliver. PINKROID goes with the Shizuka. Possibly a Shizuka Juno. He took the Juno out.
Yes, indeed. Really, really interesting draft indeed. Oliver, this is one of the first ever matches Oliver has gotten to see daylight, and RAXXAZ, of course, picking it up immediately. I'm really surprised that PINKROID did not pre-ban the Oliver.
And there we go, PINKROID picking up Shizuka and Marshall for the first and second unit. RAXXAZ taking his time to consider the draft against PINKROID. Praha and Changpeng again. Changpeng, we saw that Changpeng violent proc so many times in that last match.
Why not Changpeng Praha? Such dominant units, both with an AoE strip, both with ability to do a really powerful crowd control third skill and some really nice damage from additional damage artifacts. RAXXAZ managed to pick up 3 of the most dominant units in the meta at the moment.
There we go, PINKROID picking up Chiwu and a Cigar for third and fourth unit. That is very interesting from PINKROID. These both players are taking more time to decide what to pick than the matches themselves.
Wow, a Chiwu. OBABO liked to pick up the Chiwu earlier. It didn't work out super well for him against RAXXAZ. But RAXXAZ has dug into PINKROID's box so hard already that PINKROID has to resort to a Chiwu. He has to resort to a Cigar. What are the runes like on these units? We know PINKROID has incredibly strong runes and artifacts, but he's really having to pick up some less commonly picked units now.
There we go, RAXXAZ picking up the Miles and Volantis for the final 2 units. PINKROID brings out the Douglas for the final unit as locked it in. The Benz.
Oh, we love to see it. The Douglas. Is RAXXAZ going to ban out the Douglas? Or is he going to rely on Praha or Miles, whichever stays in the match, to take out the Douglas? Is that a must ban or is it not? PINKROID is really difficult for him. He's probably going to have to ban out a water unit anyway because he is so heavy on fire. Miles or Praha, that is the choice.
And waiting to the last second, Miles gets the ban. Douglas gets the ban. Oliver speed lead. Chiwu speed lead. Locked in. RAXXAZ with the 33 speed lead. PINKROID with the 24% speed lead. It is 1-0 RAXXAZ's way. We got the Chiwu moving first on PINKROID's side, managing to only strip 2 out of the 4 units. That is huge. Masha follows up after this Chiwu. Ooh, additional turn! Almost taking out that Volantis.
Really unfortunate for PINKROID that he missed those 2 strips, but he had a nice proc masher. He was lucky that Volantis did not revenge. So RNG has gone both ways on this occasion.
There we go, Shizuka with all things in nature available. Oh, look at all the debuffs Shizuka has put onto RAXXAZ's side. Chiwu doing some damage onto Volantis. Masha taking out Volantis. Oliver going onto the Shizuka. Changpang, another additional turn. PINKROID sitting very comfortable with all that will.
We know that the Shizuka Masher combo is a really, really threatening one. Even though PINKROID has had to pick a Chiwu, it was a nice pick. It made sure he got that first turn, managed to do some good damage into that Volantis, which has now been taken out. And PINKROID is looking really nice indeed. Praha is RAXXAZ's main way to deal with that Masher, but I don't know if that is enough at all.
Oh, this is so exciting to see Chiwu sleeping that Changpang with the skill 1 for 2 turns. Masha doing some serious damage onto Oliver, landing a defense break. Oliver putting that damage onto the Cigar because he was provoked. Here we go. Chiwu with the skill 1 again. Oh! Landing another sleep onto Oliver. Masha. Another violent turn taking him out this field.
Wow. Just wow. PINKROID might have had to dig deep into his box to pick up that Chiwu and pick up the Cigar, but it didn't matter because PINKROID's rune depth and quality is so high, as is RAXXAZ's, of course, and absolutely doing their work. Some really nice speed, really fast Chiwu there, and PINKROID is looking in a dominant position now.
I don't think I've seen that Changpang take 1 turn. Every single time it was additional turn, but it doesn't matter because Masha has taken him out of the field. Here we go. PINKROID with a comeback. It is 1-0 PINKROID versus RAXXAZ.
Yeah, it really is there. PINKROID there showing who is boss, coming back straight away there, and Masha strong, but interesting. Oliver's finally allowed to enter the arena there, Baus, but cannot get a chance to move because he's stunned. He can't do anything, and therefore it's cost RAXXAZ, and it's now 1-1.
Yeah, absolutely. The Chiwu pickup was pure genius, just like the Triton pickup was pure genius from RAXXAZ in the previous match. We're getting to see these high, either the speed lead or the high base speed AoE strippers with attack bar reduction. You don't usually see in matchups where players like to pivot. These 2 players don't really like to pivot, so they just are competing for turn 1. Whoever gets turn 1 often does the thing.
Yeah, I mean, we've heard a lot from the videos we've seen of different players. You know, they like to, like Baba was saying earlier on, he likes to be like turn 2 more aggressive. Here's 2 players that just off the front foot just want to go out swinging and just make it count straight off the bat, finish games early, and that's why they always seem so dominant. They get a chance to move early on, Killer. They make it count.
It's exactly, they're swinging at each other. He swings, he swings, he swings, he swings, he swings. It's just like that. No one's pivoting.
It's like a digital sword fight.
Yeah.
It's just back and forth, back and forth. We'd love to see it. Right, PINKROID and RAXXAZ now 1-1 apiece here in the semi-final, and we're on to set 3 here. 3 games left, potentially 2. All depends who can take the next couple of matchups. So let's see what happens here. It's time for the pick and bans. They're going for being the first turn. They're going for speed. Let's see what happens. Baus, Killer, take it away.
Summoners, it is 1-0 best out of 5 pre-bans are in. We've got the Oliver and the Volantis pre-ban. We've got PINKROID drafting up that more for his first unit and locked in very quickly.
PINKROID mixing things up. Previously, he first picked the Tableau. This time, he does want to pre-pick the more because more just has more in his kit. Literally, the Water Ryu, because he has the AoE strip attack bar reduction. And RAXXAZ now has lost a unit that is really key to his draft. I wonder if he's going to pick up the Tableau really early.
I would love to see those runes on these units. RAXXAZ picking up the Tableau and the Changpang.
Oh!
For his first and second unit. PINKROID, Antares Leah flex. But he's just having some fun. But will he actually pick him?
I mean, it's not a bad pivot. Not bad at all, but it's not really PINKROID style. And it's too much to gamble, I think, to pivot this early on Killer.
There we go. PINKROID picking up the segment and the Dom for the second and third unit.
I do like those picks. Interesting that he picked up the Dominic rather than the Masher, because the Masher is now available to RAXXAZ if he wants that unit. He also has the Praha available. That hasn't been taken yet. But PINKROID is looking like he is going to get that first turn either with the segment or with the Maul, because that speed lead helps his units take some extra speed.
There we go. RAXXAZ drafting up the Praha for his third unit and a second to go. Gets that Escher out. Locks in the Escher. PINKROID gives him a look in that camera feed. He's like, oh, that's my Escher. And he locks it in. PINKROID goes with the Leo. Will he draft up an Antares? I'm not sure.
Not sure about the Antares. A Diana will be a little bit better because there is a Praha on the field. But forcing PINKROID to pivot, that just shows how aggressive a player RAXXAZ is. How many players can force PINKROID to pivot like that? RAXXAZ is one of the few.
It wasn't Antares, but it was his brother Douglas. Oh, no! Oh! He brings out that
Antares. Yes. Beautiful.
Oh, that is huge. Oh, my God. I'm so excited to see this match. PINKROID picks up Leah and Antares for his final 2 units. RAXXAZ has one more pick to go.
I do wonder which unit he'll pick up. A Verdhill would be a decent pickup, or maybe just a really strong fire damage dealer to take out that Antares. Maybe a Ken is a common pick against a Leo as a counter. I don't know if RAXXAZ has Ken ruined up though.
He brings out that Miles, possibly thinking of a Leo ban there.
I do think that is the Leo ban. Good call, Killer. Miles is hard countered by a Leo. He's giving his game away by signaling that ban, so PINKROID can decide accordingly. He wants to ban out the water damage dealer.
There we go. Leo and Miles both get the bans. Here we go. Set number 3. It is 1-1. It's anyone's game. They're sitting there having a conversation to each other, these two players. Escher, of course, takes that first turn, goes for the buff. Praha follows up. Is it with the Daydream for the, predicted future for the strip, or the Daydream for the sleep?
That is really interesting that Escher takes the first turn. It means that RAXXAZ's Escher is faster than PINKROID's Sekhmet. RAXXAZ has been farming that Giant's Keep and getting some swift rolls quite nicely there. But yeah, Antares is still on the field. And Antares can just do it still.
Antares taking me back a few years. It's interesting to see. Antares has already taken 2 turns with his passive. Here we go. Tableau pushing everyone's attack bar back. Changpang, Serious Matter is available. Goes for the pushback. Lands some pushback on some units. Here we go. Escher.
Escher is there, but Antares has not procced for a few turns now. He's a little bit overdue a proc. Escher could... Oh, I told you! I told you!
You spoke too soon. Antares with his passive taking out that Changpang. This is anyone's game still. Oh, Sekhmet landing the reset. Praha does not have her heals available. Dominic, he's got the improvisation weakness shot. We know it can do some serious damage. Goes into Praha, dealing some serious damage into Praha. Tableau, will he roll a double? No doubles, but double stuns.
No way. This match is so back and forth. The Antares has been slowed and stunned, and the Praha is still on the field. And I do think that I favor RAXXAZ in this match right now.
But we still don't know. Still too close. Will this Antares proc a few more turns? Praha, with the heal available, chooses to opt in with skill 1 damage onto Antares. Tableau goes onto the Dominic, lands no debuffs. Escher, with the skill 3 available, takes out Antares. Dominic versus 3 units. Praha goes for the Daydream for the heal, lands asleep onto the Dominic. Tableau, skill 2. Oh, beautiful stun. There we go. RAXXAZ takes it up by 1.21.
Wow. Well, I mean, there we have PINKROID there trolling us, picking Antares right at the last seconds. And we get so excited about it. But RAXXAZ there managed the game beautifully. Did incredibly well there, I think, Baus, to ensure that he didn't concede. He's just whittling away at PINKROID until PINKROID has to kind of just say, you know, I concede here. Dominic's only left. We've got 1v3. It's going to be impossible at this point.
Exactly, exactly. We saw PINKROID being humble about his speed earlier, saying he's slow. He's not slow at all, but he was slower than RAXXAZ because RAXXAZ is incredibly fast. And the fact that his Escher outsped PINKROID's segment was the game changer. The Antares tried, he tried really hard, but he tried in vain because those procs were not enough to make a comeback. And RAXXAZ just kept on doing the damage. Escher doing some really nice damage with skill 3 to take out a couple of units each time and wrapped up the win. RAXXAZ in a really commanding position now on the edge of glory.
That is absolutely right, on the edge of glory. Yes, he is. Because if RAXXAZ can win out this next set, that means that confirms him as your second Europe Cup finalist going through to Korea and to Seoul later on this year. And PINKROID, last year's winner, will be out. But I still think there's a lot of sauce in this one. Anything's possible right now. Let's jump back in and see what PINKROID has in return against RAXXAZ's last performance in the last round. Let's see how they pick and ban. It's back over to Bass and Killer.
Here we go, match point for RAXXAZ. It is 2-1, best of 5. We got the pre-bans coming in any moment now. We got the Maw and the AKA Water right here getting pre-banned.
Well, they've both pre-banned the same unit, but this time they've not pre-banned the same version of the same unit because RAXXAZ has pre-banned the Street Fighter version. But of course, that covers the Summoner's War version as well.
Yes, here we go. RAXXAZ with the first pick. Also, RAXXAZ 2-1 over Pinky. What will RAXXAZ draft up as the first unit? Because whatever he takes, Pinky will take the opposite of it.
Well, he has to take the Oliver, doesn't he? He has to. But does he want to compete for speed? He took the Oliver last time and it didn't quite work out. Maybe he mixed things up. Maybe he'll take a Masher, maybe he'll take a Shizuka. Who knows?
Here we go. Only 2 seconds to decide for RAXXAZ. What will it be? Locks in the Oliver. PINKROID taking the Changpeng this time around. Changpeng and Praha locked in for PINKROID.
Wow, PINKROID mixing things up there, digging into 2 units that RAXXAZ really likes to draft. I mean, PINKROID likes to draft those units himself as well, but at the same time, this is going to mean that RAXXAZ has to come up with some other strippers to follow up before his Oliver, because 3 of his favorite strippers have been taken away from the field.
RAXXAZ going with another speedy Tabler and a Dominic for his 3rd unit and has locked it in. PINKROID Flash and Antares one more time. Both players having a laugh with each other in that camera feed.
Really nice to see 2 really close friends just having some fun. Antares being a very fun unit indeed. And PINKROID decides he wants the first turn here, Killer.
Yes, very late first turn, deciding later on with the Tomoe for the 3rd unit and Escher for the 4th unit.
I'm really interested to see how this Tomoe performs if she gets left through. She is a strong unit, but at the same time, she's not quite on the level of the Tableau, Dominic, or the Oliver, I would say. She's gonna, if she's on Despair, she's gonna need to get some lucky stuns and make sure the other units kind of carry for the Tomoe.
It's all about the execution. Here we go. RAXXAZ picking up 2 very strong unit, Mars and Masha, for his 4th and 5th pick. PINKROID has 1 slot to fill, fills it up with Shizuka, but he always changes his mind. No, he's locked it in. Shizuka has been locked in. Bans. What are we going to see?
Well, if RAXXAZ wants the first turn, he's going to have to ban out that Escher because then he's definitely getting the first turn, no matter what PINKROID ban. PINKROID is really, really tough. There's so many units worth banning. The Oliver is a decent ban. The Masher is a decent ban. The Dominic might be the most decent ban. And there's Tableau as well. Honestly, I can't decide. Maybe the... Oh, no.
If I was deciding, I'll ban out all the 5 units on RAXXAZ's side.
Yep.
We've got the Escher ban and the Oliver ban. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Match point for RAXXAZ. It is 2-1. Will there be a comeback from PINKROID, world finalist from last year? Here we go. Miles taking that first turn. Spin, grab, shot. Which unit will he direct? Goes into Shizuka. Resistance, no strip. Masha follows up on RAXXAZ's side. Where will he direct that damage?
Well, that resistance was huge. Not being able to stun Shizuka means that PINKROID is going to be able to take the next turn, and PINKROID needs to land these strips.
Oh, Praha with the predicted future, stripping 3 out of 4 units. Changpeng with the serious matter follows up. Oh, Tomoe stripping that Masha immunity. Shizuka has the chance for all things in nature. Opts in with skill 1. Tomoe skill 3, pushing that is it the Karma onto all the other units.
Yeah, and the skill 1, of course, it strips and stuns. A nice strip on the Masher. Tomoe actually a really solid counter into Masher because the strip on both skill 1 and skill 2 is the turn cycle, and actually Tomoe synergizes really nicely with Shizuka as well to give the enemy a lot more debuffs.
There we go, plenty of debuffs on RAXXAZ's side. PINKROID sitting pretty comfortable right now with all those buffs. Tomoe, additional turn, goes onto the Masha, gets the stun with the skill 1. Praha goes with the Daydream for the heal and the sleep on RAXXAZ's side.
Indeed, PINKROID is looking in a really, really good position. RAXXAZ is going to need to get really lucky, or maybe if PINKROID manages to run out of cooldowns. But that is really difficult with the control that Tomoe and Shizuka and of course the Changpeng provide. PINKROID looks like he may well take this match to a decider, and it's going to be really, really exciting indeed.
Changpeng, serious matter, taking out that tableau, putting Dominic Miles very, very on low health. Tomoe with the stun again, turn cycling, crazy turn cycling from this Tomoe on Violent. Praha taking out that Masha, not looking too good on RAXXAZ. PINKROID with a comeback.
Yeah, huge comeback. And indeed, RAXXAZ had the Oliver lead. He had 2 units that moved before the rest of PINKROID's team, but it didn't matter because PINKROID was all willed up and was able to make that comeback with the Praha and the Changpeng.
2-2.
Absolutely unbelievable scenes. We've said that many times today, and that is exactly what we just saw there, because even though the speed lead came in from RAXXAZ there, he had the first turn there, Baus, PINKROID was able to negate what came his way and then just come back at him with the force of a hurricane and just destroy all his units very quickly, and then we have ourselves a 2-2.
You summed it up really, really nicely there, Adam. Exactly what you said, because I think PINKROID decided to steal the Changpeng and the Praha away from RAXXAZ, 2 units that he relies on heavily. Of course, the Maw was pre-banned as well, so that RAXXAZ was really lacking strippers to move before his units, so that when it was, after even the RAXXAZ 2 units moved before, PINKROID was just able to take over with Changpeng and Praha. 2 units that are so dominant and have such a loaded kit in this meta.
They certainly do here. I mean, this is it. I mean, I think to get PINKROID to concede here has to be on the back foot, playing out, you know, on defense there. I think that's the way to get at him rather than let him get aggressive. But let us know in the chat, who is going all the way to the final? Is it RAXXAZ? Is it PINKROID? Who do we think are in the panel real quick? I mean, we may as well take a punt here because it's one of the other. I'm thinking, I think PINKROID's going to do it. Fellas, what are we saying? Baus?
Oh,
I'll go RAXXAZ.
Yeah, you're RAXXAZ. Okay, all right, here we go. So
PINKROID.
it's split.
I changed.
He's changed.
One of them.
Fickle, this one. He's very fickle. Right, we jump back in. It's 2-2. Everything comes down to this. Whoever gets through here to this next round in finals is guaranteed at least $5,000 today. Exactly. Whatever happens. So a lot on the line here. We're jumping in. Massive stuff. It's RAXXAZ versus PINKROID for the Europe Cup final.
The decider to move on to the finals. Who will it be, RAXXAZ or PINKROID? Pre-bans are in. We've got the Oliver and the Valantis. PINKROID very, very quickly picking up that more. RAXXAZ responding with the Tableau and the Changpeng very quickly as well.
Interesting stuff. I wonder if PINKROID should have considered taking the Changpeng on turn 1, because that is a unit that I feel like almost every time whoever gets the Changpeng has won the match. Not just in this matchup, but in many, many matchups earlier today. But Maw is also an excellent pick because he had the speed lead on top of his strip.
There we go. PINKROID drafting up that Shizuka and a Charlotte. We haven't seen him use a Charlotte.
Yeah.
Brings out that Charlotte and locks it in. Just shows how amazing and how flexible these guys' room box is, and locks in that Charlotte. RAXXAZ taking the time he has available to draft up his 3rd and 4th unit. What will it be? I'm very curious to see. RAXXAZ goes with the Jemaya and the Praha.
I really like to see this Charlotte. I'm really curious. Some players use Charlotte on Swift. Some of them they use on Violent. I think a Violent one is probably what we're signaling, is being signaled right now, because the Maw is probably going to move before the Charlotte. PINKROID is going to need to think about some other second AoE stripper and maybe a second source of crowd control, unless he just goes with this Leo pick, which is possibly a must ban. I am not sure. Maybe he'll pick up a Diana.
Both players having a lot of fun. He drafted up that Antares as a joke. Had a laugh, then took him out, switched him out for Cigar and Leo for his 4th and 5th pick. PINKROID has locked in Cigar and Leo. RAXXAZ has one more spot to fill.
I really like the Cigar pick. I think RAXXAZ is going to pick a wind unit because of how heavy PINKROID is on wind. Sorry, a fire unit rather. A fire unit probably because of how heavy PINKROID is on wind. He has a couple of choices, maybe a Masher, maybe a Verdhill, maybe even something like a Ken. Let's see which one he decides to pick.
There we go. Picks up a Dominic. Dominic doesn't care about elemental.
True,
yes,
true.
Yes, so it's like a fire unit that he's picked up.
Dominic is all of the elements,
And
as you say,
For
Killer.
the bans, what are we going to see, boss?
Well, Changpeng would be a good ban. Having that Jamaya Tableau combination on the field is going to be tricky, though. RAXXAZ will probably ban out the Leo because Leo counters all of his drafts so nicely. Who's going to take that first turn, though? Is there Swift Charlotte? How fast is that more?
Leo gets the ban. Changpeng gets the ban. Tableau speed lead. And another speed lead for PINKROID with the more. Here we go. This is the decider. They're having a laugh and look at each other. Love the friendship here. We got Cigar moving first. We got the great and sword and shot with skill 3. Will he use it? Goes with the skill 3. Oh, misses the provoke.
Nice speed from PINKROID on the Cigar and on the more. That is huge. I think PINKROID is going to take this match unless some kind of huge comeback comes from the Jamaya resisting.
There we go. Shizuka putting up that 2-turn immunity on all of PINKROID's side. Jamaya with the skill 1 onto the Cigar. Charlotte goes for the stun. Lands the stun out of 2 out of 4 units. Dominic has a chance to take out a unit, possibly here if he gets an additional turn.
Oh!
Gets the additional turn. Goes onto Charlotte. Charlotte taking some good hits. But we know this more has some power in his punch.
Oh my goodness, this match is crazy!
Praha
Wow!
Predicted. Oh, Daydream with the heal.
It's not over yet, Killer. It's not over yet because RAXXAZ has the sustain. And PINKROID does not have any sustain. This Charlotte is looking a little bit unhealthy. And at the same time, PINKROID has already used his cooldown skills, and RAXXAZ has not
Charlotte
used all
needs
of
a
his
sleep
cooldown
here.
skills.
No sleep from Charlotte there. Feel like I'm watching the World Finals right now. Birthplace 2-2. Tableau takes a turn, rolls a double. Oh! Oh, wow, onto the Cigar. Oh, no additional turn. Dominic has a chance. Oh, this is still anyone's game. Dominic, where will you deal your damage? Possibly that Cigar.
Oh my goodness. He could try and take out the Cigar. I don't know if he has enough damage to take out the
Nothing.
Cigar.
Oh, rolling spike. We saw more damage coming out very, very seriously earlier at the beginning of this match. Shizuka, additional turn, no additional turn.
Wow.
Oh, there we go. Weakness shot coming from Dominic. Which unit will he take out?
Probably the Cigar because he doesn't have the Soul Protect on him, but that means Charlotte is going to be able to use her skills, and Charlotte is a very, very nice unit indeed.
Wow, this is so close. Charlotte pushing back everyone's attack bar, giving an attack bar increase for PINKROID's side. Past life spell onto herself. Shizuka, skill 2 stun.
Oh!
Manages a stun on everyone. Everyone was stunned, missing a turn for the Tableau. Stun from Despair, Ryu.
Oh my goodness.
This proud.
What a match. So back and forth.
Yes, back and forth the whole time. Dominic missing a turn. This is very crucial. All things in nature changing the game. Charlotte skill 1 sleep, misses the sleep more. Rolling
That's it,
spike.
Killer. That's it.
Wow.
What a match.
Wow.
Charlotte surviving by the skin of her teeth.
Wow. 2 thumbs up. 2 thumbs up from PINKROID
Wow.
to RAXXAZ. 2 good friends.
That
Takes the win.
was awesome. What a great match. Unbelievable work there. I mean, we could not have asked for a back and forth more. I think when the Praha came back to life, had suddenly revitalized the team, we thought, okay, this is really on right now. But double thumbs up from us. We enjoyed that one immensely. Fantastic. I mean, RAXXAZ, what a competitor. We know we're going to see him for years to come in this competition, doing superb work. Anyone but PINKROID. But PINKROID managed to pull it out of the bag there, Baus, and confirms his place. Same as last year, ISMOO and PINKROID both in the Europe Cup final.
Incredible, incredible. We couldn't have asked for a more exciting match. We couldn't have asked for a closer match or a more aggressive match. That match, I think, was worthy of the World Finals, never mind the Europe Cup semi-finals.
Exactly.
Yeah, you heard it right there. Kevin Killer, would you agree as well? I mean, that was something that which I think was pretty special for everyone.
I thought I was watching the finals, honestly. I forgot. I forgot this was the EU Cup. I thought it was the World Finals in Seoul.
Yeah, it was something else that's real special there. And I think, you know, as we say, GG to all the players today. RAXXAZ has put an absolute performance in there. And as did PINKROID, of course, he's facing ISMOO very soon. But let's catch up with PINKROID. And
Congratulations. How are you doing? Still shaky?
My legs are weak.
Please don't fall. I will catch you. That was so close.
Yeah.
So close. Why did you win?
I don't know how I won, to be honest. Everything went by so fast. I actually forgot everything.
Okay, we have spontaneous remembering problems, but that was amazing. Can we expect any surprises in the finals?
Maybe Volantis or Neftis.
That's perfect. So, how do you prepare now? Do you meditate backstage or just run, eat?
I'm gonna text my mom.
Okay, let's wait for your mom. Hi, PINKROID's mom. That was perfect. Yeah, I'm pretty sure your mom buff will help you in the final. Thank you so much. And back to the casters. You also want to greet your moms?
Awkward.
I loved it. I loved it.
Hi, Mum.
Any other players want to wave to their mums?
Hi, Mum.
Hi, Mum. Hi, Mum. Yeah, hi, Mum. Weird. That was brilliant. That was class. Absolute class. Oh, that's our name. So, yeah. Mum, look, it's me. It's me, Mum. Absolutely amazing stuff there. I mean, I love the interview too. He's just like, I just forgot it all happened so quickly. My legs are shaking, which is just class. Just
absolutely
hilarious, absolutely amazing. But what a great guy! You know, he said himself, you know, that he's just happy to be here. It's all very exciting still. It's just a fantastic competitor, and made it all the more exciting for us all here. But you can see here, Melissa's on the stage right now. We have a show match coming our way, Killer. That's pretty exciting stuff, right?
Yeah, exactly. Show match with the audience. So two lucky people from the audience.
That's right. So here, I'll hand over to, I think Melissa's speaking in English now, which is great stuff. So we're going to see if we can choose anyone in the audience here who's going to come and compete with our two big finalists. We do have two famous players right now. So two famous players you know very well. Who could they be?
Can we spoil it? Could be.
Can we spoil it?
You can spoil it.
Yeah, it's SINIP and VIILIPYTTY.
Yeah, there it is.
Wow.
Yeah, he spoiled it.
You're an oracle.
You absolute oracle. That's what he is. Okay, people are shouting out to kind of choose who wants to be in. And she's back to German again. But yeah, exciting stuff. Show match. Cannot wait for this one.
Yeah, VIILIPYTTY.
Hello, my name is VIILIPYTTY and I come from Finland and I'm 31 years old. If I would describe my game style, it would be really aggressive, but at the same time, it's very lazy. The SWC events, they are really amazing. It's not just a competition or about winning, it's about people coming together and talking about the game and getting to know each other. So remember this, when you come across VIILIPYTTY, do not get VIILIPYTTY'd.
I can already.
I love that. Here he is, the man of the hour as well. It's VIILIPYTTY! Oh, look at this guy. Oh, this is perfect. You expect a lot from this man, and he's delivering the goods right here.
Strong man.
If you come across VIILIPYTTY, don't get VIILIPYTTY'd.
Oh.
I think that's a t-shirt right there, right,
Yes.
Killer?
Yes.
I don't know what it means.
I don't think anyone does. I don't know what this is. Everyone's a bit worrying about what this does. What is going on right now, Baus?
Well, we know he's a wrestler. This might be some kind of wrestling move or pose. Why not, eh? Why not?
I think it's his entrance, wrestling entrance.
I absolutely love the entrance there. It looked like he was stuck to a coat hanger. That probably wasn't what he was going for. But that was the vibe I got, was that he was on the back of a coat hanger and just showing us what that looks like. But of course, we've already mentioned who his competitor will be. This is SINIP.
Hello, I'm SINIP and I'm from Germany, Bavaria, and I'm 25 years old. And yeah, I'm part of the Aftermath guild family. I think my playstyle is kind of an aggressive turn 2. I can't really describe it well, but I still try to play pretty aggressive, if possible. SWC is a really cool and fun event that I'm always looking forward to. I wanted to join years before, but I was too bad. Don't you dare lose to the snail.
The aggressive snail. Here he comes. It's SINIP in the house. And good to see not stuck on a coat hanger, Baus.
Yes, what a huge change-up. No coat hanger or no other item of furniture that you find in the home for him.
I don't think a coat hanger.
Oh! Damn! I thought this was a friendly match.
I thought this was too. I don't think you could also constitute a coat hanger as furniture, but I'll take it. It's not a sofa.
You put me on the spot there.
Sorry, I apologize.
That's all right.
This doesn't look like a friendly match anymore with Vili starting it.
But obviously, these two competitors are playing with the audience here. We know them so well, VIILIPYTTY and SINIP, both competing this season in prelims to be crowd going wild. Both competing this season in prelims, Killer, regardless of being a show match. There's still a little bit of friendly rivalry here as well.
Yeah, of course. They're in two different guilds, so it's always like, which guild is better?
It's true, and one thing to note is the maximum level of the player has to be G1 and RTA to make the match not too unfair, because there are a lot of high-level players in the audience here today.
We got Roses right there, and we got Abzi over there.
That's right. Lots of the Summoners War community and players wanting to get in the mix
there we
here.
go, Abzi.
Wait, are we sure he's G1 max?
Yeah, he's G3, I think, player.
I don't think he's G1 max.
Huh? I think so.
Oh, okay. He's good.
That's Abzi.
Okay.
Oh, it's
okay.
G1 max.
Maximum G1.
No, I think it's G1 minimum.
No, it's maximum G1.
I thought it was...
It's definitely maximum G1.
Oh, and we got Nigam.
Hold on, Nigam is... No way, he's
Yeah.
maximum G1. Or maybe it's their current rank.
No, I think it's minimum G1. Minimum G1.
Oh,
yeah,
okay,
minimum
okay,
G1.
okay.
I think they're both G3 players right
Regardless,
there. Actually,
it's
all
going to be
four are
quality.
G3 players.
Okay, he's coming down the stairs here. We've got ourselves a few little... These
Lucian.
little gifts. Oh, these are awesome.
I heard there's little codes inside these little
Are these little
toys.
jokers?
Yeah, Lucian.
Oh, Lucian.
One of
nice.
the Summoners War monsters.
That's awesome. A little gift for being part of this too.
I think these boxes go on pre-sale later.
Lads, who are we banking on here? VIILIPYTTY or SINIP? What's the vibe? What's the vibe here, Baus?
I might go with SINIP.
SINIP? Okay.
Oh, I've got to... I mean, I feel like I have to support my fellow Aftermath aggressive snail. I have to.
The aggressive... What a nick... Who gave that nickname?
My favorite nickname by far. By far.
Aggressive snail. I've never encountered an aggressive snail until today. And now I know that there's one in the building.
How aggressive can a snail
Watch
be?
out for those aggressive snails, guys.
There's got to be aggressive snails
They're
somewhere.
coming to get you.
There's got to be out there somewhere. But remember, with snails, slow and steady wins the race. We'll see if SINIP plays that tactic here, right, Baus?
And you know what? In 2v2, slow and steady is a really legit strategy. In fact, probably stronger than turn 1. Okay. Turn 2 is the way for 2v2.
We've got a BO1 here, a best of one. So it's going to be a one match, 2v2 here, Killer. Do you think slow and steady wins the race, or do you think a bit, go full on aggressive, put pedal to the metal kind of stuff?
With 2v2, you don't even know, but I think slow and steady wins the race in 2v2.
Okay. Well, we're seeing them all get set up right now. You can see here that it's SINIP looks very confident.
I think SINIP and Abzi will probably have the advantage here because Vili was saying he's very casual.
Yeah.
So I know Nigam is a very strong player.
Okay. Well, we're going to see exactly how this unfolds here. I'll hand it over to you boys to bring us all the action. The pick and bands are starting right now. This is our show match. It's VIILIPYTTY. Team VIILIPYTTY versus Team SINIP, the aggressive snail. Let's see what happens. Here we go.
He takes out that Nasha. First pick for VIILIPYTTY, knowing SINIP has a Nasha himself.
Oh, hold up.
He summoned this yesterday.
Did you know this?
Yes, I did. No. He summoned the Dark Pure Vanilla Cookie.
Was it what is it about being in Berlin and summoning the Dark Vanilla Cookie?
Yeah, 2 people in the last 2 days.
Incredible.
Yes. There we go. Nigam goes with his Neptus and Nyx. What is this? An LD match?
Yes, LDs only. No other units allowed, please. Oh, what a disappointment.
Maximilian and Nora, but we know Nora's a very strong unit.
Nora's very strong, but she's not LD. She is not LD.
Nora goes very good with Nyx. Too bad Nigam doesn't have a pick with her.
Yeah. Really cool. And of course, Nigam is also in my guild family, so do you know what? I'm supporting both sides. Whoever wins, I'm happy.
I'm supporting all of them. No. I'm going for SINIP right here. We got the Dominic on VIILIPYTTY side. SINIP goes with the Pontus and Oliver.
Do you know what is really crazy? That both sides are going for such an aggressive draft?
If you look at the camera feed, you got Abzi whispering in SINIP's ear. They're talking strat.
Hello.
Yeah. But Nigam and VIILIPYTTY are just not saying anything to each other.
Yeah, they need to communicate a little bit more. Come on, guys, take this a bit more seriously. Some nice little figurines are on the line. Or do they both get them anyway?
Yeah, no, the players get them. No,
they get them anyway.
The
It's just a
audience
bit
get
of fun then, just a bit of fun.
Yeah, Nigam going with the Sierra and the Praha. 2 speed leads on Nigam's draft so far. Apsi going with the Duck.
The Dark Sky Dancer, Woyoung, and also Asima.
Yes, Woyoung and Asima have been locked in for Apsi. Basically an LD draft for everyone here.
Yeah, pretty much. VIILIPYTTY is looking the least LD heavy, actually. Shame on him. Please bring out... No, that's not a light dark monster.
I'm surprised
Hello.
he brings out
Excuse me.
Shizuka, because I know he has Isis and another 6 more light units in that 5s.
Yes, exactly. You have the Isis, you have the Oberon.
Yes.
You have an Artemill. Why not choose those? You can have an all-light draft if you want to. Instead, Konamiya, I mean, I like Konamiya. It's cool to bring out 2-star units, but not as cool as shiny light darks.
Sinip goes with a Changpeng. So Sinip and Abse got speed leads because that Maximilian has a speed lead as well. Pontos and the Oliver.
Do you know what?
VIILIPYTTY side has a turn 2 kind of style with the Dominic and the Shizuka HP leads. And the Sierra and the Nephthys with the speed lead, right? So I think they're a little flexible both sides.
Yeah, exactly. Definitely speed lead on the left. On the right, though, do you know what? No matter what happens in this match, the right side has already won because they have more light dark units. It doesn't even matter what happens in the
And
match
they got
itself.
the dark, pure vanilla cookie.
And that bonus.
That time frozen
Double win.
kingdom skill is amazing. She's got 3 res checks bar because it does a strip, a slow, and a pushback on the attack bar.
So she has 3 res checks and Gianna has 1. Interesting.
Yep, and Tiana has 0.
Tiana has 0. Even
Yes,
more
yes.
interesting.
Here we
Numbers,
go.
we love to hear them.
Oh, VIILIPYTTY has taken this match. He's blocking the screens. If you've seen the player feed, VIILIPYTTY's blocking their moves.
Oh,
Anything.
VIILIPYTTY, what a troll. We always knew he was one, and he is just doing his thing.
I'm thinking Changpeng skill 2 from Pinus here. Sinip here.
From Sinip, yeah.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, he has the strip, and then he can go into the Maximilian, maybe, into
Only
the
gets it on the
Maximilian
Sierra.
debuffs.
Yeah. Pontos.
I think Sinip should put some more accuracy on his Changpeng. That was very disappointing.
There we go. Pontos with the invincibility. Oh, do they have invincibility and Shizuka on the same side? No, Shizuka's on the other side. We see the Pontos-Shizuka combo is very, very toxic, even with Lima as well. We saw earlier today, draft up before.
Yeah, well, Shizuka does get that attack buff that Woyoung gave the team, though.
Nasha failing to strip right there. We know she can strip from her passive and land the defense break, but she was unable to do so. Here we go, Shizuka.
Oh, look.
What happened?
Invincibility.
Oh, yeah. Where'd she get it from?
Well, it looks like she gets it from both sides of the field, Killer.
Oh, I didn't think it was like that. I thought it was only one-sided, right?
Well, neither of us have been playing much 2v2, so it's really interesting.
Wow, Maximilian from Apsi doing some good damage onto that Praha, Nephthys, and Sierra. Dominic returning the favor into Changpeng from VIILIPYTTY side.
Praha is going to have to heal her side of the team and not able to sleep the opposite side because there is invincibility and immunity on Apse's side.
There we go. We got that pure vanilla cookie. Is she stunned or is she just sitting there very, very tiny? He lands the bomb on the pure vanilla cookie. I want to see that time frozen kingdom skill get played by her.
I guess we're never going to get to see it because he does get stunned by the Sierra bomb. It's really back and forth, really fun to see actually. The Maximilian did so much, but the Praha, of course, a unit that we know is so strong from earlier matches today.
There we go. Nasha take. Oh! Goes on to Maximilian, lands a defense break from her passive. Shizuka failing to take out that Changpeng with the skill 1. Dominic goes on to the Maximilian. Wow, Praha skill 1 available, skill 2 available. Will he go for the strips? Oh, the kill with the skill 1 takes out that Maximilian. This is not a best of 5.
No, it's a best of 1,
yeah.
and Team VIILIPYTTY,
game.
Team 1 is looking very fearsome indeed.
Yeah.
The choice of Team Sinip, Team 2, to ban out that Konamiya above all of those strong 5-star units was a strange one, I have to say.
Konamiya does have a very strong cleanse.
She does have a strong cleanse, but doesn't do much else. It does not bring as much, I would say, as Nasha, Dominic, or
There we
Shizuka.
go. Nasha gets an additional turn. Oh, does not take out that pure vanilla cookie. Goes onto the Dark Chisun.
The Woyoung.
The Woyoung.
Yep. Basically no damage left on Team 2's side and Team 1. Well, all of their units are still alive.
Shizuka buffing up past life spell onto Sierra. Sierra has a chance to die and come back if needed, but Nora can strip that. Nora, can you change the game? Goes for the strip, but doesn't land much close. It's pretty GG's. VIILIPYTTY and Negan might take this match, carried by VIILIPYTTY's insane runes.
And his insane coat hanger pose, mind you.
Yes.
That was very, very impressive.
And his strongman vibes. You know, it's
Yes.
a wrestler, yes.
You could call it a strongman vibe,
Yes.
you could call it a wardrobe vibe.
There we go. Dominic doesn't know anything about elemental advantage. Nothing. Taking out that fire unit like it's butter on warm bread.
Oh, getting me hungry there, Killer.
Well, I was hungry for that pure vanilla cookie.
Oh, if only we could reach into the screen and eat it.
We have ourselves a clean sweep, don't we, lads?
Yes.
VIILIPYTTY living the dream there and really enjoying himself as well, getting the crowd all gassed up as well. That was great to watch. And despite the fact the aggressive Snail could not win there, we have the VIILIPYTTY's team look absolutely brilliant. Here we hear this is Melissa on stage giving out the trophies. Here we go.
Do you know what I feel lied to? You told me Stone Steady wins the race.
He's wearing a PINKROID shirt.
They didn't. Maybe we need to change our whole life philosophies, guys.
Our life philosophies. Should we walk more like wardrobe coat hanger fight?
Yeah, I think so. I think so.
Right.
That's our new motto.
Live life like a coat hanger. That's our motto.
Beautiful.
We're going there. Of all
Could
the
not have
time
put
we
it
spent
better.
together,
Did she say
that's-
coupon code?
I think she did say coupon.
I think
that
the
that could be a thing.
I wonder how many people in chat said coupon code.
If that's a thing, that could pop up right now. Hi, welcome back. There could be that coming up very, very shortly here, but great fun. Show match. VIILIPYTTY sitting
That was a lot
there,
of
putting in
fun.
a great show for us, and the crowd loving that as well and getting involved, which I think is fantastic as well. Embracing. I mean, 2v2, very different game though, right, Pals?
Yeah, very different. I was saying that we were expecting a little bit less aggression, more turn 2 plays. Both sides decided, let's go and bring aggression. The crowd wants to see some fun. The crowd wants to see some damage. They brought that damage, and it was beautiful to see. And VIILIPYTTY brought more damage than the aggressive Snail. That was the difference.
Yeah, we did see as well, though, you mentioned this, Killer. We saw a Cookie Run Kingdom unit as well in the mix, which was nice to see in this competition too.
Yes, it was very nice to see. Today was the first day that you can use them in RTA, and from the EU Cup, and we saw SINIP draft that up.
We did.
Which you
We did.
also
The
got
aggressive
yesterday.
Snail brought it out to party. Speaking of which, well, of course, Cookie Run Kingdom, we announced this earlier on this August, the collaboration, which has been absolutely incredible. And you guys can find out loads more, but you can see on screen right now, this Cookie Run Kingdom has been absolutely brilliant being part of this this lineup here. You can see that they are, collaborations. There's tons of events going on right now. Do get as involved as you possibly can, and do make sure as well to enjoy the events and live in-game bits. Participate in all of it. Everyone's enjoying this sweet, sweet collaboration too, which has been absolutely superb. Together with cookies. Yes, we are!
Cookies!
Cookies! And speaking of which, we need a break to get some cookies. I think that's they're very important. We need some cookies. We need energy. We need some sugar. Why? Because we've got ourselves a big final coming up. And here's a treat for you guys as well, courtesy of a code. It's right there on screen. Make sure to utilize this code. Get those codes whacked in. You'll find out how to do so in the chat there as well. Join us back here in a few minutes as we come back for the final of the Europe Cup 2022.
Show your color. That's so cool, slick. Better be too quick for me. That's so flamboyant. But a little too typical, won't ya? Say the same, don't ya? I'm one of a kind, don't get me wrong. Show your own color. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I just take all the spotlight. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Making mama feel so right. No need to look high and low, baby. Maybe it's a little too obvious. It is my solution. Let's hear you say. Color, leave a mark, show yourself. Hold your chin up, get ready. Got no time to lose because I'm here to show you fluorescent paint. I just stand up, what can I say? Fluorescent paint. Just go parade. My one and only color. He show you, come on. He show you, come on.
세계로 오시려면 나르가스의 눈이 필요하다. 어리석은 자여, 나의 신하가 될 자여. 새로운 주인을 맞을 준비가 되었는가?
어두워진 하늘 날아오르는 하나의 소원 밝은 빛으로 물들릴 미래에 그 안에서 미소 짓는 너
라이를 지킬 소환사를 소개하겠다.
그리고 나
이제부터 나의 시간이다.
희미해지고 어두운 내일은 날로 선명해지네 반복된 시간 속에 흘러 어둠에 익숙한 듯 흘러가며 살아가고 있어 어느 날 누군가 잠자던 내게 말을 걸어
마음 놓고 싸우라고.
아픈 친구가 있어? 두려워해야 할 거야.
어느새 이미 준비를 모두 마친 나는 한 번 더 날아오를 준비가 됐어 어두워진 밤 하늘을 날아 올라가는 단 하나의 소원 밝은 빛으로 물들린 미래에 그 안에서 미소 짓는 너
Hello there and welcome back to the Summoners War World Arena Championship 2022 Europe Cup. It's time for the final! This is it. We've been waiting for this all summer long. We've been competing, watching prelims. Finally, we're here for the last best of 5 of the season, confirming who goes through to Worlds in Korea. My name is Adam Savage. Baus, Killer, we're all here. We've been here the entire time watching every single round of every single match, and it's finally time to go through to this last matchup, which is identical, Baus, to last season's final, which is mad.
What are the chances? What are the chances? An identical matchup, ISMOO against PINKROID. People in the public did not predict it, but they did also not predict this.
Oh, they did not. It's another event coupon code. Make sure you utilize this code. If you haven't seen this already, make sure you can find out in the chat exactly how you can claim this code. Get some energy, mana, and some attribute scrolls as well. It's courtesy of being here, part of the team. You guys are very much part of the squad here with us. We may be 3, but we're almighty, nationwide, worldwide. Courtesy of this, use that code there as well. I'll make the most of it. And we've talked loads about it already, the collaboration with Cookie Run Kingdom. Do make sure to participate in as many of the events going as possible. You know, everyone's loving this sweet, sweet, sweet collab with Summoners War and Cookie Run Kingdom. Collab content, various events, live in the game. Make sure to participate in all of it. It is there for you to embrace and enjoy. Wow, we have ourselves a massive final. Killer, I mean, this is the 2 players as well. You know, regardless of last year, this year, PINKROID, ISMOO, done it again, working with this year's meta. They've managed to get to the final again. 2 brilliant competitors.
Exactly right, and it just shows, you know, like from last year to this year, we still got the 2 players qualifying. It means a lot because it just makes other people want to try harder and get to where they are and try to beat them.
Yeah, exactly. You can see there on screen the World Finals coming in November 12th. The qualifier 1 and 2 slots are now going to be ISMOO and PINKROID joining TARS. 3 confirmed for those World Finals in Seoul in Korea in November time, which is going to be absolutely incredible. What an opportunity for these guys as well to try and do it again and try and get themselves to the very top, be the best in the world. You can see the bracket here as well. This is how everything's played out today. Even if you just joined us here, you can see exactly the journey each of our players have taken to get themselves through to the finals as best of 5. With ISMOO and PINKROID, the last one standing, ISMOO defeating JANZELOT 3-1 in the semi-finals, and RAXXAZ PINKROID 3-2 just before the break, which was a simply breathtaking encounter, right, Baus? It was something else. A great matchup, that one.
It was seriously, seriously impressive. And there were occasions, remember when that Escher outsped PINKROID? I wonder if ISMOO is going to be able to outspeed PINKROID. I don't know, but it's going to be a tight one. I think PINKROID actually beat ISMOO in the prelims already?
I think 3-1. I think it was 3-1 potentially in the prelims. But, I mean, there's another opportunity here for ISMOO to get revenge, try and get back into this one, Killer. And he's absolutely capable. We've seen he can put on a show, this guy. He knows exactly what's up.
Yeah, you're exactly right. ISMOO is, oh my God, he's been doing so good. Much better than expected, and someone to be afraid of.
Yeah, absolutely. You can hear the crowd. We can hear it in our ears right now. The crowd downstairs ready to rock and roll, meet the players. And it looks like the first one is ready to come out and show us who is in the final today. The first player coming your way into the staircase, down the way. ISMOO, the crowd are cheering.
ISMOO, yeah.
Wow. And they're right. It's ISMOO.
Yes, big crowd. ISMOO coming out.
Come on.
Home favorite.
ISMOO. There he is. He's here. He is absolutely loving being part of all this. You can see that 3-1 loss to PINKROID in the semis of the original preliminaries back in August, but then going through in the next round against Shen. And here he is. He's worked his way through today, the quarters, the semis, and now he's in the final. Baus. What a competitor. Look at those career accolades. Simply breathtaking.
Simply breathtaking indeed. Both ISMOO and PINKROID have incredible track records in this tournament from last year, and today he has been an absolute force to be reckoned with. An incredibly impressive dispatching of SEIISHIZO and a really strong showing against JANZELOT already today.
Yeah, we know he's uncovered a few things recently, a few tricks up his sleeve he may bring to the final because he knows he's guaranteed going to Korea now, but he has a finalist, one that is very, very impressive indeed, and that's going to be PINKROID. I'm excited to see because they know now they're guaranteed at least $5,000 prize money, you know, at least going to Korea. I mean, Killer, this is a great chance to put on a show for the audience now as well.
Yeah, there's a weight of your shoulders at the moment, but also whoever wins out of here gets $10,000 and second gets the $5,000. So they might play a little bit harder because it's a lot of money.
Yeah. 10,000 does sound a little bit nicer than 5,000, but still, they're both amazing amounts of money. But here he comes. Here is PINKROID. Will they show?
This is going to be a good match.
They're saying let's have it. I don't think they're saying let's have it, but you still. I mean, this guy.
Let's have it.
Yeah, let's have it.
Yeah.
Pure skill, pure skill, pure skill. Absolute pure skill.
Ready to get
I mean,
stomped
we
again.
rave about this guy all the time. He's put on a great show for us, but we know last year won the Europe Cup, went on to do superbly at Worlds as well, and he is quite. What he might not say in interviews, he delivers on the game itself when someone has war, doesn't he, Killer?
Every single time he delivers. Every single time. And today he delivered more than we wanted.
He's put on a show for us, Baus, and we rate him highly. We rate him highly.
Yes,
We really do.
incredibly highly. And
Yeah.
he'll be definitely going into this match as a favourite with his flawless track record against ISMOO in previous matchups.
ISMOO ready to get stomped again. Here we go. These are the highlights. That is what it's all about right there. That's the highlights from today's action, how they got to be here in that final we've talked so much about, and it's time for it. The Europe Cup 2022 Summoners War World Arena Championship is about to take place. As always, get the hype in the chat. Let us know exactly who you think is going to go all the way to victory here, who's going to win this thing. Let us know. We love you guys, the community. This whole experience has been so much bettered because of you guys at home, you guys in the audience, the casting team. We've loved every second of this, and hopefully you guys do as well. But we're going to jump into the pick and bans imminently here. It is ISMOO versus PINKROID. These are your finalists, and it's going to be a whopper. A whopper of a final. Australia!
Australia!
Yeah. A whopper of a final. Let's jump into the pick and bans in just a moment's time and see exactly who that we bring into the party to kick things off here at the Europe Cup final. Over to Baus and Killer for the final. It's the final match, set 1.
Here we go. This is the finals. Winner takes first place and runner-up takes second place. Both players going to Seoul, Korea for the finals, SWC 2022. We got the pre-bans. Yeah, pre-bans in Oliver and Wulsa. And then PINKROID drafting Ryu. ISMOO flashing the Antares.
Did you see PINKROID also flashing the
Yeah,
Antares?
yes.
Yep.
Both players are flashing the Antares.
Beautiful, beautiful. We love to see it.
ISMOO picking up Tableau and Changpeng for first and second pick.
I like the pick so far. In fact, it's looking very similar to the match against RAXXAZ as well. Both players competing for the Tableau, competing for the Wall, competing for the Changpeng. Probably going to see a Praha later on in this draft as well.
And there we go. PINKROID picking up Shizuka and Amasha for second and third unit. As Boss predicted, ISMOO picking up that Praha for his third unit.
I'm really liking ISMOO's draft so far, but I'm also really liking PINKROID's. He needs to think of something to counter that Masha.
Wait, did ISMOO always have Han? Han is being drafted up by ISMOO for his fourth unit.
I think ISMOO has had Han for a while, but I don't think he had him for last year's Europe Cup, but he's definitely summoned it earlier than he summoned this Woundset, which got pre-banned.
Fair enough. PINKROID drafting up that Chiwu and the Savannah for his final 2 picks. ISMOO still has one more slot to fulfill.
I'm really liking both drafts so far. Oh, hello!
Oh.
No way.
He drops up that is. She's locked in. Pure Vanilla Cookie gets the ban. Pure Vanilla Cookie gets the ban. ISMOO with the speed lead. And PINKROID with the speed lead as well. First set. Here we go.
Oh, wow. I really wanted to see that Pure Vanilla Cookie in action. What a shame.
PINKROID straight away banning that Pure Vanilla Cookie. Masha taking that first turn. Praha off wheel, but Masha will unlikely crit on the Praha. Here we go. More with the rolling spike, getting some stuns on the Praha and the Tableau. Very critical there.
That was a nice revenge from Praha, but the Savannah did reduce her attack bar. PINKROID has taken the first turn. PINKROID even has the Shizuka sustain. Things are really looking tough for ISMOO right now.
There we go. Shizuka with the past life spell. Will it be used on herself or a different unit? Puts it up on herself. Masha. Fast link. Oh, deleting that Changpang out of this match. Savannah follows up, deleting the Praha out of this match. This is what we see from Pinky's playstyle. We've seen it in action. Right now, don't blink because this match is almost over.
Well, that's it. Let PINKROID take that first turn and he is going to punish you. And that's exactly what happened.
Holy Nora. That was pretty impressive. Very, very quick there as well. I mean, PINKROID simply dispatching ISMOO, not even giving him a chance to breathe that killer.
Yeah. I think that Pure Vanilla Cookie threw him off for a second. But yeah, if she was in there, it would have been a different way around.
Yeah, I would have loved to seen that in action. And whether or not, what will happen next, who knows? But we know, for instance, we talked about ISMOO right in the prelims way back in the summer as well, that this is a player who is capable of bringing something kind of interesting to the party and kind of doing something different that we're not necessarily expecting. And I think to knock PINKROID off his perch here, to a degree, Baus, you do have to do something different because he seems to have most areas covered pretty well.
He did, but he didn't have that much covered quite so much. He let PINKROID take that first turn. I do think that hand was not the best pickup. He could have picked up something like an Escher that allowed him to compete for first turn, rather than just let PINKROID take the first turn. And if he did, he should have, knowing that PINKROID was going to take the first turn, he should have bound out the Savannah, like RAXXAZ did in the match with OBABO. If he had those two area strippers, Savannah was only real follow-up. So that might have been something that ISMOO wants to consider for this next match.
Yeah, it's all going to depend what happens now, because ISMOO now will take things obviously very seriously. Not as he hasn't already, but obviously this is game 2. He's one down already, one set down, so he needs to come back swinging here against PINKROID. Let's see how the pick and bans turn out.
Here we go. This is the second set of the finals. Han gets the pre-ban, Moore gets the pre-ban. Both players looking at each other and shaking their heads.
Really interesting to see that Han got the pre-ban. That means Oliver is available in this match. This is going to be a very different match to what we're used to with Oliver constantly getting pre-banned.
And ISMOO picking up that Oliver for first unit. Locks it in very quickly. PINKROID drafting up that Praha. One more unit to go.
I'm expecting a Changpang if he decides he wants it.
Almost. PINKROID drafting up Praha and the Masha for the first and the second unit. ISMOO taking a second to think how he will counter it. Picks up that Shizuka and the Changpang.
Well, ISMOO has the strength of this box here because he has a wound set if he wants to pick it up later on. But really, really interesting to see PINKROID pivoting this early on. Who could have thunk it?
Here we go, PINKROID just having some fun, drafting up that Juno. Right now, one more unit to go for his fourth slot. Goes with the Dominic. Has he locked it in? Locks in the Dominic.
Well, there we go. PINKROID's pivoted, so ISMOO is going to have to pivot, I think. Might want to bring out some kind of water unit or something that deals well with the Juno and the Masha.
Here we go. ISMOO picking up that Wunsa and the Tableau for the final 2 units. PINKROID, last unit. Leo brings it out. Does he lock it in?
I actually like PINKROID's draft a lot more. I'm not sure about ISMOO not taking any water units at all to counter the Masha and the Juno. I don't think, because that Leo is possibly a must ban, that ISMOO is going to be able to take out the Masha and Juno in this draft.
There we go, the bans are in. Leo gets the ban, Changpang gets the ban, speed lead for ISMOO and HP lead for PINKROID with the Dominic HP leads. This is the first time I've seen PINKROID not have a speed lead. Here we go. First turn for Wunsa. Will he manage to strip? Strips both unit, pushes back attack bar. Shizuka follows up on ISMOO's side. Very interesting.
Very interesting indeed. But again, PINKROID has Juno and Praha, which counter the Shizuka really nicely. Of course, Oliver can reset, but if he misses the reset like I think he did just now, then it doesn't matter. Of course, Tableau is going to give Oliver a couple of extra turns.
Yeah, there we go. Wunsa with a skill 2 on the Masha. Beneficial block landed. Masha will not be getting will when she takes a turn. Whoa, Shizuka with all things in nature. Despair stuns and beneficial block all over PINKROID's team. Masha skill 1 onto Oliver, dealing little damage. Oh, violent proc from Dominic.
You know what? This is really interesting synergy between Shizuka and Tableau. Tableau stunning his own team so that Shizuka can stun the enemy team. Pretty cool to see. But of course, as I said before, Juno counters the Shizuka's buffs so hard and converts those into continuous damage. And this Masha is just going to eat up each and every one of ISMOO's units.
And that's exactly what Masha just did right now. Praha with the predicted future and taking out that Tableau. Wunsa skill 1 onto Dominic, does not go to sleep. Dominic returning a favor but taking out Oliver from the match. PINKROID looking very favorable right now. Dominic again onto Shizuka, no additional turn. Wunsa skill 1 onto the Praha, no sleep.
Well, do you know what? I think ISMOO, he's already got his ticket to Korea in the bag. So he's deciding to not pick up a water unit in this match to counter the Masha and Juno was a huge mistake. But it doesn't matter. He's going to Korea anyway, and he's just having a bit of fun now.
Wow, 2-0 happened so fast there, lads. I think we said earlier on, RAXXAZ PINKROID was a battle that we could justify being a final. Not to say this isn't, but with ISMOO conceding twice very quickly, I think you made a really good point there about, you know, locking a place in for World Finals. Because if you think about ISMOO's mindset right now as well, the last season, same final, lost out to PINKROID there, knows anyone but him in the final again, and would you believe it is exactly the same opponent as last year? Knowing kind of almost not defeatist in attitude, but kind of, I guess you kind of go into it thinking, okay, I need to try and claw this back because he had me last year. But this year, PINKROID, you know, it's looking again very, very strong here. And I mean, I guess with 2 already wins out of the potential 5, you know, best of 5 here, Killer, how does ISMOO even try to get back into this against a player as strong as PINKROID?
Yeah, I do think ISMOO's in a difficult position right now because you prepare for your first round, quarterfinals and semifinals, but you don't prepare for the finals because it's less important. So having his monsters ruined is probably different and puts him at a little bit disadvantage, maybe.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Would you agree, Baus, as well?
Yeah, and they've not had that much time to re-ruin their units, you know. They're only a little bit of a break, probably the same builds as he had to counter JANZELOT and SEIISHIZO.
Now, can PINKROID make it 3-0 here in the final Europe Cup here and confirm him as the champion of 2022? We'll have to find out. It's time to jump straight back into the pick and bans, and the pre-bans coming in right now.
Here we go, pre-bans are in. It is a match point for PINKROID. Oliver and Wunsa get the pre-ban.
And you know what? I think ISMOO is going to bring the heat this time because he'll know what mistakes he made in the previous 2 matches, and hopefully we'll be able to see him adapt nicely to bring a team that can counter PINKROID a little bit better than his previous 2 drafts.
PINKROID picking up the Maul for the first unit with the Street Fighter skin, aka Water Ryu. ISMOO responding with the Masha and the Shizuka. PINKROID picking up the Changpang and the Praha.
Indeed. ISMOO taking the draft that PINKROID picked up in the previous match. But the thing is, PINKROID has the Praha as a pick, so ISMOO can't really pick the Juno this time around because there's already 2 units that counter the Juno. He's going to have to think about another wind unit, like a Dominic.
There we go. ISMOO goes with the Tableau and the wind unit, like he said, but it's an Ethna this time around. PINKROID responding with the Leo and the Juno for his final 2 units, but he's not locked them in, and we know PINKROID likes to change his mind a few seconds later, and he's doing so right now.
Indeed, he is. The Leo is looking like a possible must-ban once again with how much speed ISMOO is bringing. This Leo has been a nightmare for ISMOO, with PINKROID constantly picking it up, being a must-ban for ISMOO. Really nice play from PINKROID.
PINKROID picking up that segment for the final unit. ISMOO sitting there, he's having a think. He's got 18 seconds to decide on his final unit to counter PINKROID's draft.
Well, he knows he has to ban out the Leo. I'm thinking a water unit would be a good choice, like a Miles, like an Escher.
Funny guy. A Verti heal. Oh, could this possibly mean he's leaving Leo in?
It could definitely mean he's leaving Leo in and maybe a ban on either the Maw or the Praha. PINKROID, knowing that, is probably going to ban out the VIILIPYTTY and then he'll be sitting pretty.
We're about to find out. VIILIPYTTY gets the ban. Maw gets the ban. Very, very interesting. ISMOO, will he opt in with the HP or the speed lead? PINKROID, what leader skill would he opt in? PINKROID with the HP. ISMOO with the speed lead. Here we go. Match point for PINKROID. This is the finals for the day. EU Cup. Here we go. First turn for Leo.
Oh, there we go. Leo always takes first turn. And that means that Ethna is not going to be able to do her thing.
Here we go. Sekma managing to reset that Shizuka. And the Leo doing some serious damage on that Ethna. Both players having a laugh down at the stage. It's good to be in person. TaBLO taking a turn right now. Will he reduce everyone's attack by including that Praha?
Huge.
No, he goes for the slow.
TaBLO needed to land some stuns. He didn't land some stuns, but Masha can try and reduce this attack bar so that Ethna can actually do something, unless Praha sleeps the Ethna.
Praha with the Daydream sleeps 2 out of the 4 units. Praha gets an additional turn. Will it skill 1 into Masha? Oh, goes into Ethna. Ethna about to take a turn.
With defense break on this Changpeng, Ethna could just kill the Changpeng. Let's see how much damage this Ethna has. Of course, additional damage by speed artifacts won't do as much as they usually would. Oh,
that was a gamble. He opted in with the skill 2, and Changpeng cuts in with the serious matter, pushing everyone's ISMOO's attack bar back down except that Masha.
That was a strange move indeed. Of course, Changpeng would have taken the next turn. But, you know, it is what it is. As I said, ISMOO, he booked a ticket to Korea, making a little slightly questionable moves.
Yeah.
It doesn't really matter at this stage. He's ready to join the after party, have some food. You know what? They're probably starving. I just want to kill them.
TaBLO goes for the defense break on the Leo, trying to deal some damage. Masha with the immunity always up, goes on to Leo. Oh my god, Leo surviving by an inch. No additional turn for this Praha. Leo goes onto Shizuka. That's big damage coming from that Leo today.
Yeah, I mean, Leo had an ignore defense turret there. Just no surprise that he did so much damage.
Oh, okay, yep. And then taking out that Shizuka. Masha, additional turn. Could it be too late? Is this Masha going to solo? 4 of PINKROID's units has taken one of them down. There's still 3 to go. Immunity has been taken away by Sekme. Masha versus 3 units. It looks like pretty GG's for PINKROID as first place.
Pretty GG. Stranger things have happened, but I don't think this comeback is on. Incredibly dominant final performance from PINKROID here today.
And there we have it, baby. We have ourselves a confirmed Europe Cup champion. Back-to-back dubs. The one and only PINKROID. Yes, lads. I'm actually going to clap. Yes, yes, yes. Just like the amazing crowd here in Berlin, Germany. Yeah, let's do the round of applause. Absolutely incredible stuff there. I mean, ISMOO, as you said, booked a ticket in Korea. He's there in World Finals, but PINKROID just, I mean, we've not seen much Leo banned so many times today, but they're unleashed and just, I mean, killer, devastating monster.
Yeah, I was doing a lot of damage, even without the torrent at the first shot into the Ethna. It took a half of her HP bar. Yeah, I'm just lost for words.
It's mad. He's roomed up to the max, is old PINKROID, and it goes to show, and that's what makes him such a strong competitor, playing for all this time, grinding, and it's paid off again here, pals.
That's what you have to do. Just keep grinding, and he never, ever stops. And he is going to be a real player to watch out for in the World Finals in Seoul.
Indeed. Let's jump over to the main stage and see if his mum waved back maybe from the last interview. Let's have a look and see. Catch up with PINKROID.
Absolute back-to-back champion, 3-0. Congratulations.
Thank you.
How do you feel?
It feels unreal.
Unreal. So the big question is, of course, will you be the one that does Europe proud and finally take home the world title?
What did you say?
Will you finally take home the world title?
I don't care. I just want to go to Korea.
Well, so you achieved your dream. You're definitely going to Korea. If you could wish for one monster to get before the World Finals, what would it be?
Veronica.
Why?
Well, she's broken.
Okay, so what is your strategy? Will you train more or?
Anderes.
An-
Anderes. That's it.
Okay, that's I mean, a man of few words. Thank you so much. Congratulations again. And we will have a short recap from our casters.
Yeah. I think it's great. It's great that he's like, I'm just looking forward to going to Korea, man. I'm just excited. And everyone's chanting as well here. I mean,
Antares.
the crowd love the guy. Man, a few words, but boy, when he speaks, is everyone just shut up and listen, because he's a great competitor and someone that the community loves to watch compete so much as well.
Exactly right, Adam. Everyone was chanting Antares.
I know, right?
Yeah, I think you want to go to Korea for the food there. It's really amazing as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow, look at that. I want to go to Korea now. We should go. We should just get on a plane and go, boys.
And Summoners War headquarters is in Korea. So.
Dude, I mean, this is 100%. I love this. This is a good idea. We should book tickets as soon as this is over.
Let's just do it this evening.
Yeah, let's do it. I love that. Great idea. Also, you guys as well, I've seen that PINKROID will be there, as will ISMOO, going to be there at the World Finals. Let's take a look exactly how the final bracket looks after a full jam-packed day of Europe Cup action here in Berlin, Germany. You can see there it is in blue in the finals, the best of 5 there, a 3-0 win for PINKROID. We just heard from him, who is delighted to be going to Korea for the final in November, on November 12th, which is going to be absolutely extraordinary. And a deserved champion, only dropped 2 sets today as well here, Baus. I mean, it's been a very good day for the PINKROID Massive.
It has been a very, very good day indeed, and I'm very happy for him. This huge achievement, back-to-back Europe Cup wins. Not seen that before.
No, this doesn't happen. It's unprecedented, but it goes to show how great this guy is at the game here. Then we're going to head back to... you can see here as well. It's confirmed. Okay, we have this right here. This is how the World Finals currently stand with the confirmed players who'll be there. We can see Tar's already confirmed from the Asia-Pacific side already, with 3 more coming from that region soon. PINKROID and ISMOO confirm their spots in Europe, from Europe, going to Korea on November 12th, which is going to be absolutely amazing. So excited for that. And obviously there's more regions coming up as well, Killer. There's lots more players competing for a place in the World Finals. Yeah, we still have, I believe, 5 more spots to fill for the World Finals, which they'll be coming from the US Cup and the Asia Cup. Indeed they will, and on screen like that, like magic, you can see coming soon the America's Cup, October 8th or 9th, depending on your time zone. And for the Asia Pacific Cup, it's October 22nd or 21st, again, depending on where you are in the world watching that, which is going to be something else here. But it's time for the awards ceremony presentation as well. As we see, PINKROID were given the check and the cup very, very shortly.
I'm back on stage. Give it up a big, fat round of applause for Come To Us, Keenan David. What a show tonight. Are you happy?
Yeah, thank you. I'm very, very happy. I think everybody did a really good job. Maybe a little rusty in the beginning. I'm sorry about that. Sorry for everybody on the stream. But it's a really good thing. And we can thank Keen for that, because her team set everything up.
After so many years, how is it for you to finally be back with SWC?
It's really awesome. I'm so happy that we finally could have like an offline SWC again. I really missed it. I think the whole team missed it, because we just love to see our community and players live here. And I hope you miss it too.
Ich habe es auf jeden Fall auch vermisst, und ich würde sagen, wir kommen jetzt zur Preisverleihung. Seid ihr bereit? Yes. Gut, dann würde ich bitten, die 2 dritten Plätze auf die Bühne. Los geht's! then of course, for second place, clap your hands. Wir machen noch kurz Fotos. Das muss natürlich alles festgehalten werden für die Ewigkeit. We're taking a few pictures. Thank you so much. Are we good? Yes. Guys, thank you so much. This is your applause. Yes. Okay. Yeah. So now it's time for our winner of today, the winner of the SWC Europe Cup. And of course, we have a lot of money prepared. Here's a big fat check, $10,000 US. Yes, it's huge. I mean, it's a lot of money, right? So clap your hands together for the one, the only PINKROID. So many happy faces. Thank you so much, everyone. Please stay in the stream. We have another coupon code coming up. And yeah, a big round of applause for this awesome audience. Thank you for tonight. Thank you. Come to us. See you in the next cups. And of course, thank you so much for my lovely casters over there. And now we in this venue say good night.
Love that, love that. Good night to all of you in the venue there, which is literally downstairs. Right now, just to recap for you guys as well, everyone is enjoying the sweet collaboration of Summoners War and Cookie Run Kingdom, collab content, various events, live in-game, so make sure to participate in all of it as well. And I'm sure you guys have already. Enjoy every single code you've had. Enjoy everything. It's been absolutely amazing, hasn't it, boys?
Incredible.
Amazing.
Yes, exactly.
I loved working together. There's another QR, there's another code here on screen, should I say, to grab that, and do make sure to stay in touch with what happens to Summoners War and wish our boys well in the Europe Cup, in the World Finals later on this year in Korea as well. Guys, thanks for being awesome. I've loved every second. Yes! In-person events are back. We love it. And we hope you guys have had the most amazing time ever. It's been great. And we'll see you very soon. Oh, we've got 20 seconds. Okay, anything you want to say? You've got 15 seconds. Go.
It was great to be in person and see you guys.
Yeah,
I love you all.
I love you. And we love you, the community, as well. You guys have been so great. Thanks for enjoying the English broadcast with us all season long, all summer. And now, so this is us. Find us on socials. We've loved every second. Take care. We love Summoners War. It's been amazing. And we'll see you at the World Finals. Bye. Bye.
Summon more.